Hello everybody and welcome back to All the Mods 9. This is a very special video as it's the culmination of nearly 200 hours of playing in this single player world. In this video we'll become a master spellcaster, create a nuclear reactor, travel through space, and fight many challenging bosses. So sit back, relax, maybe grab some popcorn because this video is really long, and enjoy watching my journey through All the Mods 9. Hello everybody and welcome to All the Mods 9, a mod pack for Minecraft that adds, well, pretty much all the mods. I've been wanting to play this mod pack for quite a while, but I was mostly just waiting for a stable version. Also, Baldur's Gate 3 came out and yeah, I've just been playing that a ton, but yeah, I think I'm finally ready to actually get started and see what this mod pack is all about. So just taking a look around the area that I spawned in, it looks like I actually spawned on an island. It's very cool and interesting. Hello there, Slug. From Eidolon Repraised. Interesting. Also, I'm gonna have to rebind that. It looks like the zoom key is on the hotbar swapping key. So what did we start off with here? It's mostly just sand. We do have a tree over there. That's pretty good. Looks like we're in a little bit of a savanna area. There's some oil off in the distance. Some sugar cane down here on the beach. And what are these? They're indicators. Okay, for some reason they don't have a name. But it looks like it's copyright. Not sure what that is exactly. So I'm pretty sure that these indicators just kind of show up on the surface above where an ore of that type would actually spawn. So if we go digging down below, that's what we'd find there. Looks like we also have a pool of crude oil. It's from WaffleDefender. I doubt that we'll actually get into WaffleDefender. It kind of just depends on how the quests go. Oh, and speaking of quests, if I go into the top left corner of my inventory, I believe that there's also a hotkey, but I couldn't remember what it is. We have our quest journal, and it definitely might take a while to load, but eventually here it is. So, if you haven't seen the mod that adds quests, this is sort of the homepage, and then if you scroll on the left, you can see all the different quest lines basically surrounding all of the different mods that are actually added to the mod here. So if we go into all the modium, basically the goal of this mod pack is to craft the all the mod stars. Anyway, though, we can go ahead and claim our first quest, which gives us 10 XP. All the modium is the core mod in all the mods mod packs. This mod adds endgame ores to the world that amplify your modded experience. You can find more info on the mod in the All the Modium book, which it gives us as a quest reward. Also within the quest panel, if you look at the top right, you can click this little button here to claim all rewards. Looks like we just had 10 XP. So from here, I think what I want to do is basically get started with Minecraft. I want to chop down some trees, start some mining, and hopefully get some things started up here. It's also definitely a good thing to note. We do have a vein mining mod in this. I don't remember what it's called. FTB Ultimine. Okay. Hold shift and scroll wheel. I had it set to shapeless, but for some reason it didn't actually cut everything down. Maybe this, oh, it's a bee nest, and it has a blue banded bee inside. Interesting. I wonder if we'll get into bees eventually. It could be quite cool. All right, so that's that tree chopped down. And I just went ahead and broke some grass, and we got a ton of different seeds. For now, though, I just want to plant the wheat seeds. Now, I might have to find an area near the water with grass already next to it. Actually, I might have to move some grass over there. All right, I got some wheat planted down and some flax apparently. The sun is starting to go down now, so I think it's time to head down to the mines. All right, it is super dark down here, so I'm just gonna go to my quest log and sort of look at some of the quests that we've completed here. Oh, by the way, this is chapter 1. It's pretty massive. We're going to go through pretty much every one of these quests, hopefully completing them all. We'll see. We'll try to get as many as we can. Oh, thankfully that quest gives us torches and some food. We also get a crafting bench. And these are random rewards. You can see scrolling through the list there is every single quest reward that we can get from this. So let's see what we get. We got a piece of steak, not too bad. Food is definitely scarce at the moment. All right, so that is a few of these quests completed, and we do have Brooke, the marbles winner, has awoken nearby. What I was gonna say is we have dynamic lighting in this mod pack, so I can at least move around with a torch in hand. Keep things lit up, at least for now. And as soon as daylight breaks, I'm gonna go back up and get a better pickaxe. All right, it's daytime, and the entrance to my cave is kind of being spawn camped here. We might be able to defeat this guy. Probably not, though. I don't know what to do about this. All I know is I'm definitely glad that I'm not playing hardcore right now. Ooh, half a heart, no. All right. Hopefully he's not camping my body now, which he is. Great. All right, well, I was able to get down in my hole at least. And I'm just gonna run. I think that the tombstones mod actually gives you a temporary invisibility, or we just can't be targeted at all, which is pretty nice. All right, so at least all the enemies are gone. Great, none of my trees have regrown yet. Oh man, living on an island might be more difficult than I thought it would be. All right, we got a bone from a skeleton that died, so maybe we can. Hey, there we go. At least that way we can actually get some more wood. And I know that this is really dumb, but I want to attempt it anyway. Yikes. Ow, that does so much damage. Might be hard. Not impossible, though. We did 10 damage to it. We'll get it eventually. Hey, there we go. And we even get a Mark's Gravitational Iron Tunic of the Fast Wit. Blast Protection 3, not the greatest. Might save us from a creeper though. We get cooldown reduction, no idea what that is. Minus 25% gravity, which I believe actually gives you almost the equivalent of jump boost. And we get these little reward things. Don't know what they do. We are definitely surrounded with death beacons now though. All right, I'm gonna go clear those up and head back into the mines. Oh yeah, you can definitely feel the jump boost. And is that a snake? All right. Well, anyway, like I said, I'll be back. But before I actually go down, I want to do a quick craft here. Basically, if you craft a crafting table with a stick, you get a crafting table on a stick, which actually has its own slot. Yep, there we go. That way, I believe it's assigned to C. I have it on Shift E. That's right. Yeah, it's pretty self-explanatory. It's just crafting on the go. Extremely useful. And yeah, let's continue on. All right, so I was just doing some mining and I saw a wall of cobblestone here, and I actually hear some skeletons on the other side. And yep, it is a spawner. Nice. I need torches though. It's really dark down here. I also need to light up that spawner. All right, let's see what's inside. It's definitely a skeleton one because I've only heard skeletons coming from it. Yep, it is indeed a skelly spawner. Just light everything up here. Ooh, that's a really nice looking block. All right, let's see what's in the chest. Bundle. Wild and spikes are pretty good. If we want to get into Ars Nouveau, which I think I do. Spoilers for probably next episode, but I definitely want to do Ars Nouveau. A Lexica Botanica. I didn't realize Botania was in this. Interesting indeed. Okay. By the way, if you don't know, Botania is like probably my third favorite mod. It's definitely my second favorite magic mod. So we didn't get a whole lot of loot in there, but it is so nice to have a skeleton spawner like right off the bat pretty much. Yeah, it's like right here too. Let's see where it is on the map. Caves. Ooh, it's in a pretty decent position too. Alright, so I've dug all the way down into Deep Slate, but my pickaxe broke, and yeah, I'm surrounded by unminable ores. So I think I'm gonna head back up. I didn't find any iron, so I might have to take a different approach to finding iron. Alright, so I'm just gonna make a boat really quick. Oof. Figured right now would probably be a decent time to start exploring. Ooh, got some boots. Oh, decent ones. Elastic iron boots of the current. 2 armor, 10% speed, and step height. Okay. Ooh, nice. Alright, yeah, I kind of want to explore around a little bit, just to kind of see if there's any other land masses nearby, or if I'm all alone out in the sea. Alright, so I've explored a pretty decent ways out. Not too far actually. But I did see something I want to explore to my left, and I also see something kind of interesting down there. It almost looks like an underwater village. I'll definitely take a look at it later. For now, I just want to see what's in the shipwreck. Oops. A buried treasure map. It has a different texture. And I think this style should have 2 chests. Yep. Ooh, lapis, iron, nice. Emerald, compressed iron. Sorry I'm getting so many drops like that. It's kind of weird. Frame drops, not item drops. All right, well, we did get some iron at least. All right, let's see what is... Okay, so if we go northeast of us, it almost looks like a castle or something. Oh, and I see a little bit of land over there. I just noticed looking at the map. But yeah, I think this is an underwater village. Oh, that's crazy. Wonder if there's people down there. Kind of taking a look from up here, it looks abandoned. Maybe we can come back here later with some gear that will allow us to swim, breathe underwater a little bit better. Yeah, I'll definitely make sure to mark it on the map though. All right, so I kind of want to follow the treasure map now to the northeast a bit, and it seems like there's more things to be distracted by over here. A lot of wood, some barrels. Definitely want that spruce wood. Ooh, bamboo. Some helmets. Carrots is huge, actually. Some copper chest plates. Running shoes. Hey, decent stuff in this one. Steel, bronze. Ooh, gold. Some apples. Let's actually use this backpack. Now, I don't know. Does this one go on the back? It does. Okay. If I press B, nothing happens. All right, I set a hotkey for it, but for some reason it still wouldn't let me open it. So I'm not sure what that's exactly about. Let's get these running shoes on. Increases the wearer's movement speed while sprinting and increases the wearer's step height while sprinting. Okay, hopefully these go in the feet slot. Nice. So I don't see anything else here. So continuing north a bit, I do see some land finally with some giant fir trees. Don't remember the name of it. It's from Ars Nouveau though. Ooh, this is actually a pretty decent little area. Archwood, that's what that one's called. And I think that's a magic forest. I think those are supposed to be pretty rare. We got sheep here too. A village over in this direction. Oh wow, that sprint speed is huge. Looks like there's a couple villages out here. Got some neighboring villages here. All right, so I've just gone through and basically looted this entire village and pretty much filled my entire inventory with random stuff. That's an inventory slot I can clear though. And I believe we can actually turn these invisible. Yeah, there we go. Now I'm a farmer villager. All right, so I've cleared out this village. Now it's time to move on to this other one over here. And I did actually find a bed, so as soon as it hits dark, we are going to we're gonna sleep. Hopefully I can find a second waystone. I guess this village type doesn't get waystones. I was hoping to be able to just set up a fast travel point here, but looks like we're gonna have to walk every time we get over here, or we want to get over here. All right, I have looted pretty much everything that I can carry in this village, so I think I'm gonna go ahead and head back home and try to sort some of this stuff out. So I've just done a little bit of mining off camera, as you probably saw in that sort of little time lapse. And I did actually manage to find my first diamonds. And you might have also seen that I had some more down there that I didn't mine. What I want to do is actually save those until I have fortune. Yeah. The way to do that is going to be pretty simple, as we already have all of the books that we need. And we have a spawner, so what I want to do really quickly is just set up a very quick skeleton farm. All right, I'm just gonna go pretty basic with this. Don't need anything extra. Don't need to use any mods, at least right now. We're just gonna do a plain old vanilla farm. I need to clear 4 in each direction. Just like that, and now I need to start digging down. I think I want to go down 4. I don't remember exactly how far down we need to go for this, though. Hey, look, some iron. All right, and that's looking pretty good. And yeah, I think for the next part, I want to go pretty simple with this. Like I said, I want to clear this side out. We're not going to be using soul sand to bring them into any like specific place. We're just going to have them line up, and then we'll just kill them manually. So I think I'll have them go this way, and then we'll have a kill chamber set up over on that side. All right, so I have a little killing area here now, and I think that's all that we're gonna need. Oh, right. I actually need to fill this up really quick. I think we can just honestly go like that, and it should work just fine. And I'm realizing I did my measurements wrong. I think we can fix it though. Just need to raise it up by 1. All right, and I think that's the last one that we need to place. Besides that one. And we should theoretically be good to go as soon as I break these torches. Let's break the top one first. Actually, what I want to do is just a minor efficiency thing. I just want to put some cobblestone up there. We can break that again. And yep, let's go. Oh, there's one more torch. Whoops. Okay, let's see. Oh, yep, they immediately spawn. Geez. Okay, we did it. Be able to just sit here now. And the first ones kind of shot each other. It's alright though. And yeah. That is pretty much this farm done. Alright, not bad. 2 minutes of AFK and we're already level 12. Got 22 bones, 16 arrows. actually some Inferium essence for mystical agriculture. Yeah, we're doing pretty good. We even got a rib bone. I would say that this farm is successful. It is a little slow, but once we actually get into the swing of things, we should be able to improve it quite a bit. In between episodes, I did some grinding. Mainly, I built this little house here. Really basic. It's basically just made out of cobblestone. But yeah, that's where we want to set up our basic storage whenever we get that started. Eventually, I'll move these chests. I'm probably going to go with drawers, but I'm not too sure yet. I also did some grinding for XP. But if you see my XP bar, you'll notice that I'm level 1. Unfortunately, I died, so we're back to square one. I did find a backpack, though. If I press B, you can see we have basically a chest worth of extra storage, which is going to be rather useful. We can upgrade it eventually and just make it gigantic. So what I want to get started on today is actually some basic early game automation. We're going to be automating trees, probably sugarcane, kelp, and bamboo, just for different things that we're going to need. And the way that we're going to automate it is actually with the Create mod, which is probably one of my favorite mods. I've done a few series focused around Create, so I'm pretty familiar with the mod. And yeah, let's go ahead and find out where we need to get started. So if we search for Create in the search bar over here in, I think this version is JEI. Yeah, it's JEI. We can find quite a few things related to Create. Probably has a few expansion packs as well. What we're mostly focused on here, we're going to press A to add the water wheel crafting recipe over to the left side. That'll just make it easier for us to find in the future. We'll need cog wheels and large cog wheels. I don't know if we'll need gearboxes yet, but we'll go ahead and add that recipe. We'll probably need shafts. But the main thing that we're looking for right now, I believe it's going to be, yeah, the mechanical bearing. And I wonder if we're going to, you know what, let's start off with the tree. So we'll add the mechanical saws. And I think that that's all that we're gonna need for now, I think. Eventually, though, we will need the harvesters. I think you need the harvesters for sugarcane and bamboo. And if you want to automate the food, that's how you do it as well. For these, though, actually, I thought that they required bronze, but it looks like they don't. Oh, right. What I was thinking of is actually the deployer, which requires brass. Which is going to, it looks like there's more recipes added here. We might be able to, oh yeah, look at that, just zinc and copper. That's really not bad for brass. Usually you might have to go to the nether to get a blaze burner, and it's a whole ordeal usually, but it looks like we have a pretty simple recipe this time around. And I'm pretty low on iron currently. I only have about 14. I don't think that that's going to be enough for what we're doing here today. So I think I'm going to have to take a quick mining trip down and hopefully we can find some iron. And a little bit counterintuitively, I think what I'm going to do is actually head out and try to explore the nearby areas. Just because if we find like a mountain or even a beach with exposed ores on it, I think that would be way faster than trying to find it underground. So hopefully we can find something like that. All right, so I was just caving down here and I noticed this crim site here, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this is actually iron. If I look at the uses, yeah, unfortunately it requires the crushing wheels, which, yeah, we're not quite at. We could use it in a pulverizer as well, though. I was kind of hoping that the millstone was actually something that we could use for this. Unfortunately not, though. I should definitely make a note of this place, though, because this is a ton of iron here. Okay, back to my exploration. Alright, I could probably keep mining for the next couple hours, but I think I'm good to go now. We have about 2 stacks of iron and a ton of other ores, so I think I'm just going to meet you guys back at home. After I mine some more iron, of course. Alright, not a bad haul overall. We got a pretty decent amount of ores. We have another stack of iron in the furnace currently, and I'm actually going to get a couple more blast furnaces up and running, just so that we can get all of our other materials that we need smelted up. And while that's smelting up, I think I'm going to go ahead and plan where the build is going to go and what it's going to look like. Alright, and I was going to start with the trees, but I think I actually want to start with the rest of it first. So we're going to do bamboo, sugarcane, and kelp, all in one. Alright, so I think I want the first layer here to be for the kelp, and I'm debating if I even want to put a layer of sand here, just for the visuals. I believe kelp can be planted on almost any block, but I think I just want sand purely for the aesthetics. Alright, and just to kind of math things out, I am actually going to make the water wheel here first. We're going to need a ton of shafts anyway in the future. Let's just make 16 for now. And then I believe we just need to surround that in planks. We have plenty of. Here we go, there's our first water wheel. So I want to place it down in the center here. So I'll probably just fill the area around this in. And then we'll do one corner there. And I need a bucket. And we can go ahead and place that down like that. And it should, in theory, after we place this, yep, start rotating just like that. Good. Okay, so we'll probably need a shaft here where this cobblestone is. Then on top of that, we will put the mechanical bearing. Now, in order to get the mechanical bearing, it's actually pretty simple. We just need an andesite casing, a slab, and a shaft. To get the andesite casing, we just need to strip a log and then right-click it with an andesite alloy. So I'll make a few of these right now, just to have them. And we just right-click with the andesite alloy, and we should be able to harvest them all just like that. Now we can make a slab, and should be able to craft the mechanical bearing. So we can put a shaft there. It doesn't really matter if we have a shaft or not. I think just having the mechanical bearing, whoops, I had shift held down. There we go, just like that. Yeah, just having the shaft there and then having the mechanical bearing up here will make it a little bit easier to actually get this thing built correctly. So yeah, it'll be here then. And basically, I just want a central pillar that goes as far up as we can. I'll have to actually math out the exact path or the exact height that we need. But it should be, let's see here, the kelp is going to be at this level. So we'll need the harvesters at here. Then we'll have the roof of the next one here. And then we'll put probably sugarcane. Yeah, we'll probably do kelp, sugarcane, bamboo. It won't really matter exactly the order, but it's just nice to know exactly where things are going to be. So this one will be the sugarcane. And then the final one up top will be bamboo. Okay. So now I just need to probably smelt up some sand to get some glass and sort of build out the actual design of what it's going to look like. All right, I was just building the farm here, and apparently a blood moon has happened. And yeah, so I might have to hide inside my house for the night. I'm not seeing anything yet, I say, as something spawns. All right, so the first layer here is done. I put the glass in and went ahead and filled it with the kelp. I decided to actually go with coarse dirt for the floor, just because it's a material that all three can use. So I just wanted some visual consistency within it. And yeah, so next up we're gonna go ahead and get started on the sugarcane, which I might have to figure out a good pattern for it. Just because of the way sugarcane needs to grow, I'll probably have to replace every once in a while one of these coarse dirts with a slab. And yeah, so I'll have to go ahead and figure that out. All right, we got the sugarcane layer done now. It is pretty good. There was a few spots here and there. I think 4 spots in total that don't have access to water, so that they can't actually grow anything on them, but I think it's okay. It gave me an opportunity to place some torches here and there, and hopefully that'll help them grow. And yeah, so that's the sugarcane. One more floor to go with the bamboo. All right, so I'm just waiting for some glass to smelt now, but I figured I would go ahead and get started on making the mechanical harvesters, which is a pretty easy recipe. However, we are going to need iron plates for this. Now, there's a few ways that we can do this. The first way is using a hammer, either the engineer's hammer, the Greg Tech hammer, Ad Astra hammer, or the hammer from all the ores. The alternate way, or I guess it's probably closer to saying the main way, is to actually use the what's this called? The mechanical press. And I think that that's the way that I want to go, just because it uses a lot less materials to go this direction. So let's go ahead and make this really quick. The mechanical press. Let's see what this needs. It does need a block of iron, which honestly shouldn't be really too bad for us. And just missing a shaft. I did make a few, but I'm not sure where they went. All right, so that's the press. We're also going to need a water wheel. Let's go ahead and make that really quick. Just like so. And we should be good to go pretty much right off the bat. We'll just, we'll make a really awkward and temporary place for this. I think I want it up a little bit higher. Yeah, something like that should work. That way the press is there, and yeah, that'll go right there. All right, so I need to give this some water. Let's see here, that should work, I think. We just go like that, that should start spinning. It's not going to be overly efficient, but it should work for now. We'll definitely get a real setup eventually. But for now, all we need is a depot, I believe is what it's called. Which is pretty easy to make, just like that. And so in total, we're going to need 9 harvesters. That's going to be 3 for each layer. And let's see here, it's 2 iron sheets per harvester. So we're going to need 18, just like that. All right, we should be able to make all of our mechanical harvesters now. It's here, and I'm able to make 2. Oh, right, I need more andesite alloy. And I'm completely out of andesite right now, so I'm gonna have to go and find some more. Alright, I should be able to make the rest of the harvesters now. Alright, so that's that. Now let's try to work on what we need for the collection system. First off, we're going to need a barrel on the actual machine itself. That'll actually give the machine a inventory for items to go into. And then we'll also need some portable interfaces, and we're gonna need one more plate, it looks like. Here we go, there's the chutes, and now we can make the portable storage interfaces. This will actually allow items to be moved out of the machine into a storage device. And we will also need some andesite funnels, and we're gonna need dried kelp for that. And that's a pretty simple recipe, just like that. And I think we're pretty much done. We are going to need super glue for this as well. And I'm trying to remember exactly how we make it. We can just type glue here. We are going to need 2 slime balls for this. I should have another one. The slugs that spawn on this island, if you kill them, they seem to drop slime. I think I had 2. There we go. So yeah, I am going to need another plate for that though. There we go, just like that. And that'll allow us to assemble the machine. And I think we're good to go. Actually, I know I keep saying this. I actually want to... functional storage. Yep, this is what I was looking for. We're going to need a few drawers. Looks like a pretty simple recipe to make. And I think in order to make this, we might need the storage controller first, which requires a comparator, which requires quartz. So I think for now, I'm actually going to go with chests. And down the line, when we actually go to the nether, we should be able to upgrade it into drawers. All right, so I'm going to start getting everything ready here. And I think I just want to break in right here. And how we do this is a little bit weird. And I actually need to know which direction the wheel is spinning. Looks like it's going clockwise right now. Let's fill that back in. It's going clockwise, which means that we need to go... that. Hopefully I don't drown while doing this. And we get our harvesters placed like that. And don't die, don't die. Ooh, just barely made it out. All right, so yeah, I basically need to go and do that for each of the layers. All right, that's all of the harvesters placed now. And what we need to do from here is figure out exactly where we want our storage to be. I think on the front here should be honestly the best place for it. And yeah, I think that's gonna work. I think I have everything set up now. So I just put the portable interface over on that side at the end of the harvester. So when it swings around, it should end up right here and it'll connect with this one. It should connect through the block. If not, we can just go ahead and remove it. It's not too big of a deal. And yeah, I just have a chute here. I actually need to get rid of that. I believe that chutes work on the interfaces now. I don't think that they did in the past. We'll see though. All right, so that is everything placed now. All I have to do from here is just glue everything together. Hopefully it's not going to be too bad. It is kind of a complex machine, but it should work as long as we get everything assembled correctly. And before I assemble everything, I actually want to just rearrange things down here a little bit. It's going to be too inconvenient if we have this in a place that can't be activated, because it does need to be right-clicked in order to move it. So I just want to go like that. Then we should be able to just add it on like that. Not very efficient, but it'll do. All right, I think everything is assembled now. So if we right-click this, everything should work. Actually, I want to close this off first and put that back there. All right, here's a moment of truth. A little bit of a leg spike there, but it seems to be moving. We're getting quite a few achievements. I wasn't sure if those were errors or what was happening there. It appears to be working. Oh, it doesn't work on bamboo. Interesting. Oh, I probably need saws actually for bamboo. Huh, okay. So I guess eventually we'll have to exchange that out. Place that back on there. But yeah, if we look in the chest, we can see that everything is being transported in properly. It's connecting up and sending them into the chest. And yeah, it is working pretty much perfectly, except for the bamboo. All right, I've just gone ahead and replaced the harvesters that were up here with some saws, and it seems to be working its way pretty well through the bamboo. It is a little bit slow, surprisingly, but that should honestly not really matter because everything else here grows pretty slowly. So it'll give it time for everything to regrow anyway. And after monitoring it for a little bit longer, I noticed that it was actually cutting down the log on the side, so I just went ahead and replaced the ones that it cut down, not the front one for some reason, but all the other sides. I just replaced it with some tuff there. So I let it run for a little while, and it actually filled up basically 2 double chests worth of bamboo leaves, kelp, and sugarcane, of course. And yeah, I actually had to turn it off because it was about to overflow already. And in between episodes, I did a little bit of grinding. Basically what I did was upgrade my backpack all the way up to diamond. I built a pickup upgrade and a stack upgrade. Now these are pretty easy to craft. Yeah, it's just 8 iron blocks and an upgrade base to make the stack upgrade. And the upgrade base is just leather, string, and iron. Pretty simple. And for the pickup upgrade, I did need to use one of my slime balls, but I think it was definitely worth it. But yeah, so after that, I did a ton of mining. I probably spent an hour or 2 just caving. And yeah, all of the all of the raw ore is in here, and I think I've actually already smelted up probably double that in iron. I also set up this little temporary storage area. Yeah, you can see we have almost 300 iron now. And the way that I actually got so much iron is I actually fully enchanted my my pickaxe. Well, not fully because it's still only efficiency 4, but we got fortune 3, efficiency 4, unbreaking 3, and even got XP boost, which is really nice actually. For most ores you can get a decent amount of XP from them. I also went down to that underground or underwater village that we saw before. I don't remember where it is on the map. It's somewhere here in the ocean, and I actually managed to find another waystone down there, so I just set it up to be over in the cave. This is, I believe this was the cave that we were in the previous episode. Just getting iron and stuff, and I just realized there's some up there as well. But yeah, it's a lot more convenient because where this cave is over by these villages. So previously I had to travel all the way across the ocean just to get here. So yeah, having this waystone helps out a ton. And before I get started on talking about what I want to do today, what I actually want to do first is open up my quest log, which is actually on the X key. I need to remember to do that. I have not opened up any quests. I have not unlocked anything for a really long time. So I gotta just want to go through and see what all we've done. Yep. We got a ton of skeleton kills from our skeleton spawner. I'm curious what upgrade that was, or what random reward that was. Oh, an augment speed. Interesting. Okay. We even got 5 zombie kills. Killing the traitor and its llamas. Sort of Alfred GG. For those brave enough to slaughter the mighty and annoying traitor. Alright, so I think that's everything from here. And I know we can click the button in the top right, but I kind of want to look through and see where we are in the progress trees. Wow, I haven't even claimed this reward. I don't think that I did any quests or... claimed any quests in the previous episode. So here we are with this. We got a cooked chicken. Okay. Basic ore doubling. That's right. I made a an ore hammer, which allows you to actually double the amount of ores that you get, which is pretty much why we have so much iron right now. I think I doubled all of it. An advanced oak beehive. Interesting. If we take a look back here, we have the sophisticated backpacks. Speed upgrade. Ooh, Inferium seeds. Okay. That can help us get started with mystical agriculture. Ooh, a mega torch. Ooh, mega torches are huge. Fox spawn egg. That's kind of cool. A functional storage. That's right, because we made some drawers. A honey bottle and more drawers. At food and farming. And oh yeah, the easy villagers mod is in this mod pack. So if you, I think it's shift right click on a villager, it'll actually pick them up. And so yeah, I do have a few villagers that I eventually want to actually have over here on the base and getting us like traded with stuff. Let's hear mystical agriculture, sturdy repair kit. I don't know what half of these things are for. Let's see. Ooh, an iron furnace. Nice. Okay, speaking of iron furnaces, we also have reward for that. And for an augment, apparently. I think we must have gotten an augment for one of our quest rewards. Copper upgrade, diamonds, block of redstone, gearing up. Yeah, we're just getting so many rewards right now. Up here in redstone, more cooked chicken. We're not quite over to starter power yet, but I do want to do that pretty shortly here soon. All right, I think that's everything on this first page. Preventing mob spawning. We're getting so many quests. I can even claim this one. Yeah, this part is mostly for things that are convenient. One thing I definitely want to do is, as soon as I can, is make a magnet. All right, basic storage. We have our backpack now. Upgraded it to iron. Oh, interesting. I guess I should have waited to claim this quest before I upgraded my backpack. because I did make a gold backpack and then upgraded it into a diamond one. So yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate. Right, I think that's everything in this area. I can do that. We should get ender storage up soon. All right, let's look down here in farming. Yep, we found a random fishing pole. Got some leads, some leather. I do want to set up a leather farm here eventually. I don't know how much leather we're gonna need though. Might be easier to wait until we have better resources for that. All right, so we did get some inferium, some prosperity shards. Yeah, that should be everything for there. Mechanism. There we go. Powa even. What did we get for Powa? Oh, raw uranite. Uraninite. Okay. I've actually never used the power mod before, so I don't know if we'll get into it this time. I think I prefer bigger reactors, but I'm not too sure if that one's actually in this mod pack. I think it is. Okay, Forbidden and Arcanus. Occultism. Yeah, there's a ton of magic mods in this mod pack that we could definitely get into, and I'm hoping to be able to get into everything here. But speaking of magic mods, what I want to do today is actually start getting into Ars Nouveau. This is probably my favorite magic mod of all time. I think the older versions of Thaumcraft might be closer to my favorites, but in terms of like modern mods, I think Ars Nouveau is like really good. There's a ton of utility that you can get with it. Like, look at all of these glyphs, and the coolest part about it is that you get to customize all of your spells, and yeah, it turns you really into more of a spellcrafter. All right, so I think we're just going to go ahead and jump right in and accept this very first task, which gives us the documentation for the Ars Nouveau mod. Now, the first thing that we're going to need to do is craft a novice spellbook, and we're going to get a mana regen potion and some experience. To get started, you'll need to craft yourself a novice spellbook. This is where you create and store your spells. Hitting the C key will open up the create a spell page. On the left there are several tabs, but the main three are spell creation, color picker, and familiars. This spellbook will only allow you to create and use tier 1 glyphs. To create better spells, you'll need to upgrade your spellbook. So let's take a look on how we actually craft the novice spellbook. It's extremely easy. All we need is a book and some pretty basic level iron tools. And I'm just looking at my inventory right now. I think everything in here was a reward for all the quests that we just completed. And just really quickly, I do want to talk about the mega torch, because this is going to be something that's super helpful. Placing it down lights up an area. I believe it's 64 by 64 in an area, and that just completely prevents monsters from spawning. So I think that's a good place for it. This area over here tends to get a lot of mob spawning, so yeah, that's that. All right, and I think I have everything to craft that up now. It is important to note that it does actually take items with low durability. So if you want to min-max this, you can use all of like your basic tools that you made when you started your world. But yeah, here we go. A novice spellbook. Sweet. So if we go ahead and put this in our hand, and I believe by default it's set up to C. And here we go. This opens up the spellcrafting menu. We have 3 forms that we can do and 2 effects by default. So let's start off by making a basic block breaking spell. And I actually want this to be a projectile, just so that we can reach things a little bit further away. So the different forms affect how the spell actually interacts with the world, whether it shoots a projectile, sort of like in like a bow and arrow. Self only targets yourself, obviously, and touch touches a creature or block. So we're gonna go with projectile, and we want the break effect. If we do harm, it basically acts like a ranged spell. For now, though, we'll go projectile break, and we can go ahead and name that. We're going to call it... I think that we'll call it Mold Earth. I like to name my spells after D&D spells. So there we go, Mold Earth, and if we click Create, that should assign it to our first slot here. And if you look in the bottom left-hand corner, it shows which spell is currently activated. Now, I don't remember which button I need to press to change which spell, but if we press V, apparently this opens up a circle menu with all of our different spells. Currently, obviously, we only have Mold Earth. So let's go ahead and use this spell. Let's say that I want to break that piece of acacia log. All I need to do is right click and it breaks it just like that, and it'll drop it. Now, obviously, we'll be able to make more complex spells later on, but first we really need to progress through the mod. So collecting our quest rewards here and taking a look at the different quests that we have here. Creating your first spell. Now, we already went ahead and did that, so we can collect. And I already explained it all. And here we have a quest here. And here we have a quest that sort of talks about mana. Now, mana is the resource that this mod uses in order to actually take actions. So, like when I broke that block before, here, let's press V. I think that X is the button that I have to change it, but it's also my quest book, so it might be a little bit scuffed at the moment. So if I press right click, you'll see that the mana on my bottom left hand corner of my screen is going down. So yeah, that's mana, and that's how that works. So we can go ahead and claim that quest reward. Now, let's see if we can make the Mage's Spellbook, just immediately upgrade it. Unfortunately, we can't quite yet because we will need blaze rods and quartz. Now, I can get quartz in the overworld with some of the villager buildings, but blaze, I don't think that we can get quite yet. We will go to the nether eventually, but just not quite yet. So next up, let's look at the archwood logs. To gain further knowledge of spells, we'll need a specific type of magical wood. Now, this is what's used to actually craft things like wands, but more importantly, it's what's used to craft the scribe's table. So I've seen quite a few of these archwood logs across the world. I think I want to go out and try to find one and bring it back and plant it. Alright, so I think that we have a couple of options that we can use for the archwood. I'll probably bring them both, but I see this yellow one here, and there's also a red one over there. I think I want to use the red one, though. I think it just looks a little bit better, and it's mostly going to be used for crafting, but I kind of want to do some base building with it as well, maybe. Maybe if we have an area for magic. Let's see here. Oh, right, everything's getting added to my backpack here with the new stack upgrade. And I really need an axe at some point. We could actually, now that everything's already disappeared, we could have used our ranged break there. And here's the red one. This one's called Blazing. I think each one has different properties and can be used for different things in the mid to late game. Eventually, though, we will have I think there's 4 types. I could be wrong. We'll try to get as many as we can, though, as time progresses. There we go. Getting plenty of saplings. And we got 11 of the flashing, 12 of blazing. We should be good to return back home now. Alright, so I think for this quest we do need to have that in our inventory, and I wasn't sure if it was going to make us require planks. It looks like it does. Not to worry though, there we go. Should be that quest completed. And that actually gives us the third type cascading. Interesting. Okay. So next up is the scribes table. And this, without reading this, it's basically a way to create new runes, or glyphs, I should say. We can create new glyphs and upgrade our spells. And basically, these are all of the glyphs. I think that's all of them. There might be some more that we can do down the line. But this is where we can get started. So let's go ahead and see how we make the scribes table. It's pretty easy. 3 archwood slabs, a couple of gold nuggets, and logs of any type. All right, just grabbing a gold ingot here, crafting that down into some nuggets, and then should be able to do this. Yep, we need slabs. And here we go, the scribes table. Now, I'm just going to put this in a random location for now. I think what I want to do is make a special base for our Ars Nouveau stuff. Might make it further down the beach or something. I have no idea yet. For now, I'll just put it over here in the corner. Not like that, I don't think. Let's try to place it at least in a decent angle. Let's go like that. Alright, so if we right-click this, nothing happens. Because I believe we need... Yep, we need to right-click with our book. Alright, let's talk about how to actually use the scribes table. It's pretty simple, but it might be confusing to people using it for the first time. So each of these runes, or glyphs, I keep calling them runes, each I'll get it eventually. Each glyph requires a couple of items, and yeah, so if we go for Mage Light, for example, we need a lantern and a torch. So let's go ahead and find those. All right, so I have our lantern and the torch, and oops, I don't want to right click that. So I believe, I could be wrong, I think we click it. Sorry, it has been a while since I've actually mess with this. Yeah, we click it there, and if we click select, toss items as they appear above to complete the crafting. So yeah, what we want to do is just click Q and throw them down, and that will start the the scribing process, and there we have our completed rune. Now I believe that went into our inventory, and all we need to do now is right click with that unlocked. So now if we open up our spellbook and look at it now, we can, I think I'll put this on 3. We will do projectile again, we will do conjure mage light, and I think for the name, I just want to go with dancing lights. Here we go, now we have our dancing lights, and actually one thing I want to do really quick is actually look over on the left-hand side here, and the color picker will actually allow us to select a different color for our light. I think I want to go with cyan for now. And so that will allow us to use the dancing lights spell here, and if we right click with it, it creates a little cyan mage light. So this spell is going to be extremely useful for caving and exploring underground in general, just because we don't have to make torches, and yeah. That way we don't have to make torches or have to run back to base to grab some more every time we run out. So I think what I want to do right now is just go ahead and, whoops, we are on the wrong spell. We will go ahead and run around, placing down some lights and actually lighting up our base. Now, I believe if I hit F7, yeah, there we go. This will show us the light level of each block. Now, one thing to note is this spell does take a decent amount of mana, so it's definitely wise to use it sparingly. And yeah, just give it a little bit of time to regenerate your magic, or your mana. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and claim the quests that we've gotten so far. And I didn't realize that this actually gives you a random tier 1 glyph, so I probably should have claimed this first. But it does look like we get Glyph of Sensitive. Interesting. All right, and let's go ahead and claim tier 1 glyphs. And it does look like it actually counts Conjure Mage Light, which is nice, as well as Sensitive. All right, so from here, what I want to do is just sort of go through and figure out a few glyphs that are going to be good for us overall. So I think one such glyph is going to be Amplify. This basically powers up the power of most spells. It makes damaging spells more dangerous. It basically makes damaging spells more dangerous and increases the harvesting level of break type spells. So I just went ahead and crafted a random diamond pick here. We'll go ahead and right click that again, click Amplify and select, and toss that one in there. And we do also have this sensitive glyph, so let's go ahead and learn that. And here we go. While I'm doing this, I'm going to disable the pickup upgrade. All right, here we go. We have Amplify now. So if we right click here again, we can go ahead and do that. Actually, we want to do is click C here. We'll go to our second spell. And I want this to be sort of a pickaxe sort of spell. So we'll go projectile, break, then amplify. Actually, sorry, we already have the mold earth spell. So what I'm going to do is add amplify to that instead. And you can see as we increase amplify, it does require more and more mana. I think I could be wrong, but I believe this will allow us to break higher and higher tier blocks. So if we do 3, I think that'll allow us to mine obsidian. I could be wrong on that though. All right, and I also would like to make a projectile harm spell. And we will just increase that by 1. And we'll go white for this. Oh, it didn't save. I think you have to save first and then do that. So let's call this magic missile. Hit create. Then we can choose our color, white, and save that and create again. Yeah, this should act as a ranged spell. See if we can find a mob anywhere. I thought I had a wandering trader here somewhere, but I don't know where he went. All right, let's go down to the mines and test out our new abilities. So one thing that's going to be super useful for the mold earth spell is things that are like stuck on the ceiling that we can't quite get to. So we can go ahead and break those. And yeah, this one takes a lot of mana. We can go ahead and turn down the amplify until we need it for like obsidian or something. Yeah, there we go. We have our, what was that? Aluminum. And as we're sort of caving around, if we see dark spots, we can use our dancing light spell to light that up. If we see any hostile enemies, see if we can find something. Well, I think this wandering trader is going to have to do. We can go ahead and hit him with our magic missile. He's really juking us. Come on. There we go. Nice. Now, currently, the only downside of our breaking spell is that we don't get the effects of Fortune quite yet, or Silk Touch. But I believe in tier 2, it might be tier 3 actually, we actually get those higher level glyphs that will actually allow us to do that. Alright, so the next thing I want to do in this mod is actually get started on some of the machines, I guess you can call them, from this mod. Namely, we're going to start with the imbuement chamber. This allows us... So we're going to start by creating the imbuement chamber. This will allow us to create source gems, which is used later on for crafting all sorts of things within this mod. So let's see how we craft this. It's extremely simple. All we're going to need is some archwood planks and gold. All right, and here is our imbuement chamber. can go ahead and claim that reward. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and place down my imbuement chamber. And what this does is basically converts lapis into source gems. Now, it's going to be extremely slow to start off with, but we can add more what's called source nearby, and that will speed up the process. All right, and for the quests, we need 2 of these, so yep, there we go. That is that quest completed. And we even get 1 to 3 source gems. Curious to see how many that we're actually going to get. And we get a random essence. Now, these essences are used in crafting different sorts of recipes later on. Hopefully, we get something good. Looks like we got more source gems. So we got 6 in total, minus the 2 that we crafted. So not bad overall. That'll actually jumpstart us pretty quickly. And what I want to do is just keep crafting as many as I can. And yeah, we're definitely going to need quite a few of these throughout the course of the mod. So getting as many now as we can will help us later on. In between episodes, I did a little bit of work. Not a whole lot, not as much as I did in the before the previous episode, but I basically just made this 3-in-1. I believe it's carrots down here, potatoes, and wheat. That way we're just getting a decent amount of each, and I think it's all down here. It hasn't run for too long. I basically finished it and then went to bed. And you might have seen it in the intro, but I have a new spell, which is not on the hotbar right now. I named it Conjure Animals. Basically, it summons 2 wolves, and that'll be cool because it'll help out with combat a little bit. But yeah, I actually got that glyph for it for free from one of my quests. Now, I think I already went through and claimed all my quest rewards. I don't remember if I did that on camera. I think I did it off camera, actually. So what I want to do today is actually go ahead and create some source jars for Ars Nouveau and basically create a way to automatically get pretty much an infinite amount of it. And right, I forgot to mention, I am in full diamond armor right now. I did do some mining off camera. I also built a full suit of pretty basic level diamond armor. I kind of wish that when it enchanted, it would give me affixes from Apotheosis, but we will get into Apotheosis eventually. So I think I want to start off today by just creating a area where we can actually grow our archwood logs. I think that there's a way to use some of these as fuel. All right, so I think I want to use moss for this area. And I think, I can't quite remember actually, if moss will replace sand. Let's see. No, it does not. So I'm gonna go ahead and farm up some moss blocks, and yeah, we'll see you after I've done that. right, we are back. I have spent quite a while building up this area, and I'm actually really super happy with it. I didn't actually expect to go this hard with the details on it, but yeah, I started placing blocks and it all came to me. So let's take a quick walkthrough of the place. Starting off, let's start with the path. It's pretty simple. We're just using a little bit of a gradient, going from the sort of border moss blocks into mossy cobblestone bricks. We have some tough, regular mossy cobblestone, and going into cobblestone bricks. And we have occasionally these archwood planks. These sort of symbolize areas where we're going to have things placed on them, basically, sort of like our little work areas. So for example, I'm gonna probably put the scribes table right there. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good there. It might be a little bit out into the open, but I don't really mind that. So yeah, going over, let's look at the trees. These are just the Ars Nouveau trees. Pretty simple. I just grew them. I didn't custom make them or anything. And then we also have azalea trees. I was just going to use them for the leaves, but I kind of like how they add a little bit more of a pop of green to sort of the top half of like the sky, I guess. So yeah, and then we have these lanterns, which I really like. Whoops, that should be like that. But yeah, I love these. They look so good. I think later on we can get, what are they called? These mage light torches. I think there's also these sconces, and those will actually hold the mage light in place as well. But for now, we'll do it like that. And yeah, so we have sort of 3 areas within the build. We're gonna have probably, I think there's one other workbench in Ars Nouveau that we can place over here. This will probably be where I'm blanking on what it's called, the enchanting apparatus. So we'll probably have that set up here. We'll probably have to change things around later on. This at least gives us a good starting point. Then over here is what we're going to be doing today. We're going to be using this area to generate source. I think how we're going to do it is we're going to mix the crate mod with Ars Nouveau. We're going to chop down trees. We're going to grow these blazing archwood logs. Now, I believe, if I recall, these blazing logs actually generate a decent amount of source, and I'm currently struggling to find exactly which machine that we need for this. I'm gonna have to take a look in the book for this just to see what we need. I believe it's either gonna be the volcanic source link, or we might be able to use just regular source relays, and I think we burn the logs nearby, if I'm remembering correctly. It has been a while since I've used Ars Nouveau, so yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to look things up really quick, and then we'll figure out how we want to proceed. And by the way, this parrot was from a quest reward. I got a parrot spawn egg. So yeah, if you guys have any suggestions for names for my parrot here, he's sort of my assistant, I guess, in this workspace. But yeah. All right, and yeah, I was correct in thinking that it was the volcanic source link that we need. We basically generate source by consuming burnable items. So it says nearby blazing archwood items will be burned up in exchange for a chunk of source and a moderate amount of heat. And from my understanding, I'm pretty sure that the blazing archwood logs generate just a little bit more. And yeah, that's definitely what we're going to be using to do this. So we're going to be using the create mod to actually place down the trees and chop them down. And for this, we are going to need brass. Now, I'm pretty sure that I have some. I see some bronze here. I'm not sure if that's NBT'd to be the exact same as brass. I'm not quite sure. And by the way, these chests are so disorganized. I'm thinking probably next episode, or maybe at least very soon, we'll set up a storage system just to save me a lot of time of having to look in every single one of these chests. All right, so I believe that brass is created with zinc and copper. Yep, there we go. I created probably too much, but we'll probably need a lot in the future anyway, so might as well just get it all done with. And we'll need 4 plates for this. Yeah, I definitely made way too much for this project. That's all right though. And one thing I completely forgot about is that the deployers, they actually require rose quartz, which requires quartz, which I'm pretty sure at this point we can only get in the nether, unfortunately. If we had power up and going, we could put it through a pulverizer, because we do have access to blocks of quartz. Alright, I got some obsidian and a flint and steel. Just need to find a decent place for my portal, at least a place we can put it temporarily. Here should work, I guess. So we'll go 2, 3, 4, 5, I guess. We'll get a huge leg spike, and eventually I will have an actual place for this. By the way, the rain is super loud, and I apologize for that. But as soon as we go into the nether, it shouldn't matter. Is there anything I need? I think I want to bring my Ars Nouveau spellbook. All right, I think I'm ready to go into the nether. All right, that took a little while to load, and we are in a very nasty looking biome. Wow, the nether is really laggy right now. Alright, so currently my only goal really is to find some quartz, which I'm not really seeing a whole lot of right now. I was about to say I want to go and fight that rare piglin down there, but apparently it just died, so I don't know what killed it. Hopefully not something that was stronger than me. And I think I forgot to mention this, but I did actually find a magnet, and I also created one as well. Can I just do that? There we go. I don't know what happened to my other one. Oh, there it is. Yeah, this one is from artifacts. I found it in a chest while caving, I think. Apparently they both work together. I don't know if one of them maybe conflicts with the other, or if they extend each other. I'm not really sure how it works. Either way though, yep, here we go. Found some quartz. And I'm just gonna keep mining until I have a decent amount. We do have fortune on our pickaxe, so it shouldn't take too long. Yeah, we're already at 39. And definitely before I forget, I should probably mark my portal so I don't get lost here. I think... yeah, I've got like 2 stacks of quartz. I think we're good to head back. Alright, and so in order to actually get the, what was it called? The electron tubes, we're gonna need polished rose quartz, which basically we just need to sand down rose quartz, which is a mix of nether quartz and redstone dust. I need a little bit more redstone. Let's see if I can find some in this absolute mess of a storage system. Here we go. And we'll go something like that. I guess we can make 8 for now. I think for this project, I only need 1. And then, yeah, so we just need to combine paper and sand to make sandpaper. And if we hold 1 in the offhand, we can go ahead and make it. And now we just need to combine it with an iron plate to make the actual electron tube itself. And now we should be able to make our deployer. So now all I need to do is make another mechanical saw, which doesn't take much at all. We already have everything that we need. And I'm actually going to make a water wheel for our power here. And we are going to use basically the exact same design that we've already used over there. Now there is definitely other methods for creating this that might be a little more efficient. I'm kind of like the style that we have with the going around in circles and stuff. I feel like it's just way easier, especially at this stage in the game, where we're still pretty low tech, and everything is a little bit harder to obtain still. Okay, so I think I've gone ahead and placed everything that we need. So basically we're going to have a deployer on this side, and we're going to see, I think we do that. Maybe we need a filter on this actually. Yeah, I think we put it in the filter. And then we can go ahead and put the interface back on. Whoops, not like that. Just like not that either. Crate does get a little bit finicky with placing things. All right, so theoretically this should swing around and end up over here. Now on this end is where we're gonna have our source creation. We're gonna have that the volcanic source link on this side. So what this is gonna do is it's just gonna spin around, and on this piece of dirt right there, it's gonna place blazing archwood saplings. Eventually they'll grow, they'll cut them down, and the sapling will get replaced on that block, and then the everything else will get put here, and then we'll have the second part of the system. So I'm just gonna glue this together really quick, just see if it works, and yeah, if we need any adjustments. All right, go ahead and give that a go. Should theoretically place. Maybe we need saplings inside there. Okay, it placed all the way out there on the corner. I might have to set up the deployer in a different direction, maybe. All right, we'll try it with the deployer facing backwards. Should hit it right there. No, it doesn't. Okay, I finally figured it out. I always forget that deployers need like an entire block in between the block itself and the hand. And yeah, this is definitely an ugly machine, probably the ugliest that I've ever made, but it'll work for now. So what I want to do is I want to get some bone meal and actually grow this thing. Okay, it's good that it does do that. Now we need to test if it'll chop it down. Seems like it is. It's only doing a few logs. Maybe it needs to do that last one. There we go. Okay. It does leave a few stragglers here and there. So yeah, if we check the barrel again, we got 61 logs from that and 20 saplings. And by the way, I do have to say, I love the addition of being able to actually open up the inventory on moving items, which is really, really, really convenient. All right, so I just made a tiny little adjustment and I put the portable storage interface up top. That way it'll actually drop items down here. And it didn't have any in it. I believe I got it all. Yeah, I did. But yeah, that'll drop it there. And then now the next step is to make our volcanic source links. These are actually pretty simple to make. We just need a couple of source gems, some gold, and a bucket of lava. All right, we can go ahead and make our volcanic source link now, as well as a source jar. So I'll just set these up pretty nearby to our system over here, but I also want it close to the imbuement chamber. So I don't know if it actually matters how far the distance is. I think as long as they're nearby enough, they will automatically pour into the source jar. So while we're waiting for that, let's just give it a quick test. I'll just drop one for now. Now that should start burning. Okay, it's gonna have to be immediately right next to it, but that's completely fine with me. And you can see that we already are at 1% full. So let's try half a stack now. Yeah, it seems like it'll just keep pumping in. And I need to remove my magnet. Both of them, I should say. Where's the other one? There we go. Alright, let's toss those down. Now, okay, I did want to test and make sure that, yeah, it automatically sends. We're already at 17% on a single jar. And let's see how many we've made. Like, pretty much none so far. So in theory, if we place a piece of lapis in there, it should start crafting a lot faster, which I believe it is. I'm wondering if our source jar might need to be closer. Hopefully we don't waste all of it. It does actually keep all of the fluid inside, which is nice. Yeah, look at that. With it directly next to it, that was almost an instant process. Yeah, that is absolutely huge. Now, an alternate route that you can take to make source early game is to actually make an agronomic source link, I think is what it's called. Basically, it takes the growth of crops and it turns it into source. I personally feel like that way is a little bit slower than this. And especially if you have the create mod, this is like super easy. You get a ton of source from it. And I just noticed it's chopping down that azalea tree as well. That might be a little bit of a problem, but yeah. So because this process is like extremely efficient, what we're gonna need probably is a lot more source jars. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and smelt up some glass and get as many source jars down as we can. All right, one thing that we need to do though is make sure that they're all fairly close to this imbuement chamber. So let's just get them down like this. I have no idea if these ones will actually contribute to the crafting process. Yeah, we'll have to see. That one's already starting to fill up. And let's get some more blazing archwood down there. Yeah, that's starting to fill that one up really quickly already. One thing that we can do, I think this is possible. I believe that we can use hoppers and actually automate this process a little bit faster. So it does automatically input it. I see it's going all the way through. All right, I've just made a framed drawer as well as a puller upgrade for it. Now that should automatically pull it in as long as that's not in there. I think if we... Here we go. So that should start pulling them in. I may need to put that like that. Let's see if this works. It still doesn't. Oh, maybe that'll work? Ah, here we go. Yeah, we just needed to change the direction and that'll automatically pull it in. And let's also... I might need to break this. Here we go. Sorry, I haven't actually used the frame drawers before. So basically what we need to do is put our outside block in the first slot, the inside block, basically what's on the face of the drawer in the second slot, and then the drawer itself in the third. Here we go. So we can place that down. Oh, that looks really nice. And yep, it still has all of its upgrades and its items inside. So yeah, that'll actually allow us to fully automate this process. Hello everybody, and welcome back to All the Mods 9. In the previous episode, we set up our Ars Nouveau area, and I gotta say, it is looking really sharp over here. We also set up a way to automatically generate source, and it has been running for a while, and yeah, it looks like almost all of our jars are full. I might have to move these ones closer, actually. So, in between episodes, I have been doing quite a lot of work, mostly doing some side things, doing some exploration, as you might have seen in the sort of little intro that I did. I went to the Nether, and I basically went caving, because apparently this mod pack has mine shafts in the Nether. So I visited a few of those, and yeah, I also got a decent amount of netherite. Now, I was planning on using it to upgrade my tools, but I think I'm going to wait on that for just a little bit. I still need to figure out if netherite is good, honestly, in this mod pack. It might be better to just save it for like a machine or something, so yeah, I think that's my plan going forward. I also spent a good amount of time going through and upgrading a lot of our collection chests. So this is a diamond chest, which means it's upgraded to, I think this is 2 double chests, if I recall, in size. And then I also gave it a stack upgrade diamond tier, which means that we can store 1,024 items in each slot. So yeah, this and also this farm will now be able to be run for quite a while. I had a lot more bamboo, but I've actually been using it over here. And yeah, you might have noticed I got rid of all the chests over there, and we'll go and look at that in a second. But I moved our smelting system over on this side. And yeah, I've just been using the bamboo over here. And yeah, I also upgraded this. I just have a tier 3 or a gold upgrade on this. I'll probably, when I get some more diamonds, I'll probably upgrade this as well. So yeah, we got that. Here's all of our ores still smelting away. It's gonna take quite a while to get through all of this. And yeah, so what I also did in between episodes was, like I said, I got rid of all these chests, and yeah, I filled out the house in here. So this wall hasn't changed much, but I did actually manage to make a storage controller. The reason why I didn't do this before was because we needed quartz in order to make this. Now that we have access to the Nether, we can actually make these. So all of these drawers are filled with things. I kind of need to reorganize it because there's a lot of things here that aren't stackable, like the flint and steel there. But yeah, they're all connected, and if I have items in my backpack, I can shift right click and yep, you'll see that it says 22 stacks deposited, and they probably went in some random location. And then just quickly, I have my non-stackable items here, as well as some items that I couldn't quite find a place for. One thing I want to do eventually is replace some of these with compacting drawers, which will allow things like gold ingots, gold nuggets, and gold blocks to be stored in a single block, or in a single drawer. And that should just help in general with decluttering some things. So yeah, we have a ton of darkstone. I think this is from the nether, just from mining. And then, yeah, here's all of my gems from Apotheosis. Eventually, I want to make like a full suit of like really, really overpowered Apotheosis armor. But I think I want to wait until I'm a little bit further in the mod pack to actually do that, so that we can upgrade some better armor rather than just our regular old diamond armor. Oh, and a smaller thing that I forgot to mention in the previous episode, I got a few villagers set up here, and I did get mending on one of them. I can't remember which one. Yep, this one right here. And I have it on just my pickaxe and my sword at the current moment. Alright, so what I want to do today, it's going to be a little bit more of a chaotic episode. I think I want to do a few things. I'm not really sure the overall plan for today, but the first thing that I want to do today is actually upgrade my spell book. We can do that pretty easily. All we need is some blaze rods, diamonds, obsidian, and blocks of quartz. Now, the reason I went to the nether yesterday, besides being able to get quartz, is for these blaze rods. So we can grab 3 diamonds, piece of obsidian. I'll just grab a stack of quartz for now. And finally, a couple of blaze rods. We'll get some of these converted into blocks of quartz, and we should now be able to upgrade our spell book. So what this does is allows us to use tier 2 glyphs. And if we go over to our Ars Nouveau area, and we right click on our scribe table here, if we go to tier 2, everything that we have here is available for our book. Now, I think I did this in between episodes. I got the extract glyph, which basically acts as Silk Touch. Now, I didn't have it available yet because it is a tier 2 glyph. But if I press C, we can go to, we'll go to our mold earth, and let's go to extract and then amplify, I believe. Now down here in the mines, we should be able to test this out. So if we break that piece of redstone, it got vacuumed up into my bag, but yep, there we go. Now I'm curious how many levels of amplify that we're gonna need to extract diamonds. Oh, and there was a creeper in my mine shaft. Just kill him really quick. And by the way, I don't think I've shown this before on a video. This is my mine shaft. This is beneath my island. The way I do this is I just go to large tunnel 3x3, and we just go and mine just like that. It's so fast with FTB Ultimine. Here we go. There's some diamonds. So I want to go to mold earth and try to extract it. Oh, it works. Okay. Easy. So that's a really... Oh, I just disappeared. That's a really easy way to get Silk Touch using Ars Nouveau. So one problem that I've sort of encountered with using drawers is that unstackable items and sort of random items that you might only get like 1 or 2 of, they tend to take up a lot of room, and we just have to keep continually expanding our drawers until we have every possible item in the world. But what that ends up doing is kind of making a cluster mess over here, where I just have a random chest full of random things. So I think what I want to do today is actually sort of get myself geared towards getting a refined storage system up and running. So I just went ahead and cleared my list of recipes over on the left-hand side because we're going to need quite a few things to actually get this up and running. Just to start us off though, what we're going to need is a disk drive, a controller, and a crafting grid. So for these machines, it is really just a lot of nested recipes. So the crafting grid is a crafting table, grid, and an advanced processor. And to craft the grid is a machine casing, a bunch of these different cores and processors. And yeah, it's gonna be not hard to make, but definitely a little bit time consuming. One thing that we're going to need quite a bit of is the processor binding, so I'll just make 16 for now. If we need more in the future, I'm gonna have to go and find some slime. That might be a bit of an issue, but we'll deal with what we have for now. So I think I want to start by making the controller. One thing that we'll also need a lot of is this quartz enriched iron. It's just 3 pieces of iron mixed with another quartz. I think I'm going to make a stack for now. I think that'll do us, at least to make these basic recipes. We're also going to need silicon, which I believe can be just made with a piece of quartz in a smelter. I'm not seeing the recipe show up, but it's probably still there. And yep, I can confirm that this is still the recipe. Now, it is making the applied energistics silicon, but that's completely fine. I'm pretty sure they're NBT to be the same. And hey, while I'm waiting for that to smelt, why not leave a like and subscribe? It helps out the channel a ton and lets me know that you guys are enjoying the content. I'm also thinking about doing maybe a question of the day. So today's question is, do you prefer refined storage or do you like applied energistics 2 more? Let me know. And let's see, we're also going to need a raw advanced processor, which is a pretty easy recipe. It does require a diamond though. Here we go, just like that. And we should just have to smelt it up. I will just replace that really quick. All right, and I believe the last thing that we need for the controller is the machine casing, which is pretty easy. We just need stone and quartz enriched iron, and there we have it. So we should be able to make this now. Go like that. Sorry, my mouse is being a little bit weird. Bit of a leg spike there, but here we go. Nice. All right, and I'm just finishing up the last things that we're going to need for the grid. We just need a construction core and a deconstruction core, and some glass, which will get smelted up right now. And we should be able to craft the grid itself just like that. And I think that's going to be everything that we need to upgrade it into a crafting grid. And in order to get access to all of our drawers, what we actually want is an external storage. This will be connected to the drawer controller, and that will actually allow all of the items within our entire storage to be viewed through the crafting grid. All right, and we just need some cables. And we should be able to turn that... Oh, we need some chests. Here we go. Should be able to turn that into an external storage. I think that's all we need now. We will need power. We'll figure that out after we get this hooked up, though. So I'm thinking, at least temporarily, I want this set up right in front of the door. That way when I walk in, I can just immediately go to my left and... have access to this. So we'll go grid on top. We'll have the controller down there. We'll have our cables. Actually, I don't even know if we need cables for this. Let's see. Nope, we won't. Awesome. Alright, so sort of looking around, I think what our best option, at least while we're still in the really early game, is going to be a Stirling dynamo. This basically generates power by burning coal or logs or anything of that nature. So let's go ahead and see how we make a Stirling dynamo. Overall, it's not too bad. It's just going to be, I believe this is gold and redstone, some iron, and a few pieces of stone. Here we go. That should be our very temporary power. I think I mentioned this a few episodes ago, but I kind of want to go for more of a nuclear power option. So hopefully we can get into that eventually. Just trying to make that look a little nice so that we have access to it. All right, so if we grab a stack of coal and we put that inside, that should start making the controller work. It might take a second to build up power, but as soon as it does, yeah, look at that. We have access to all of our items. This is going to be so much better for crafting. And speaking of increasing our storage capacity and crafting, what I want to do now is make a disk drive. Now, this should be a lot easier now that we have all of our items in one place. And there we go already. There's a disk drive. Now, in order to use the disk drive, we do actually need disks. And we'll probably start out with 1K storage drives. Let's see if we can make some of those. I think we'll try to make 8 to begin with. We probably won't have the materials yet. We can if we get some of this stuff inside. Let's just rearrange some things here really quick. Should be good. All right, we can make 4 at least. I think that'll be enough to at least get us started. Now we just go ahead and combine those. Just like that. And there's 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now we can go ahead and place these inside of the disk drive itself. And that'll allow us to store 4,000 more items. So basically, anything that isn't going to be in the storage drawers will be in the disk drives. Now, the way to make sure that this is correctly prioritized, we open up the external storage on this and we click priority, and we just want to increase the priority. I think we'll do +10 for now, just in case we get more priority channels on this system. We probably won't, but it's there for future proofing. All right, so we should now be able to just shove everything that we don't need in there. And I might even be able to start moving some of these items in, although I'm not a huge fan of storing non-stackables. One way that we can actually upgrade our drawers and our storage system in general is to actually upgrade the drawers themselves using our copper upgrades, I believe, and there's even higher tiers. But what we really want is the void upgrade. However, the void upgrade does require an ender pearl, which might mean this is out of our reach, at least for now. Although I can always go to the nether and find a warped forest and just grind out some endermen. I feel like that might not be the best option for now, at least. But I think that this system is okay for now, and it definitely has room for expansion in the future. Alright, so I've gotten a few of these wind generators from quest rewards, and I figured this might be a good application of them in order to keep our controller running. Now, I don't know how much they actually generate. It might just depend on the day. Let's do Shift N. That just shows a description, so I have no idea how much this will generate, if it'll even be able to keep our power going, but I want to try it anyway. So we can make these basic universal cables using steel from Greg Tech, or I think any steel works, and some redstone. So we can go ahead and find a decent place. I might put these up on the roof. They are pretty big. Yeah, I think the roof will be good. So inside my roof, I do actually have almost a second floor up here. And this should be pretty useful for running cable. I think I want it back here. Maybe through here. It's gonna go right through that corner, unfortunately. Alright, I forgot that I can actually just swap around the controller and the disk drive. So I think it's all set up now. I have them both up there. It's extremely messy. I can definitely do better. I can probably just run this cable beneath, but I just wanted to test to make sure that it is generating enough power, which I think it is. We click on that. Yeah, it is, it's keeping full, so I think that works. It's actually generating probably too much. Huh, okay. Well, that is a way to get infinite power for your storage system. All right, so just to finish up the episode here a little bit, what I want to do is kind of take a step back into Ars Nouveau, and what I want to do today is actually craft a new ranged damaging spell. So I think I'm going to go with an ignite spell, which basically just sets the target on fire, similar to fire aspect or flaming enchantments. So I think I just need a flint and steel, which shouldn't be too hard to craft, and some coal. And we just need to find the flame enchantment again, or ignite, I should say. There we go. And we'll throw down our flint and steel, and I think it was 3 pieces of coal. Yep, there we go. It's starting. There we go, just like that. Now if we press C, which is zooming, that's weird. Here we go, and I'm just going to replace magic missile. We'll keep harm. We can even keep the amplify. But I want ignite. And let's see. I believe using sensitive will actually make it so that it won't target the ground, but it should only target enemies. So we'll try that out. And we'll also rename Magic Missile. We're changing it out for Firebolt, which is technically a worse spell in D&D than Magic Missile, but yeah, that's how it goes sometimes. So, ooh, look at that. That is, that's new, actually, I'm pretty sure. Interesting. So I just got rid of sensitive, and it changed the type of it. Changed it back to a regular fire, but if we use sensitive, it uses the mage fire. Now, I have fire tick off in this world, so I am curious to see if this does spread, or maybe it doesn't. Maybe that's why it's sensitive. Either way, though, I want to find a target to try this out on. So I'm in the mines, and I've not seen any enemies so far. I did see a squid, but it was dying as I approached. Alright, I think that might be a decent enough target to test it out on. I know going to the nether to try out a fire spell probably isn't the best idea, but... Oh wow, he's coming right at me. So did that hit? Jeez, that guy's fast. Okay, Alright, I think that guy might have been way too strong for us to try that out on. Alright, I think he might be camping my body. Run, 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 run. Go, 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 go. Yeah, yeah. Okay, he didn't see me. Alright, let's find another target that's probably a little less strong. Aha, there is a worthy target. Okay, so we can hit him with the spell. Ah, it doesn't do anything. Huh. Oh, we're on mold earth. That's embarrassing. There we go. So it lights them on fire normally. Here we go. Nice. And where is he? Haha, there he is. So if it hits the ground, it turns into that magic fire. Nice. Alright. Well, I consider that successful. And by the way, with the way that this spell works, because it creates an effect on the ground, I think it's actually more similar to how Bonfire works in D&D. So let's rename it Bonfire. In between episodes, I went through and upgraded a few of these into compacting drawers. Unfortunately, these actually require external storages each. So yeah, that's definitely a problem because we do not have enough power in order to actually have all of these drawers connected up at the same time. But I think that's a problem for another day, as today what I want to do is to upgrade my absolutely pathetic create setup into something worthy of being used. So I want to set up a new building over on this side of the island, trying to overhaul it and make it look pretty good. We'll have water wheels in the water, maybe looking a little bit like wave generators or something. I'm not too sure right now. Oh, and by the way, in between episodes, I did go into the Nether. I spent probably 6 hours there just looking for a netherite smithing upgrade template. And yeah, I was actually able to upgrade my armor into netherite. I also used some armor trims and made it look a little bit fancier. And yeah, I think I'm looking pretty nice right now. I also did a few more things in between episodes. I got my villagers set up in these easy trader thingies. I also found some cocoa. I upgraded my smelting system over here to use emerald furnaces. And I also made a little bit of a slime farm here. Now, if you'll remember from the first part of this series, there was a few slugs on the beach that actually dropped slime. So yeah, this is the result of those. They don't need to be killed or anything. They just naturally drop it. So I have a couple of them in there, and this has been running for quite a while, probably a few hours. We got about a stack, but that's all right for an early game system like this. I also went through and added a few more of the Ars Nouveau trees. I did some exploration and I found the flourishing and vexing archwood trees. And so yeah, I just planted those down. These ones actually have bastion fruits on them, which is pretty cool. I don't know what these are used for really, but they look nice, so we have them there. I also used our mage light spell to create lights throughout the trees. I thought that it looked a little nicer, a little more magical in this area. So enough of a recap, let's jump right into things as I zoom in really far into my face. And after a few hours of work, it's finally done. So I just want to take a minute to sort of do like a little bit of a tour of the details on the build. So starting at the base here, we have sort of a polished tough pillar, sort of a base for the actual build itself. And then we just have some cobblestone bricks, acacia leaves, acacia log fences as sort of just detailing. So the overall sort of theming of this build is almost an old power plant, or maybe like a fishing facility. Maybe it was a fishing facility first and then converted into a power plant, something like that. Either way though, here's the back of the build. And yes, it is actually finished. I actually enjoy doing the backs of builds. Yeah, you can see inside this little, I'm not really sure what to call it. Maybe it's like a water shed thingy. We have our water wheels. And if I just hop over here, we have water that is being brought in from the ocean and used to sort of move the water wheels. And then down here we have like a little area for the water to presumably get sent back out into the ocean and cycled anew. So we have a little bit of a viewing platform from up here, and then here's the inside. I didn't get time to do this. I think it'll be better to do the interior after we get all of our machines inside anyway. So let's talk a little bit about the second floor now. I used oak, and I think those are oak brick planks. And then I don't remember what the sort of ones with the lines are called. But that acts as sort of the base walls of the second floor. And then we have logs in the corner with ropes around parts of them, just to add a little bit more structure to the build itself. Then we have oak stockades, acting as sort of a transition into acting as a bit of a transition from the oak logs in the corner into the wall itself, just adding a little bit more detail overall. And then we use framed slab edges for this part. This is basalt. And then this one, I don't remember. It's the same as the ones on the corner. It just adds a little bit of a break between the top and the bottom, and I actually really like the design on it. And then for the windows, we just have, I believe those are smooth tough. Or, no, wait, that's shale, which is the same that we used for the roof, as well as for this sort of blue border here. Then we just use those stockades again to act as a support for these little... I'm not too sure what to call these, like little window covers or mini roofs, I guess. But below the stockades themselves, we actually are using sticks, which are actually placeable. I don't have any on me, but yeah, that's pretty cool how they look. And the roof itself is pretty standard. We're just using shale brick stairs and just building up in a straight pattern. Then towards the top here, it gets a little more shallow using slabs, and it gives it a little bit more of a rounded appearance, which I really like. So I think it's time to talk about what I want inside the build itself. The plan for this build is sort of to be our create workshop. So we'll have all of our basic machines, our mechanical presses, our mixers, and a few other helpful machines that'll allow us to build pretty unique things and yeah, help us get started with create. By the way, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe. It really helps the channel out a lot. Today's question of the day is, have you used the create mod before? And if so, what's your favorite machine from that mod? In terms of power for this build though, honestly, I don't think I'm going to use the water wheels that we have here. It's just going to be a little bit awkward actually pulling power from this. We could try it, but I think overall this is more for aesthetics. And just quickly, the reason for that is I think it's only like 2 or 3 of these blocks are actually powered on the water wheel itself. If you want the full utilization of the water wheel, it needs to have water flowing over it and under it, just like that, which yeah, I don't think is gonna look good here. So we'll probably just end up hiding our power generation under the ground. So let's go ahead and get started building what we need to do for this build. I think for our power generation, we're just gonna stick with regular old small water wheels. We'll probably want 5 in total, so I'll make some more shafts. We're gonna need these anyway. Here we go, there's 5. We already have a mechanical press out here, and I am actually going to tear this system down. And yeah, we don't really need this anymore. So we can just move it into our new area. I'm also going to make a mixer just because we'll probably need that eventually. And we need a basin for that to function properly. And I would actually make a millstone, but we're probably at a point where crushing wheels will actually be pretty much achievable. So we might as well invest in those. And I eventually ended up needing to use the press anyway, so I probably shouldn't have torn it down. And I think the last thing that we're going to need for our basic machines is a deployer. I want to dig down just a little bit here. We'll go small square with this. And this is where we're going to have our power generation. This far down should be good for now. And I think I want all of these water wheels to run in this direction. Something like that. Yeah, that should be good. And in order to get these things running at max efficiency, I just want a line of blocks right there. And then we can also cut this part off, just so that we don't get any water overflowing. That should be good. I think we can walk on these, yep. And we will just start going like that, and you can see them already spinning. Alright, that's all of them up and running now. I think if we block that off, that should be good. And yep, that'll fill it in. And coming directly off of this, we do actually want to increase the speed. Now, eventually we can replace this with a rotation speed controller, but we don't quite have access to that quite yet. So in order to actually figure out how much power we're generating and using, I'm going to craft a pair of engineer's goggles. Should be able to just right click those on, which we can't. I think they replace the night goggles. Yep, there we go. So yeah, we'll have to switch those back out, but when we look at one of these water wheels, we can see how much KSUs that we're producing. And we'll need a machine at the end to figure out how much we're using. And by the way, each of these is producing 256, and we're using 128 currently. So we have quite a bit of stress capacity currently, at least at our current speed. But if we were to speed it up any further, we will use more. So I just added one more small cogwheel, and you can see now at this speed, each machine is going to be using a water wheel, which is fine for now. Eventually, though, we will want to replace this with a steam engine. That way things run a lot more smoothly, and we have a lot more room for expansion. So quickly, I'm just going to figure out where I want everything, how I want the power to be run, and where everything will go. So yeah, we'll come back after that. All right, so I think I found a decent place to put all of this. We just have some shafts and some gearboxes running from where we have our power, and we'll just have everything sort of lined up here for now. Now, one thing though is that the mixer actually requires a gear to actually spin it. So we're gonna have to finagle things here a little bit. Go like that. We're gonna need more gearboxes. So we can place one there. And yeah, we'll need one on the other side as well. Something like that. Get some shafts in between, and that'll start spinning it. Awesome. There we go, and we can place the basin down, and anything that we put in here that can be mixed will start to be mixed. And actually, I jumped the gun here just a little bit. What I want is the deployer next to the press, actually. And we'll make another depot for that. And we might be able to squeeze this in a little bit tighter this time around. All right, I think that that's the best that we're gonna do with as few parts as possible. It is a little bit unfortunate that the mechanical mixer requires a cogwheel, where pretty much everything else just requires a shaft input, but that's how it goes sometimes. So, yeah, we have our setup here, working pretty well. Now, I didn't think about this, but usually the deployer requires an additional space here. So I'm going to just give this a little test. It might have to be moved up, though, now that I'm thinking about it a bit more here. Let's go like that, and we break those. Get one place there, and a site in the hand itself. Okay, yep, it works like that. Nice. So this little setup here is meant more as sort of our daily use, like if we ever need something pressed, or if we ever need like a stack of andesite casings or anything, we can go over to this system. But in the future, we might need things mass-produced, so we will have individual setups for that. So what I want to do next now is actually get set up with an automatic crushing system, which first is going to require a little bit more of a setup. So we're going to require, I believe it's going to be 21 mechanical crafters. Each of these requires a brass casing, which is just a brass ingot deployed on a log, similar to how we make the andesite casings. Alright, for now I'm just going to make a stack of brass, strip some logs, and deploy the brass onto that. Alright, and I think I have everything that I need now. Let's just get everything deposited first. And that should be 21 mechanical crafters. So this is the recipe for the crushing wheels, by the way. And I do realize now it says 21 here. We're going to have to set these up in a pattern so that we can actually make the crushing wheels. And I think at least for now, I'm just going to set these up here. This is probably just going to be a temporary location for these. And yeah, we'll probably get a better setup eventually. Strange that we can't use quark here. Maybe we can. Nope, unfortunately we can't. Alright, should have these last guys in place now. And we'll also need a wrench, so that's why I just made those plates. And so yeah, for this, each of the mechanical crafters has to be pointing in basically the same direction. It all needs to lead to one place. So if I just right click that, you can see that the little, almost like a belt, starts to face towards the center. So I want all of these facing the center. So this will just take a minute. All right, and I think I did that correctly. Sometimes it's a little bit hard to tell, but we'll find out when we actually create it. Now we just need some power over here, which shouldn't be too difficult. We already have a gearbox here. Let's just put that something like that. It'll be a little bit weird looking. So we go cogwheel there, cogwheel there, cogwheel there. And yep, I knew that that was going to happen. We're using way too much of our KSU. Alright, so I just added a few more water wheels here. We can definitely add a lot more, but this should do for now. I'll have to fix the sand in the future here shortly, but I just wanted to make sure that we do indeed have enough power to have this this run, which we do. Nice. And I think I have everything that we need in order to actually craft up our first set of crushing wheels. So we place our andesite alloy in the outside there. Then I believe it's planks here with the stone in the middle. And if we did it correctly, it'll start assembling and forming into a crushing wheel. So now that we have our crushing wheels, I think it's time to figure out a decent place for these to go. And yeah, what we want to use them for. And by the way, these things look absolutely hilarious in your hand. So crushing wheels are used to obviously crush things down, and we can actually get a ton of useful things from this. If we crush down gold ore, for example, we'll get the crushed raw gold, as well as some gold nuggets. If we crush down diamond ore, we get a chance for some extra diamonds as well. We get experience for certain ores as well. And apparently we get cobbled skulk from diamond. That's interesting. One thing that's really important though is blaze rods. We get a ton of blaze powder from those. Initially, what I want these to be used for is more of a general use, similar to how we have our machines in the background. We're not going to quite automate everything, but we will have basically an auto crushing wheel set up. Alright, so we were running a little bit low on time in the episode, so I just went ahead and built up the system myself. And yeah, I'll just show it off to you guys now. So basically we have additional water wheels down here. I wanted the system to be independent from the rest of it, just because I feel like this one's going to be using a lot more power and using a lot more power constantly. So yeah, we have our crushing wheels here. We have a pretty messy gearbox situation in the back. I could probably do better. Yeah, I just, for some reason I couldn't quite think of how to make this better. So this is how it is for now. So yeah, up in the top we have our input. If we just throw our gold in there, it'll eventually get crushed down and put through this chute down into the barrel. The problem with a system like this is that every time more items get put into it, it sort of resets itself. So it's gonna take a while to get items crushed down. If we had more of a constant inflow, this would take a little less time overall. Yeah, here we go. We have our first little bit of crushed raw gold. I believe there's extra. Apparently the actual raw gold itself is only a 1-to-1, but we do get the nuggets of experience, which is nice. If we want to get a decent supply of gold, we'll probably want to go out and find ochrum, which has a 20% chance of dropping gold with a 20% chance of dropping gold nuggets. It's going to be that way for quite a few of the ores, but I think that that's all right. This definitely gives us a chance to use our silk touch a little bit more and then just bring it back into here. In between episodes, I did go through and decorate it up a little bit more. It could still probably use a little bit of work, but I'm at least satisfied for now. Also, between episodes, I did decorate a little bit more on the outside of the build. I added these sort of stone retaining walls, added some trees here and there, as well as filled out this patch of grass. Also made a quick little tree farm, which has been running for probably like 10 minutes or so. And I just realized the flaw in it as I'm doing this right now. Apparently some green tea leaves got stuck. I guess they get generated from this? I actually never knew that. So yeah, I might have to figure out a different storage situation for this. What I'll probably do is just put a barrel here instead. But what I want to do today is head back into Ars Nouveau and set up some crafting so that we can make essences and continue to progress with Ars Nouveau. By the way, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe. It helps the channel out a ton. And if you want to go one step further, why not become a channel member? It's the best way to support me directly, and you get access to all of my videos early. By the way, today's question of the day is, what is your favorite magic mod for Minecraft and why? So, taking a quick look at the quest log here, we need to do a few steps before we're actually able to get up to the enchanting apparatus, which is basically how we upgrade tools into the Ars Nouveau equivalent of them, and that'll give us access to tools that can actually cast spells. But like I said, first we're going to need to use the imbuement chamber and some arcane pedestals in order to craft essences. So what we're gonna need first is some source stone, which can be crafted using any type of regular stone mixed with a source gem. And yeah, I think using darkstone is going to be nice because we have a ton of it. And yeah, we don't really need it for anything else. So I'll just make a stack for now. We might not need that much, but it'll be nice to have it all. So we can go ahead and claim that reward. Looks like we got more source gems, which is pretty nice. And the next step is going to be to craft arcane pedestals. I believe we're going to need 8 of them in total. So let's just go ahead and craft those. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That should be everything that we need for that. Nice. And we even get... oh, we got some more Wilden wings. I'm also going to craft another imbuement chamber, just because I want the one that we already have to be set up to automatically craft source gems. So what I want to do with this setup is, need to find a good place for this. Probably here, actually. And I always struggle to find how far these need to be. I think it needs one space in between, so... if we set it up almost like a crafting recipe, something like that, that should be good. So if we take a look at the uses for the imbuement chamber, we can see that we can craft essences, various items that have different properties and uses. But the main point that I'm trying to get to here is we want to be able to craft each of these essences, which will be used for other crafting recipes in the future. And one thing to note about this is that it doesn't actually consume the items that surround the recipe, it just consumes the source gem. So the essence that I want to start off with today is the air essence. Now, it does require a feather, Wilden wing, and any type of arrow. I was just looking through my AE system, and apparently I don't have any feathers, so I'm gonna have to go out and find a chicken. Alright, I've got all of my ingredients, so now we should just have to... I think we just put them in any order around here. Putting the source gem in last. And I guess these actually have to be placed one in. That's actually kind of interesting. I thought that it would have been the opposite, but... this takes up a lot less room overall, so I'm not too mad about that. Here we go, placing the source gem in now. And I'm gonna steal a few of these source jars. Hopefully we can get a little more source up and generating, but that should help for now. And I really love the visual effects of Ars Nouveau. They look really nice. All right, there's our air essence. All right, and I was just looking through the recipes to see what we can craft with the air essence. There is something specific I want to craft with this, but I was looking and apparently we can get protection of the 4 elements. I'm not really sure what that does. It might be like the equivalent of netherite, considering it does consume a netherite ingot. Yeah, that could be definitely something that we work towards pretty quickly. But what I want to use the air essence for is the leap glyph. Here we go, and we do have everything that we need for this. Unfortunately, it'll consume our Wilden wing, and we just need the air essence. There we go. Nice. So what this will allow us to do is actually jump up into the air, and if I press C with the book in my hand, I would like this on one of the early ones. We'll just put it on 5 for now. So what I want to do is have the form to be self, and we will have leap, and we don't need to amplify right now. I think I'm gonna call it psionic jump. All right, so let's take a look at what leap does. Now, I want to be in a safe place to do this. I do have feather falling 4, but just in case. So what this does is it shoots you up into the air. Or I guess any direction that you are facing. Now, one bad thing about it though, is that if you go too far, you will take falling damage. But we can combine it with another glyph. That basically gives us a bouncing effect, preventing us from taking fall damage. We will, however, require an abjuration essence, which is a fermented spider eye, sugar, and a bucket of milk. Overall, this recipe isn't too bad. I should have everything for that. And funnily enough, I actually already have some in my in my storage system. I must have gotten it from a quest reward, so we don't even need to craft that. We will need 3 slime. This little slime farm actually produces a decent amount. You don't need a lot of slime early game, especially in modded Minecraft, so honestly just having that tiny little mini farm is really nice. So what I want to do is get rid of... Oh wait, no, we don't even need to use that. We just need to do that, click bounce, throw our abjuration essence there and our slime balls. And now we have bounce. And now if we go ahead and add that to the spell, if we use it now, you can see that we bounce now instead of taking damage. This is legitimately one of my favorite spell combos in Ars Nouveau. It's really useful for traveling, and yeah, it's it's really funny looking too. I love it. So I am going to add amplify to leap. Now, I'm wondering if I want to use 2 amplifies or just 1. I think 1 will have to do for now. So we'll go like that. And yeah, that's so much better. It's almost at a point where it's like a rocket with elytra, but you do fall pretty sharply with this. There's one other thing that we could add to this, but unfortunately we're not at a point where we can get tier 3 glyphs yet. There is one major problem with this spell, and that's that it consumes a ton of mana. And the way to solve that is to craft our very own Ars Nouveau armor. And I think the recipes for this armor has actually changed since the last time that I played with this mod. It looks like there's no netherite tier. So we will have to go back to diamond armor, unfortunately, if we want to use this armor. But I think at least for now, it's going to be worth it. And we can always come back to our current armor if we don't decide to use a lot of Ars Nouveau. And in general, this is a pretty decent look at the armor if you're going to go invisible. If you're wanting to get into Ars Nouveau, perhaps a little bit earlier than I did. And of course, there's always enchantments that you can add to your regular armor, such as mana regen and mana boost. Kind of give you a decent amount of extra mana, but I don't think it's quite as much as the actual Ars Nouveau armor. But I am getting ahead of myself once again, because the major thing that we're going to need in order to craft this armor is actually Mage Bloom fibers, which comes from Mage Bloom, which comes from Mage Bloom seeds, which you get by crafting 4 source gems and any type of seed, it looks like, inside of an enchanting apparatus. So I'm going to go ahead and make the enchanting apparatus. It looks like we have everything for that. And I believe we also need a core for this, the arcane core. Just like that, nice and easy. We even get an extra reward for that. More Wilden Wings. That's actually pretty nice. Wilden Wings are decently hard to obtain. All right, so what we need to do for this, I'm just going to use the same setup, just because I think it looks a little bit weird. I could move this over a little bit and have 2 different setups. Is it worth it though? Probably not at this stage. Maybe when we get further into the mod, we can do that. So, like I said, this is going to be 4 source gems. I don't think the placement of those actually matters. And then we have a seed in the middle. And I absolutely love this animation as well. Nice. So I'm probably going to make a few of these just to help get a head start. I do think that you get additional Mage Bloom seeds as you continue to farm them, but this will be a better way of getting started. And by the way, for this, I think I'm going to use Inferium Farmland. Now, I haven't gone over Mystical Agriculture at all. Inferium Farmland will increase our growth rate of our plants, so, I mean, I might as well do it, right? So I'll take that, and yep. I'm gonna get started on planting a new field. I guess over here will work for now. Eventually I'd like to have my own like little setup for this. Maybe even like a little floating field, perhaps. like a bubble floating above the island or something. I'm not too sure. All right, actually, yeah, I want to get rid of that if I can. Do that. That should work. Something like that. And right now I just have the 2 seeds, but that should do for now. And yeah, I'll just start making some more as well. And yeah, I should just be able to bone meal these and get a decent amount of mage bloom back. Now, oh, it does seem like we don't actually get any seeds. Yeah, I think I'm remembering that we don't get seeds for that. So if we want to fill this field out, we will have to manually craft all of the mage bloom seeds, which is all right. And honestly, we don't really need a ton of mage bloom, but it'll definitely be nice to have at least this little plot right here, just for the future. Oh, interesting. If we use botany pots, we can actually have a chance for mage bloom seeds. Interesting. All right, and that is all of them placed down now. So I do have a decent amount of mage bloom now, and if we just craft that, that'll turn into mage bloom fibers, which we will need 4 sets of right now, I think. We need 16. And if we just get this diamond armor, oops, we need to place the mage bloom first. It should be 4 for each recipe, if I'm remembering correctly. Nice. All right, there's our helmet. And lastly, our boots. So let's go ahead and equip this. And yeah, it looks really snazzy. And now if we use our leap spell, it should use a lot less of our mana, which it does seem to be. Not by much. We did have some extra mana enchantments on our armor, so overall it's gonna be a little bit better, but not by much. But eventually this armor will be able to be upgraded into a netherite tier, and we can actually choose what kind of path that we want to go down eventually. We could go air, earth, water, or fire. And we can also upgrade this armor into tier 2 armor, giving us another slot modifier, which we haven't quite discussed yet, but we will get to that eventually. But it does double our mana, at least on this piece, and gives us a tiny bit more mana regen. So using the enchanting apparatus once again, we just need 2 blaze rods each, and that should upgrade it into a tier 2 piece of armor. All right, and this should be our last piece, all upgraded into tier 2 now. And you can see each piece now has 60 max mana instead of 30. So if we equip that all, let's see how that actually looks. You can see our mana going up quite a bit and regenerating. And yeah, that takes a lot less, literally half as much as it did before. So we can almost fly with this spell now. And of course, this armor can also be enchanted. So I'll probably be working on getting a decent amount of enchantments on each of these pieces as well. One more thing that we can do is actually upgrade our diamond sword into an enchanter's sword. We're just going to need some source gem blocks, blocks of gold, and a diamond. Not too bad overall. All right, we'll get these in there. Blocks of gold, diamond, and last up, our sword. Now, the reason I'm using this sword... Excuse me, I'm trying to record here. The reason I'm using this sword is because, as you'll see here, it should keep all of its enchantments, which it does. Nice. So this is actually a very special sword because it's actually capable of casting magic, similar to how we use our spellbook. And it has been a while since I've done this, but I think we're going to need a piece of blank parchment, which is just mage bloom and paper. And I think we go blank parchment, then we pull out our spellbook and we'll put bonfire on there. Then we right click maybe, and then right click that. No, I don't think so. Oh, of course, shift right click. Then maybe it's like that. There we go. And of course, we will have to modify this to work with the sword. Actually, we're gonna make a brand new spell for this. So for this, it doesn't need a form. It acts essentially as a enchantment. So what we can do is we can put harm on there. We could amplify it, ignite, make it sensitive, I guess. Anything else we want this to do? Probably not. We could have it summon wolves. Yeah, I think that should be good for now. We'll call this Flame Blade. Okay. So now, if we place the parchment back in there, shift right click that. Now right click. This is a little bit confusing. Okay, it's on there now. I'm not sure how I got it, but it's there. So what we can do with this is try to find an enemy. All right, well, I wasn't able to find an enemy in the cave, so we'll have to go with old reliable wandering trader here. So if you keep an eye on the mana bar in the bottom left, it'll actually consume mana every time we... Yeah, there we go. Every time that we use this sword. So it is essentially using a spell every time that we swing it. And yeah, it does give us a bonus damage and a little bit of flame, but at the cost of a little bit of mana. If we want to use a ranged spell, sort of like how we have our bonfire spell, what we can do is use the enchanter's wand and we can assign it a spell. We can also have one set up to have our leap spell, and that would basically just make it a little bit easier to find it if we ever run into an emergency situation. So I'm just gonna go ahead and craft up everything that I need for this. First off, I'm gonna need a manipulation essence. It just needs a clock, redstone dust, and a stone button. So we got everything that we need right there, as well as a source gem, just like that. Maybe not like that. Oh, right, of course, it needs to be an imbuement chamber. And we'll make another air essence. All right, and I think I have everything that I need for this. Got a couple gold ingots, some source gems. And last up, our manipulation essence, air essence, and an archwood log in the middle. And, oops, this needs to be the enchanting apparatus. Go like that. There we go. Nice. And here we have it, our brand new wand. I think I want the spell to just be a harm spell with a couple of amplifies on it. I think we can do that again. I'm not too sure. I'm gonna call this Eldritch. Well, Eldritch. Did I spell that right? Eldritch Blast. I think I spelled that right. So if we go like that, let's try to figure this out again. Go like that, shift right click with our spell book, and then shift right click. Wand accepts effects and augments only. Okay. The weird thing is that we do only have augments and effects selected. Interesting. So it always needs to start off with projectile and accelerate. So we're gonna have to find out how to make the accelerate glyph, which, yeah, that's not too bad. All right, here we go. Whoops, that's my spell book. All right, so let's try this again. We will go projectile, accelerate, harm, amplify, amplify. Let's try this now. Shift right click on the book and shift right click with that. Still no. Okay, I think I figured it out. For the wand itself, apparently you don't actually need a spell parchment. You can just use your spell book. If we find something to hit, we can right click just like that and it goes really fast. Nice. Awesome. So this has been a pretty quick look into Ars Nouveau enchanting and crafting armor and weapons and wands. Unfortunately, because this is the All the Mods 9 mod pack, a lot of this stuff is going to get outscaled really quickly, especially when we actually get into the All the Modium mod. And when we make Apotheosis armor, etc., etc., it's just going to be not very good eventually. But for the time being, it should do us very, very well. And honestly, I'm having a blast doing this anyway. Now, I also made this barrel over here just for convenience. This contains quite a few items that we need in order to actually craft the essences themselves. I was crafting a few in between episodes and it was getting a little bit frustrating having to go back to my refined storage system and back, so I just decided to move them over here for now. Now, speaking of in between episodes, I went ahead and upgraded my Mage's Spellbook and gave it the Protection of the Four Elements enchantment, I guess you could call it. This protects it from every type of damage except for damage to the void, so it can basically no longer be destroyed, except if I accidentally toss it into the void. I also upgraded my Psionic Jump spell. I wouldn't really say upgraded, but I definitely changed it a bit. I decided to give it Featherfall instead of Bounce. Bounce is nice for exploring a lot, but I feel like I'm going to use the Featherfall a lot more. Also, we can go pretty far just by spamming this, and we can actually stay in the air for like way longer this way. It's pretty much a mini version of an Elytra. I also did a little bit of exploration in between episodes and found these Shiba, so I brought them back home, gave them some collars, made sure to tame them, and yeah. If you have any suggestions for names for them, let me know. While out exploring as well, I also found palm trees finally, so I've just sort of spread them out along the beach area. I'm still kind of debating on what I want to do with the beach itself. I think I want to keep it at least from like probably here. I'll probably convert the top layer into grass and moss and then just keep the bottom layer here as sand. Basically just been moving all of these seashells down here on the beach anyway. Eventually I want an area for the turtles as well. And one last thing that I did in between episodes before we get started with the episode itself, I actually made a tree here. Now it is sort of custom. I did plant the trees and then just replace the logs with full bark version and added some fences here and there. This is where I have my waystone now, so kind of, I guess, lore wise, we use the trees to teleport, I guess. So the plan for today is I want to build a mob farm. The only mob farm we've had so far is the skeleton spawner, and it served me well for a little bit, but honestly, I need something a lot more powerful, a lot more useful, one that gives a lot more drops. And so yeah, I'm going to be using mob grinding utilities in order to make my mob farm. If you haven't used this mod before, it's extremely useful in order to make a mob farm that's really efficient. So looking at my inventory, it does look like we already have a rotten egg, probably from a quest reward. But yeah, this is sort of the main way that we actually create the spawner itself. Basically, it converts dirt or probably grass, mycelium, and farmland. Oh yeah, it literally says that on the tag. It converts it into basically an ultra spawnable space where tons of monsters can spawn. Now, these are pretty easy to make in general. It does take a few steps. I think you have to inject a chicken with some sort of serum. It's a little bit weird, but yeah, that is the result of that. Fortunately, we do not have to do that because we already have this item from a quest reward. So I really need to find a place for this. I do want it on the island, perhaps. I know in the past I've talked about making floating islands above. I'm not too sure about that idea at this point, but I do think making it out almost by itself so that we don't hear the mobs dying. I'm thinking over here, just sort of hiding it away We'll still make a nice looking build for it, but yeah, I definitely want it a little more out of the way. But I'm going to worry about aesthetics later on, as we need to actually build the farm itself first. So I'm going to start making the things that we need, and then we'll come back. All right, so here is our mob fan. Basically, this will allow us to push mobs wherever we need them to go. Basically, this replaces our water buckets that we normally use in mob farms. I think I'm gonna go with 2. It kind of depends on how I want the output to be. We'll just make 2 for now, though. There's basically 2 ways of using mob grinding utilities to kill the mobs. The iron spikes, which is basically the tier 1. And then the mob masher itself. The only difference is that the mob masher counts as a player kill, whereas the iron spikes does not. So yeah, we definitely would like to use the mob masher. All right, and I think that that's everything for the mob masher. Here we go. Now we'll need a way to actually collect the items themselves. So we're gonna use the absorption hopper. The recipe for this is pretty basic. I am gonna need blaze rods for this, but I want to use my crushing wheels just so that we're getting as many blaze powder as we can. Yeah, we suck in 4 and got 14 out. That's way better. And that's everything we need for the absorption hopper. We'll also need some tanks for this. And it looks like I'm going to need some more glass. And yeah, I'm definitely using the jumbo tank for this, so let's craft that up. We'll also need some fan width upgrades. This basically makes it so we use less fans overall. Ooh, we might need some more feathers. By the way, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe. It really does help the channel out and lets me know that you guys are enjoying the content so far. Today's question of the day is, how long have you been playing Minecraft? For me, I've been playing since pretty much the alpha. I honestly don't remember how long it's been, but it has been a long time. And I think we now have everything that we need in order to build this. So I'm just gonna put it out here. It's not gonna look good at first, but I promise I will make a nice looking build around it. We're just gonna use cobblestone, cobbled deep slate for now. And what we convert is a 5x5 area, so we need a 7x7 area. A little something like this. Now I want a fan to push them this way. Okay, that's the correct way, and then we'll have one that pushes in this direction. So the fan will push any mob that spawns over in this area into where it is here, and then this one will push it here, and this is where we're going to have our mob masher. And we should be able to set up our absorption hopper on the other side, something like that. Put the tank probably up here. I believe this is going to pick up experience. So if we change this one to fluid, it should output any sort of XP into the top. And I'm going to use a barrel for the items. So this is going to be on the north side. So north, we want items to go. And I do just want to close this off. I'm not sure if the jumbo tanks allow light through. We'll have to figure that out. So inside of this mob fan, we're gonna want our, so if we show area, you can see it's just a line right now. If we throw some of these width modifiers in, oh, okay, it's actually it's perfect like that. So let's check this fan. Yep, that should do. So any mob that spawns in here should run into the mob masher. Nice. Now we do need to actually power the fans and the mob masher itself with a redstone signal. Eventually it would be nice to have that automated so that like maybe if the barrel is full, then it turns on or it turns off or something like that. For now, we're just gonna go with levers. We'll make 3 of those. We can just put those on there, and that should start working. Yep, you can see it spinning. Put one there, and we need one on the grinder. So let's figure out where this thing is. There it is. I think we should be able to power it from here, yeah. Alright, that should be good for now. We'll just build out of there. Yeah, I think we're ready to give this a test. Yep. I'm getting tested. Oh gosh. How do I get out of here? I don't think I can. There we go. Alright, let's turn these off while we're still working inside here. We can also hide these areas now. So the only thing left now is to put down our rotten egg. And I'm pretty sure as soon as we do, we're gonna get a ton of mobs spawning, so... let's do it. I don't hear anything yet. Okay, so one problem that might happen is I have mega torches around here. So let's see if breaking this will help. Oh, I do see a witch spawning there. Let's check our light levels. I can't see inside of there. No, it's spawnable. Alright, yeah, we're definitely getting mobs spawning, but it is kind of slow. It's only spawning one at a time, oddly enough. I'm not sure if that's a bug or... Huh. Not too sure. Oh, there we go. It's starting to pick up a little bit. And yeah, this thing is already starting to fill up, so I'm probably gonna go and make some upgrades for it. I would also probably like to mute all the mob sounds over here. Alright, here we go. That should help at least a little bit with the storage. Alright, so I definitely want this thing running at all times, so what I'm gonna do is chunk load it. So if we go to claim chunks, I think it might be in one chunk actually. That's pretty nice. If you just click it and then shift left click it, that will force load it. We did the same thing over here with the farms. So yeah, that should be running at all times now. One thing that we're gonna have to watch out for is non-stackable items. I'm not too sure how I want to handle those. Eventually, when we have all the mob drops sort of figured out, what we could do is have a drawer system over here and put all of the stackable items in drawers and then just have all of the non-stackables voided. All right, and one upgrade we can do for this immediately is swapping out these redstone levers for these redstone links from the crate mod. If you've never used these before, they're really nice. All you do is place it down, and depending on the appearance of this antenna, it's either a sender or a receiver. So I believe we can right click this with a wrench and that'll change it. Now I can never remember which version is which. I kind of wish it told us. I think if we use our goggles, we can tell. Okay, and this is a bit of a problem. Apparently large slimes can spawn outside of it. Okay. I might have to make the area itself a little bit larger. That way larger mobs can basically have a little more room to spawn. Alright, so I'm gonna put that... I think I'll just put this on the bottom here. And we'll set that to double skull. We'll have double skull for the mob farm. And if I did this right, all of these should now be on the same signal. So I should just be able to put this one here, put double skull, and we'll have a better place for this, but I just want to give this a bit of an example. If we flick that lever, you can see, okay, that one turned on, that one didn't. It looks like that did. I must have, I think I got distracted by the slimes. Yep, there we go. Yeah, if it has this sort of dish, that means it's a receiver. If it just has the antenna, it's a sender. Yeah, that's working nice now. And I would also like to set one up here on the top. And this one will just be for our lights. So if we ever want the farm to be turned off, we can hit this one. So where do I want this? I think I'll just put it over on this side. And we'll put double redstone lamp in there. Lever on top. So if we turn that on, it should prevent the spawns. It has been a while since I've used this mod, so I don't quite remember if the lamp just by itself will be enough. It looks like it is though so far. Yeah, it seems to be doing pretty well. And if we flick it off, yep, immediately spawns. So yep, that will definitely do. So this is an extremely easy way of getting a ton of mob drops. This could be done pretty early on as well. I definitely could have done this a lot sooner, but I think right now is a decent time to actually get some mob drops. But now it's time for the hard part of any build, and that's making it look good. And here it is. This is the pretty much completed build now. I went with a very similar design as I went with the crate factory over there. Just sort of scaling it down a little bit and yeah, making it a little more, almost like more of a small house on the beach rather than a whole factory. So yeah, it's scaled down a bit. It looks really good though, I think. Looking inside, it's pretty basic, but I think it's okay. I did actually end up expanding this by 1 block. It seems to be working a lot better now, so that's definitely good. I did have to add 1 more upgrade to the fan. But yeah, it should be working good now. What I also did was just add these levers over here. That way I can control each individual piece of the farm, and it looks pretty nice. And then we have our barrel over here that's filling up with goods, and yeah, the system is working pretty good. I also added a few upgrades to the mob grinder. I think I added 4 levels of sharpness to it, so it should be killing things almost in 1 shot now, at least most things, until they start getting like armor and stuff. But yeah, overall it's working flawlessly. Oh yeah, I also added a height upgrade to that fan over there, just because we keep getting those blitzes, I think they're called, and they fly like 1 block above and then they just sit inside of here. So having that additional upgrade just makes it so that they do work their way over here. Now, in terms of items that we're getting from this, we are actually getting a decent amount of items that regular mobs drop, like ender pearls, rotten flesh. We're getting tons of bones. We aren't getting a lot of non-stackables, which is actually really nice. We are still getting a few in the system, so yeah, we will have to figure that out. But yeah, it's honestly not too bad as of this moment. All right, and I've watched the farm for a little bit, and I noticed that some mobs were actually getting stuck. So I just quickly made some mob fan distance upgrades, and that should force them into the end here, because they were getting stuck like right on that corner right there. I think they were like halfway between the blocks. Yeah, it looks like it's going good now. I put 1 in there, and that should force them into the corner. So I've let the farm run for a little while now, and I've definitely noticed that non-stackables are starting to fill up the inventory. So my solution to that is going to be to build an armory cabinet, and I'm also going to make a pushing upgrade, and we'll see what this is for shortly. Oops, pusher. Here we go. And I'm also going to take one of my void upgrades. So I just want the armory there, and inside of our diamond barrel, I'm going to put the pusher upgrade. Now, I believe I need to configure this first. Maybe we configure it inside. And I was using an item from the wrong mod. I actually wanted a hopper upgrade. Yeah, I needed the sophisticated storage one, not the functional storage one. It does get a little bit confusing with names that are so similar. So I want the hopper upgrade in here, and it should start putting any sort of item that will go inside of a cabinet into it. Now I am curious if this will even work. Yeah, the void upgrade unfortunately doesn't work on this. And the solution to this problem was actually pretty easy. Basically, I just have the armory cabinet here. I put the advanced hopping upgrade. The armory cabinet will only accept non-stackable items, so anything that's non-stackable gets sent down there. And then from here, we just have an item pipe that's set to extract, and it's going directly into a trash can. So that is basically a pretty easy way to void all of our non-stackables. And down the line, if we want to void something, say we don't want to have seagrass, for example, we would have to figure out a different solution for that. But by the time that that becomes a problem, we'll probably have this all set up in our refined storage system, importing directly there, and then we can just sort it out from there. Alright, well, this didn't work out exactly like I planned. This was meant as a passive animal farm. However, I guess the passive mobs are different on the beach versus like something like the plains or savanna. So I'll probably end up having to move where this is located, unfortunately. But the concept is there. It's basically the same as the actual mob farm, but instead of spawning hostile mobs, we are spawning passive ones and getting their loot. The reason I want this is mostly for feathers. I would also like cows to be able to spawn so that I can get leather, and basically just not have to make farms for those. But it looks like I'm definitely gonna have to rethink this. Alright, just one last adjustment to the system. I decided to move it out here into the sort of the plains area. This is pretty close by to where the villages are. If I can find it. Yeah, they're just over here and we're on this side. It's a plains biome, and yeah, so it should spawn everything that we really need for this. I see it's been doing chicken. We are getting leather from this system, which is really nice. And yeah, feathers was a big thing for me because a lot of the mob grinding utils items actually require feathers for whatever reason, especially the fan upgrades. So having access to that is extremely nice now. And it seems like I accidentally managed to make it all in a single chunk, which is pretty nice. We were right on the edge there, but yeah, it should be easy to chunk load. And in fact, I had 2 on it, but we really only need 1. Both of which have been running for just a little while, not too long, but just enough to have a little bit of items stocked up. So in between episodes, I did a little bit of decorating around the base, mostly getting the path down to the beach. I made this little resting area so we can just sit here and enjoy the sunset. And I just continued expanding the sort of the grassy area of the base out. We will probably have quite a few more builds out here on the beach, so I'm not going to be decorating it overly too complexly, but just getting down like sort of the general area. Also, between episodes, I was having a few problems with my save. For some reason, the world wasn't loading in, and I just couldn't figure it out. But apparently, one of the Ars Nouveau config files was corrupted or something. I'm not really sure. I had to do a full reinstall of the mod pack. Fortunately, though, my save was secured, so we didn't have to redo any of that. But I did have to go through and redo all of my keybinds. And that's why you'll see in the top right corner, my map is on the default version. I just haven't gone back through and reconfigured it to how I like yet. So today is actually a pretty big day, as today I want to start gearing up to hopefully defeat the End Dragon. We might actually defeat the End Dragon in this episode. I'm not sure yet, depending on if I do go and fight the End Dragon in today's episode or not. You'll probably know by the title. Oh, right, and I did actually forget to mention, while sort of sorting out the voiding system within the mob farm, I accidentally put my spellbook inside of the system and it got filtered out and trashed. So I had to go through and create a new spellbook, and I lost all of my spells. I remade a few of them, but yeah, we're gonna have to deal with that at some point. But for now, I do want to actually make a brand new spell. So we're going to need to make the Wind Shear glyph, and we'll toss the items in there, just like so. And we'll go ahead and learn the Wind Shear glyph, and we will make a new spell in our spellbook. I want this to be a projectile. We will do Wind Shear. Now, I'm not sure what randomize does for Wind Shear. Huh. Interesting. We should test that out. I'm just going to use Amplify, I think. That should do for now. And I might even throw Mage Light on there just to be able to see the End Dragon. If you hit an entity with Mage Light, what it does is it actually gives it the same effect as the spectral arrows. Basically, it'll give it an outline. So I didn't actually explain what Wind Shear does. Reading the description of it, it deals damage to targets in the air with an increasing amount based on how high the target is off the ground, up to 10 blocks. So basically, the End Dragon is always in the air, so this spell will always do an increased amount of damage. And I'm actually also debating adding harm to this. We can try it out. It might be too expensive at this point. But yeah, let's take a look at this. And actually, for now, I'm just going to call this Wind Shear. I'll try to find a D&D spell name for this, but I just couldn't find one right now when I was looking. So, I kind of want to take a look at the spell effect first. So if we right click, yeah, I guess it just looks pretty standard. Now you will notice though that it does get highlighted whenever I hit an enemy with it. For some reason I thought that this spell had its own effect, but that's all right. I think I'm still going to be happy with the results. Now that we have a powerful spell to fight the End Dragon, let's talk about our armor. Apotheosis is a mod that I personally have not gotten into, so I am excited to see what this mod is all about. This is the mod that adds all of the random effects on weapons and tools, like my boots here, as well as all of the gems. And yeah, it's a good way of making extremely powerful items. So this is the guidebook, Chronicle of Shadows. So probably the best place to start in this mod is to actually make a few of these work tables that come with the mod. And I think the one that we should start off with is the salvaging table. It allows us to break down affix items into rarity materials. We have a ton of spare items for this, so I think this will be a pretty good way to get different materials for the mod. We are going to need gem dust for this. Basically, we need to drop a gem in the world, and then we make an anvil fall on top of it. I have a few of these gray name ones, so I think that that'll do for now. And let's just grab an anvil. I gotta turn my magnets off, though. Hopefully that'll do. So we throw these down on the ground, then drop the anvil on top, and yep, that gave us the gem dust. All right, and I think we have everything to make the salvaging table. I'll probably make a spot for this somewhere. It might be nice to have like a blacksmith area at some point. For now, we'll just put everything right here. So this is the salvaging table. If we put any items that have an affix on them inside of here, we'll get 1 to 4 time-worn fabric, for the green items. We will get 1 to 4 luminous crystal shards for the blue items, or 1 to 4 arcane sands for the purple items. I don't have any orange items yet, so I'm not sure what exactly we get from those. But let's get some of this inside of here now. And there we go. We have a few of the materials from this mod. All right, and I think I'm just gonna go ahead and make the last few tables, and then we can go ahead and talk about them. Here's the gem cutting table, and here's the simple reforging table. Now I am going to immediately upgrade it into the reforging table. It will need a netherite ingot though, so I'm probably gonna have to go and get that. All right, now we can make the reforging table and grab the gem cutting table. All right, so how we use the reforging table is pretty simple. It's pretty similar to how the enchanting table works. We put our item inside. We're going to need gem dust always in here. That sort of acts as the lapis of this table. Then what we need is a shard or a piece of cloth, depending on the level that we want to go for. I'm probably never going to go with uncommon, so we'll just stick our rares inside. So depending on how many of the shards that we have inside sort of affects the level, basically the equivalent of an XP level on the left side. So what we need is 6 luminous crystal shards for each tier 3 upgrade. And I think I'm going to search every nook and cranny of my storage system looking for pretty much every single piece of apotheosis armor as I can, trying to find the best things that we have so that we can do some upgrades here. So I need to be level 90 in order to get one of the affixes that I actually want. I also need some extra arcane sands, so I think I'm gonna head to the nether and just farm some enemies. Well, I just died to really bad lag. Yeah, I just lost 90 levels. I honestly have no idea how I died up here. Man, it is really annoying that you don't get any XP back for dying when you have the grave mod installed. Alright, so I let my XP farm run for quite a while. I was getting a little bit frustrated, sorry about that. But yeah, it did give me an opportunity to get up to level 90 again. And yeah, I just went through and made sure that everything was reforged and looking pretty good now. Everything is actually purple, just because I feel like blue is not really worth it at this point. So I have all my gear ready. I have a few gems picked out for each slot. I do need to get 2 more for my pants, I just realized, because I did reforge these again. Originally they only had 1 socket, but now they have 3. So, and I'll go through all the affixes and everything after we socket, just so that we can go through everything all at once. All right, so I've got all of my gems inserted, and if I hover over this helmet, it is a little bit ridiculous. One of the gems that I added to it was 5% to all stats, which shows up at the top, which yeah, makes the screen or the pop-up a little bit too big. Also, for some reason, I guess that I mean, it makes sense, but the helmets aren't actually considered core armor, so I couldn't get this guardian gem in there. So I just replaced it with one of the 12% attack damages. So starting off with the helmet itself, we have our basic enchantments, of course, but this piece actually gives us 4 max health and an additional 58 max mana on top of the mana boost enchantment. And then the gems that I put in, we have +5 to all stats, plus 12.5% attack damage, plus 12.5 attack damage, so we get a 25% increase in attack damage, which should be really, really good for us, honestly. I'm gonna equip that. Next up, we got the chest plate. This is minus 35% gravity, so we are a little bit more light on our feet. We get 20% healing received. I'm not too sure what all that affects, probably just potions. But yeah, that's good to have anyway. Our gems are 25% max health, plus 6 max health, and then another 15% max health. This is going to make us super tanky. For the leggings, we have a 25% increase in our movement speed, an additional 61 max mana, and then for our gems, we have a plus 55% speed, 2.5 armor toughness, and we actually get an additional level of protection. So technically we have protection 5 on this piece of armor. And then finally the boots. These are just the ones that I've had already. The only difference is I went ahead and socketed them. So we have 45% speed, and then we get some step height. So I really just want to equip this armor, and oh yeah, we are zooming. Oh my gosh. Wow. Oh, we're so fast. We are so fast. Nice. It's actually lagging the world out. That's how fast we are. You can also see as we're eating, our health is increasing. Oh, I forgot to mention the sword. I was also able to turn this into an apotheosis weapon. So now this sword does 21 base points of damage. I believe it's 7 or 8 by default. So this is going to be so much stronger now. Let's see here. We get 4 cold damage. We get a 20% increase in our crit chance. We get plus 5 attack damage. So the base affix was 16 attack damage, and then we get an additional 5 on top of that from our socket. So that puts us at 21. Then we get 40% lifesteal. I feel like that's going to be absolutely huge, especially when facing off against apotheosis bosses, because they hit like absolute trucks. And then we also have plus 6 fire damage. So this is going to be doing cold and fire damage, which is it's kind of cool actually. And by the way, if you saw these in my inventory, I did get these as a quest reward for some of the quests that I turned in. We don't have enough to be used, unfortunately, but yeah, that's how it goes. And I'm so fast right now. It's hard to it's kind of hard to navigate my base now. By the way, speaking of hearts, in between episodes, I did do a little bit of grinding. I didn't mention this earlier because I wanted it to be more of a part of the episode itself and act as like a little bit of a upgrade part. So what I did was make a heart amulet. This is pretty easy. We get these blue hearts, or sorry, the red hearts everywhere. We just combine it with glass and string, and that gives us the amulet. And this actually holds all of our heart canisters. Now, I made these. Basically, it's a witherbone canister, relic apple, and a mini red heart. The hardest part of this is the wither bones. I've grinded for probably 2 or 3 hours inside the nether at the fortress, just killing wither skeletons and apotheosis bosses and stuff. And yeah, eventually got our 10 hearts here. So let's go ahead and here we right click that to open it. Then we insert them there. And yeah, this needs to be equipped right there. And look at that. We have up to blue hearts now. We pretty much entirely skipped the green hearts. So just giving this a quick test, I'm pretty much one-shotting every single enemy. It is absolutely insane. I'm trying to find some bosses as well to fight. Oh gosh. Ooh, that was close. And with all of the prep out of the way, I think it's finally time to go to the end. All right, so I crafted up some Eyes of Ender. I have my Waystones. Let's see, do I have food? I have my Eternal Steak. I got baked potatoes. My inventory is a little bit full, but my refined storage system is also full right now, and I don't really want to do a side quest, so I think we're ready. So I'm just gonna throw it out and see where it takes us. Went that way. Interesting. So I think I'm just gonna psionic jump. It's probably gonna be the fastest. Alright, so I think I found the spot, so I'm just gonna go ahead and start digging. And yeah, it looks like we are in the right spot. Awesome. Alright, so this place has definitely changed from vanilla. It is definitely a lot larger. Ooh, these cobwebs are really cool. I probably shouldn't have broken it, but those would be pretty nice for decorations. Alright, I just went home and swapped out my backpack. It's not fully upgraded or anything, but at least it has room for more stuff to pick up. So yeah, I think I'm just gonna keep on looting and exploring around a bit until I find the portal. Alright, it looks like I found it. Yeah, this definitely looks a lot different than it does by default. Alright, let's... of course, we only get 2. So I will have to craft up some more. Before I get too far, though, I'm just going to place down a waystone. And we'll call this the end portal. And this should be the last one that we need. And, oh man, I think I'm ready to do this. Yeah, let's jump in. Okay. This place definitely looks different. What is that bell that's ringing? I'm gonna go ahead and fly on over there. Huh, interesting. So where are the end crystals? I wonder how this works. Uh-oh. Oh, interesting. It actually spawns. Okay. Oh, interesting. Wow, this is so cool. This is so cool. Oh, here we go. All right, let's start taking out some of these crystals. Hopefully that spell works. It does. Good. I did accidentally look at an Enderman. Should be good though, as long as we stay up in the air. That one. Yeah, this spell might be taking a little bit too much mana. But once we actually get into the fight itself, it should be doing wonders for us. Oh, that one didn't fully explode. That shouldn't do much damage to me because I'm pretty strong, but I really don't want to risk it. Oh, let's go. Nice. Only a few more to go now. Hopefully this doesn't kill me. Oh, that did nothing. Nice. Okay, I think that was the last of them. Looks like it. So let's start attacking the dragon. Okay, this spell does like nothing to her. Interesting. Okay. Right, she got teleported away because of my armor. It's hard to get a good strike in on it. Ooh. Oh, we're so close. Hey, there we go. Okay. Honestly, I didn't really know what to expect for this fight. I figured they might have changed it, and they definitely did, so it's definitely a good thing that I went through and upgraded my armor to be pretty much overpowered. And it looks like they even changed the end gateways. They look pretty cool. Ooh, okay, don't fling yourself into the void. And yeah, I'm just gonna build out a little platform here so that it's easier to find next time we come out here. All right, and in we go. Okay. That is definitely a spawning platform. Jeez. Alright, so it is time to do some exploration and try to find an end city. That's a cool looking little structure. Now, I think that there's a mod out there that modifies the end. I don't know if it's in this mod pack, though. It doesn't seem like it, actually. Most of it's pretty much the same, except for these myelite patches. Ooh. Wow, that's a pretty cracked enchantment on that. Here we go. There's an end city. Took a while, but we finally found it. And I'm gonna go immediately to the ship. And kill that guy really quick and get my elytra. Nice. All right, well, I've done a ton of exploration today, and I think it's time to head back home if it'll let me. Here we go. We'll call this the end. The end. Ow. What? Even with us defeating the end dragon and exploring the end, this is not the end of the series. This is pretty much only the beginning of this mod pack. It's going to be a lot more insane and a lot more fun. And in between episodes, I did go ahead and upgrade a pair of elytra. They just have unbreaking and mending on them. And yeah, we're now able to fly. So if we use our psionic jump ability like usual, and then we just spread our wings, we can begin to fly. Now, I thought I got rid of feather fall on this. Maybe there's a bug where it came back. I'm not too sure. But in any case, it doesn't matter too much because we can still fly our elytra like usual. Yeah, it looks so beautiful up here, and it's very nice to actually be able to fly around now. You might have also noticed that my hearts look a little bit different. I did go through and upgrade my, let's see if we can find it, my hearts on my amulet. We now have 10 regular red heart canisters and 10 yellow heart canisters. Now, creating the yellow heart canisters really isn't too bad. It just requires a decent amount of gold. And we also need these miniature yellow hearts. We need the gold for the enchanted golden apples. They each take 8 gold blocks. It is a little bit gold consuming. To make these miniature yellow hearts, it's pretty easy. We just need melted yellow hearts, which can be crafted by combining 9 melted red hearts. Overall, a bit of a grindy process, but totally worth it in the end. And if we go ahead and look at our stat panel, which can be accessed via this little sword icon on your portrait, you can see that we have 132 health. So by default, we have 20. So we've increased it by 110, or about 50 hearts or so, which is absolutely insane. Also, in between episodes, I went through and sort of reorganized the inside of our starter base. So I got rid of the massive wall of storage drawers. I really thought that they looked ugly, so I just I put everything inside of discs, and you can see we now have we actually have 4 64K storage discs now. Again, these aren't too bad to craft, it's just a little bit grindy. I do need to make some more, but honestly right now we're only 31% full, and we have a ton of items. Let's see here. I also upgraded one of our emerald furnaces into a netherite furnace and gave it the speed augment, and this thing is absolutely crazy. Let's just throw a stack of oak logs in there and just see how fast this thing chews through it. It's so good. And it's already done. So yeah, I just have that automatically importing into our system as well. And we also have charcoal exporting into the furnace, basically so that it'll never run out as long as we have the tree farm up and running, and as long as we have charcoal here in this drawer. Also, I changed up the back of the house just a little bit. I made a nice little bedroom back here. These fancy beds are pretty easy to craft, and they look really, really nice. They're from the handcrafted mod. It looks pretty good. These little nightstands and some lamps. Then over here we have our enchanting setup. I have sort of a little alchemy table over here. And then our enchanting setup over here, which definitely needs some work eventually. I definitely want to get into the apotheosis enchantments and getting absolutely insane with it. And the last thing that I did was I just made this area look a lot nicer. I do want it to feel like a beach, so we're using these tiki torches. I planted some more of these palm trees, and yeah, I even added a little garbage can out here just to keep the beaches clean. So what I want to do today is actually get started on an actual source of power generation. Up to this point, I've pretty much just been using the windmills that we got as quest rewards, and it's kind of limiting our system and our overall ability to make progress, especially when it comes to machines that require a ton of power. So what I'm going to be doing today is building a bigger reactor, or I guess it's called extreme reactors in this mod pack. And I know some people might expect me to use power, but honestly, I've never used it in the past, and I'm not super familiar with it, so I'm not too sure about actually showcasing it here in this series. Eventually, I would like to get into it, but I'm gonna have to do more research on it first in order to actually showcase it properly and get a nice looking setup for it. So we're just going to be sticking with the extreme reactors, at least for now. But first, I need somewhere to place this reactor. So I think I'm going to build something right about where my head is right now. And yeah, we'll come back then. So I'm going to go ahead and get started on that. But first, why not leave a like and subscribe? It helps the channel out a ton and lets me know that you guys are enjoying the content so far. And if you want to go one step further, why not consider becoming a member? It's the best way to support me, and you get access to all my videos early. Today's question of the day is, if I were a worm, would you still love me? All right, let's jump back into the build. And I think that that's the build complete. So at least for now, I should say. This sort of side on this side, I'm still debating what I want to do exactly for it. So I'm still, I'm not going to detail it too much. At least right now, I think I want a path here or maybe another building over here. I'm not really sure yet. Talking about the build itself, I use light gray concrete for this. And I just used the Ars Nouveau randomizer to add a little bit of detail here and there. I also have these acacia log fences and leaves acting as like a little bit of overgrowth for the build. I want it to feel almost like it was abandoned at some point, and then I don't know, maybe my character came in and restarted the reactor, something like that. But yeah. I have sort of a second floor, almost. It's not really a second floor. It's just more of an area for light to come in. Let's go inside. Now, I do have a cool, like, little setup for the door. I'm just using Create to move these up and down. And I guess it didn't want to work there. There we go. So yeah, inside the build right now is extremely empty. We do have plans for in here, and I'll talk about that soon, but not quite yet. And we'll take a look at the outside of this in a bit. But basically, this is where we're going to put the reactor itself, filling in as much space in this area as we can. Probably starting off a little bit smaller to start with. We currently don't have a lot of like machines and stuff, and no real reason for having a ton of power at the current moment, but as time goes on, our need for power will definitely increase. And so yeah, just taking a look at the silo itself from the outside, I basically just used white concrete, did the exact same with the main base over here. We're using campfires and hay bales to act as like sort of the, I guess it's actually steam that comes out of a nuclear silo, but yeah, it works for now at least. We also have these like little buildings up top that don't really matter, they're just roof decor. So yeah, that's the build done. Now it's time to get started on building our reactor. So I kind of just want to start off figuring out exactly how large we actually want this to be, at least for starters here. I think I want it to be pretty wide, but not quite tall yet. If we make it wide to start with and then tall later on, we can actually expand it. So, I think 7 by 7 on the ground will give us enough room to still move around and have some things like interfacing with it and stuff. And I can't count the what I actually had was 9 this way. So this is what it'll look like. I want to have it a little bit off center, just so that when we walk into the room, we have a little bit of room, because we are going to need a few things here sort of for the input and the output. I'm pretty sure we're also going to be using ComputerCraft to actually manage it itself. Essentially, we can use ComputerCraft to monitor the input and output, and it'll automatically adjust, depending on the program that we use, it'll automatically adjust all the parameters and make it as efficient as possible. And in terms of height, I think honestly 7 is just going to be fine as well. Make it a little bit of a cube, and that gives us room for another 7 up top. And obviously we can always go further down. So I'm going to start off with a basic reactor casing. Later on we can upgrade it to the reinforced version, which I believe increases the output. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, for now this is what we're going to do. So we just need sand, graphite bars, and iron ingots, and graphite bars are just made by smelting charcoal. Okay, I'm just placing the last few blocks for at least the outline, and here we are. So we want the floor as well as all of the edges filled in with the reactor casings. The walls can be either casings or glass. I'm just going with casings on the backs because we won't really see these sides, but I do want glass on the front. And this glass will probably end up being replaced, at least some of it, not all of it. First, we need to make a few more parts in order to get this reactor up and running. The most important of which is the reactor controller. This is basically the brains of the entire reactor. We'll also need a reactor solid access port. This allows us to put the fuel in and pull it out. Then we need a reactor active forge energy power tap, a little bit of a mouthful of a name, but basically this will allow us to pull energy out of the system. We'll also need a few of these reactor control rods. You know, I'm not actually sure what these are used for, but they sort of control the amount of uranium that's being used at any given time. And I think I'm gonna want 7 for now. And for each of the control rods, they need a rod to extend all the way down. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4. We're gonna need 5 per, so 7 times 5. So we'll need 35 in total, just like that. We'll also need blocks that fit in between the rods. And these are, I guess they're called moderators. Basically, they cool down the system, acting as a little bit of a heat sink. So we're going to want to find a material that we have a lot of, but that's sort of cheap and effective. So I think starting off, we're probably just going to want to go with graphite blocks because they're pretty cheap and we have a decent amount of charcoal, which can all be turned into these blocks. So if I did my math right, we're going to need 90 blocks because we have a 5x5x5 internal area minus the 35 control rods, and that should equal out to 90. And with that, I think we have everything that we need to finish building our basic reactor. So I'm going to start off by finding a good place for these fuel rods. The positioning does matter, however, it's like such a slight difference that it doesn't matter overall, at least for now. But I still want it to be at least a little bit efficient. And I probably calculated my thing wrong, so what I'm going to do is just add one there and one on this side. And hopefully that'll stay pretty efficient. These ones, they won't have as many sides touching. Coolant blocks is the other ones, but I think that's all right. So now we'll just start filling this in with our graphite bars, or now we'll start filling this in with our graphite blocks. And actually, I'm going to move one to the front just so that we have a little bit of a visual from the outside on like what we're currently working with. So from here, we just need to place our control rods. And just while we're sort of figuring out how we want everything to be configured, I'm going to place the energy port over here and the access port over there. The controller in the middle, and finishing it off with glass. Now, I did forget that I actually need some more of these reactor casings up top, so I'm going to go make those really quick. And placing in the last few blocks here, it should form, which it didn't. Awesome. All right, well, apparently I made it too big. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to do some reconfiguring here. I could have swore that these ones could be bigger, but I guess not. All right, so apparently the biggest reactor that you can make is a 5x5x5. So I've just gone ahead and scaled it down and yeah, rebuilt it here. So if we take a look at the reactor controller, we can see a few things here. Overall, this UI is a little bit confusing, but once you get the hang of it, it's really not too bad. So basically, this is how we monitor the statistics of the reactor, and this is also how we turn it on and off. You'll notice that there's no actual place for putting any items inside. This thing does require fuel. However, you have to use the solid access port. The only way to do that, I guess we can actually do that. We can just open it up. Most of the time, though, you're going to want some sort of system inputting items inside of it. So we'll just have a barrel here with a hopper. Eventually, I will hook this up to my refined storage system, but this is how we're going to do for now. So opening up the interface, you can see the core fuel status here. Currently we have 66% full, so that's a stack. So it's probably like a stack and a half, a little less than, to actually fill this up. At least with the 5x5x5. Larger reactors can hold more inside, and this is actually completely dependent on your fuel rods. So if you look inside, we can see that we're only using 2 out of the 3 total rods. Now, obviously there is still, I believe I have 5 inside right now. So it is filling 2/3 of the 15 or so fuel rods that I have inside. So let's go ahead and turn the reactor on. It's as simple as pressing the on button. And you'll see immediately it begins to heat up, as well as, so we have the core heat, as well as the casing heat. The casing is like the outside of the reactor, whereas the core heat is a mix of the heat of the fuel rods as well as the material that you're using to act as a bit of a heat sink. Now, you'll see that we are still producing energy here, but the internal energy buffer is completely full. So we will need some way of storing this energy. For now, though, I'm going to go ahead and turn the reactor off because we're producing way more energy than we actually need at the current moment, because we don't have any machines attached to it. Sort of the main machine mod that we're going to be using, at least for this playthrough at this current moment, is going to be Mechanism. Mechanism has a ton of useful machines, some that are capable of tripling ore production, some that can just smelt super fast, and there's absolutely a ton of utility for this. Now, we're going to want to start building towards the energy cubes, especially making our way up to the ultimate ones, and this is very far down the line though. We will be able to make creative energy cubes, giving us an infinite amount of energy. Right now though, what we're going to want to do is start working our way towards a basic energy cube. So we're going to need a few things. Mainly, we're going to need the metallurgic infuser. So taking a quick look at the recipe for this, this is extremely simple. This is one of the sort of starter machines for this mod, and this will allow us to energetically infuse metals. We'll also want to make some more basic universal cables, and for this we do need steel and redstone dust. We'll just see how many we can make. 56 might be enough for now. Let's see what the actual recipe for steel is. I don't think it's going to be possible at our current tech level. Yes, we'll also need a metallurgic infuser to make steel. So currently sort of out of reach, but this should do for now. Let's go and figure out a place for this. We're gonna want things to be set up in this sort of main room, probably a little bit further away from the reactor itself. So I'm thinking over on this side might do, and I want them, I think I'm gonna keep them a little bit away, so probably at least a block away from the wall, just so that we have room for piping and hooking it up to our refined storage system. And by the way, we didn't really talk about this quite yet, but the Forge Energy Power Tap allows you to pull energy out from the reactor. Pretty obvious, pretty simple, so we don't need to talk too much about it, but that is what that is for. So we'll bring it up like that and place our metallurgic infuser right there. We can go ahead and cut that off as well. We'll probably want more machines in here as well, so we can just bring the energy across like that as we need it. So we're going to start off by making this infused alloy. Now this is made with redstone and iron ingots inside of the metallurgic infuser. So what the redstone is for is it kind of fills the metallurgic infuser like a tank. So it has 640 millibuckets, maybe. I'm not actually sure what the MB stands for, but it fills this little tank on the left side, and we can put our iron inside, and you can see that it is working. Now, if we check our power, yeah, we've used 8% so far, and that's just from filling up the metallurgic infuser. Eventually, though, we will need to turn it back on. I plan on using another mod to automate this. However, this mod does not allow for this other mod to actually control it quite yet, so we will have to upgrade it into the reinforced version, which is not too far off. I might end up doing that in between episodes. We'll have to see. So here we have it. We have the infused alloy. And looking at the quests for this, I actually should have made the heat generator first. It's pretty simple. I'm going to go and do that just so that we have our quests unlocked. So we're not accidentally wasting any machines or anything like that. And surprisingly enough, I'm completely out of iron right now, so I might have to go down to the mines really quick. So I guess this is probably a good time to actually talk about the iron sight potions. These potions can be made for pretty much any ore. When we're doing like all the modium later on, we will definitely be using these. Basically, it gives you almost like an X-ray vision of the ore that you are seeking, and it is really nice. So we go ahead and make the iron powder, and oops, we smelt that up. You can go ahead and pull that out. We do need to make potions out of this. Let's get some bottles. And these do need to be mundane potions, so I typically just use like sugar in order to turn them into mundane potions. Now we just combine that with some blaze powder and we get a charm of iron sight. Basically this is a little bit of a toggleable potion. So let's go down, let's go to the cave. And as soon as we turn this on, you can see, okay, that's an iron vein right there. So essentially this lets you look through the walls almost, trying to find the ore that you're looking for. All right, that was a fun little side quest to make our heat generator that we're not even going to be using. But that is all right as we get some more quests unlocked. So let's claim that and the metallurgic infuser. And so now I basically want to make as many of the basic machines as I can right now, and get them set up so that we can actually use mechanism to its fullest. And the first thing I'm making is actually a second metallurgic infuser, just because we need one that's capable of doing the redstone and iron, and one that's doing coal and iron. So essentially the second one will be used exclusively for making steel. And by the way, this process is pretty slow. So yeah, I'm gonna be here for a while. We can make upgrades. I don't think that we're at the point where we can really make those consistently though. But we can go ahead and claim our rewards for making steel, technically making a wind generator, even though we kind of cheated and got that as a quest reward. And making our basic cables there, as well as apparently we got an advanced control circuit. That's pretty good. So really we needed the steel for making steel casings so that I can make this enrichment chamber. And the enrichment chamber is probably one of the most powerful machines from this mod, as it takes any sort of raw materials, sort of like our raw iron, raw lead, etc., and it gives us bonus 1. This is pretty good because we can already fortune all of our ores, giving us a ton, and then we are able to make even more out of that. So it's just a way to get a really large amount of ores for your for each individual ore. It's probably the best way to get more ingots out of your ore. And if you did catch that previous episode, you might notice a few changes here and there that I'll get to in just a moment. The first thing that I did was go through and actually upgrade my reactor into a reinforced reactor, because there's quite a few things that I wanted to do with the reactor itself, but unfortunately a lot of the functionality is actually tied to the reinforced reactor instead of the basic one, so I just went ahead and upgraded it. And that first bit of extra functionality that I wanted specifically was to actually hook it up to a computer craft computer, and that way we can actually see every single little bit of detail within the reactor that's going on currently. And the program that I'm using is really nice because it actually controls the output of the RF. You'll notice that we're currently generating 0, and that's because we're actually using 0. That way the reactor isn't just running all the time and wasting uranium. So this is what it looks like behind the actual computer itself. We have an advanced computer here hooked up with a networking cable, and that is just attached directly to the reactor. We have a reactor computer port just in the wall back here. And yeah, that's hooked up and feeding information from the reactor directly into the computer. On this side, I did go ahead and pretty much grinded out this ultimate energy cube. It's really not that bad. Whoops. It's really not that bad in terms of materials. This atomic alloy is a little bit expensive. If we look at it, it's reinforced alloy, which I believe is made with diamonds, and then we use obsidian dust. It's really not overly expensive. It's just a little bit grindy. We do need to use quite a few diamonds for the reinforced alloy itself. Ultimately, though, it's really not a bad process. Like I said, though, it's just a little bit grindy. So yeah, this is able to store 102 MFE, which is more than enough energy to actually create a energy buffer. And so yeah, we have that hooked up into some cables. And this is our sort of our expanded list of machines here. I did make a few crushers here. The reason I have 2 crushers here is just to make the process itself a little bit faster. So yeah, I had that working. You'll also notice over on this side, I have a few more machines. Now this is actually one combined setup. Each of these machines works in tandem together. And this is basically how I believe it's double, it could be triple, I can't quite remember at this moment. But we can actually double or triple our output. So we start with the purification chamber. So I'm going to go ahead and throw some ore in just so that we can see the process working. So it starts out in the purification chamber, and this makes gold clumps, which in the crusher get turned into dirty gold dust. Then that gets sent into an enrichment chamber, which gets sent in, that gets turned into gold dust, which gets sent into the energized smelter, and finally smelts into gold ingots. It's a bit of a long process, but honestly, it's totally worth it in the end. And now that we have that machine running, we can actually see all of the different stats, and you can see the computer here is actually automatically updating the reactor and adjusting the exact amount of power that we need in order to run our machines, and it's keeping up pretty much flawlessly. By the way, this setup is a little bit loud. I kind of wish that the muffler mod was in this. I know that we can go into here and we can mute certain things. That might help a little bit. Yeah, I think that sounds a little bit better. So yeah, from that stack of gold ore, we got 128, which is 2 stacks. So yeah, it's a doubling process. So what I want to do in today's episode is a few things. First off, I want to kill the wither just because I haven't done it yet, and I'm gonna need nether stars here in the future. And while grinding for those wither bones for my hearts, yeah, I got a total of 100 wither skeleton skulls. So yeah, we definitely have enough to get started. I will need to go and find some more soul sand, but that shouldn't be too hard. Since this is my first wither kill in this world, I think I want to do it as legitimately as possible. So I'm just going to find a spot here in the overworld and just fight it like a normal person would. All right, here we go. This really shouldn't be too bad. I have some pretty overpowered armor and weapons, so as long as it doesn't fly off and cause a bunch of havoc, it should be fine. All right. Where'd it go? There it is. That is one bad thing though. I don't have a good range ability at the moment. I should probably make a bow at some point. Oh, perfect. It's distracted. Come on now. Yeah, this is not working very well. Also, anytime it hits me, it has a chance to be teleported away. So it's going to be a little bit annoying. Oof. Alright, I might just have to wait for it to get in closer. Here we go. Oh, I missed. Come on, here we go. Oh, and it teleported away. Yeah, I definitely need to find a way to remove enchantments because one of the enchantments on my leggings is a little bit annoying. Let's see here, where is he? There he is. Come on now. Here we go. All right, we're at about halfway now. Almost there. There we go. Nice. We even get a little bit of an extra reward from that. Looks like we just got a block of iron, not too big of a deal. So taking a look at our chapter 1 quests, we can see that we've done 2 of the 3 main bosses to unlock chapter 2. The last of which is the most recent addition to Minecraft, and that is the Warden. So I think what I want to do is actually visit the Deep Dark and try to kill a Warden. So a while back, I think it might have even been episode 1 or 2, I actually did find a Deep Dark. I'm just trying to remember where exactly I found it. It could be down here, although I'm seeing Prismarine. I don't think it was here. It might have been over near the villages. I'm not too sure. So I think I'm going to spend a little bit of time searching for one, and then, yeah, we'll have to come back then. All right, so I've done a little bit of digging around, and I think that I've managed to find at least a Deep Dark. I'm not sure if this is going to lead into an ancient city or not, but yeah, we can go ahead and take a look around and see if we can spawn a Warden. That's one thing that I would like to do. I mean, I guess we do need to use that anyway. An Ortis. Interesting, okay. So there's one other thing that we can find here in the Deep Dark, and that's going to be some Allthemodium. Now, I don't see any quite yet. We can still look at some of these barrels, though. All right, I've activated it 2 times now. Hopefully, I'm at a state where I can fight the Warden. I'm actually not sure. I don't think I've ever fought the Warden. So this will be interesting. I've definitely spawned it on accident before, but I've never actually attempted to get into combat with it. All right, and there's the 3rd time. Let's see if he spawns. Hello, Mr. Warden? Hello? See if we can activate it now. Oh. Thought I just heard it. Oh, there's a spawner here. Oh, I think I spawned it. All right, let's see. Hello there. Oh gosh. It Okay. Had a little bit of a leg spike there. Every time it hits me, it's... Is this a second one? Or is that the same one? Yeah, every time it physically hits me, it teleports away. Oof. Okay, we're doing pretty good though. Hey, there we go. Nice. Phantom Thief. Oh, I think I just spawned another one. So we got a miniature blue heart, warden carapace, heart of the deep, and warden tendrils. Interesting. Man, this sword is so broken. Uh-oh. Come here. There we go. Nice. Alright, so I'm just gonna look in my quest book really quick and accept the reward from that. So, looking at the raw allthemodium ore, we can see that it can only be found in the deep dark, along the walls and ceiling. This ore needs a pickaxe of netherite tier or better to mine it. So essentially what I need to do is attempt to find some of this ore. I'm gonna look everywhere that I can possibly see that's within the deep dark and yeah, try to find it without spawning too many wardens, of course. Here we go. There's our first piece of allthemodium. Go ahead and make sure that gets in the inventory so that we can accept the quest. Nice. So I'm pretty sure that this ore should be able to be used in our brand new system that we just made. Looks like it can. So it should run all the way through and give us, I believe it's double. Yep, look at that. We get 2 allthemodium ingots. And the very first thing that I'm gonna do with this is actually make allthemodium powder. That way we can make the allthemodium tracking potions and get some more. And we can go ahead and combine that with 6 blaze powder, and that gives us our charm of allthemodium site. Alright, so I'm just back now, and I'm gonna activate the charm and take a look around and see if I can actually find some more. I know that it's supposed to be really rare. Ooh, I do see a couple up there. That's good. Nice. Alright, I've taken a look around a little bit further, and it seems like there's none others, so... yeah, there was only 3 in this area in total. So, it's definitely really, really rare. So, from our little expedition there, we got a total of, well, technically 10 ingots, but we did use 1 for the potions, so we do have 9 now, so there's quite a few uses for allthemodium. Allthemodium is pretty much like a high tier netherite almost. It's a little hard to explain. We can use it to upgrade armor. We use it in different crafting recipes, especially later on. And yeah. One thing that we can make with allthemodium is the teleport pad. Basically, this allows us to go to 3 new dimensions: the mining dimension, the other, and the beyond. So yeah, this is pretty useful. The crafting recipe really isn't that bad either. We just need 4 allthemodium nuggets, so we're not even using a full piece of allthemodium for this. Here we go. And I should probably clear my inventory because I know that my backpack is, yeah, pretty full. And by the way, with the miniature blue hearts, we can actually add more hearts to ourselves, but we will need a block of netherite for each one, which is a little bit out of reach right now. It also will require another star as well, so a little bit out of reach, but yeah, we should be able to grind that out eventually. So I'm gonna find a place for this teleport pad. We do need to put it in different dimensions, so I might not even think too much about it. I know that we should be able to get to the different dimensions with waystones, similar to how we do it with the end and the nether. So honestly, I'm just going to put it down here for now and go ahead and I believe it's shift right click. Yep, there we go. And so yeah, now we are in the mining dimension, which is a completely flat world that if you dig down, let's find a decent place to do this. We will dig down for a while, and let's actually go to the 64 block version. And yeah, we can just continue digging straight down for quite a while. And basically what this is the best way to get a ton of ores. But for now, I think what I'm going to do is just go ahead and set up a waystone here, call this the mining dim, and yeah, we can head back. We can also pick up the teleport pad on the other side, and yeah, we'll go and discover the next dimension. All right, so apparently you can't actually pick up the teleport pad, so I am going to need to use a little bit more all the modium, unfortunately, and I believe there's 2 more dimensions, so we are going to have to use a few more ingots, unfortunately. So we can go ahead and place it in the nether, and this will allow us to go to the other. And I got a very odd spawn point hanging from a vine. That's interesting. So the other is kind of an odd dimension. It's very similar to the nether, but just with a few differences here and there, like endermen spawning everywhere and wither skeletons. And the last dimension that we can get to is the beyond by placing one of these teleport pads in the end. And I guess the beyond is a completely void world? I'm not actually sure if this is intended or not. I've literally never been here before. Very interesting though, indeed. For now, I think I'm just going to build out a small platform and get a waystone down. Also, I apologize if this episode is a little bit ADHD, but I did actually get a enchanted book that has Fortune 5 on it, so I just want to see. Yeah, I can actually combine this with my pickaxe and get Fortune 5, which is really nice. So I want to start gearing up towards getting all the modium equipment. However, what we're going to need is basically all the modium equivalent of the smithing template, and that's the all the modium upgrade, which allows us to upgrade our equipment into all the modium. And I'm pretty sure where this is found is actually inside of ancient cities, and we need to brush certain blocks, and yeah, they have a very small chance of actually spawning. So I'm just returning here to the deep dark and falling into a pool of lava. But supposedly this area where I found the deep dark leads to an ancient city. I just haven't found it yet, I guess, so I'm gonna have to look around a little bit and try to find it. Alright, so I found an ancient compass in a chest, so I just went ahead and followed it, and it led me directly into an ancient city. So yeah, nice. If you ever find one of those items, it's good to know it exists. So yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and look around here for a bit, see if we can't find something of use. I'm gonna turn on my all the modium site so that we can possibly find some. Alright, so I found some clay here in the deep dark in the ancient city, and there we have it, our first smithing template. By the way, a little bit of a tip if you're playing along as well. These polished basalt sort of barriers on the side of like this main entrance, this main pathway, is actually where these clay things spawn. So they'll be like anywhere on these, they'll completely replace them. And yeah, it seems pretty rare, but it seems like the best way to actually find it. So I'm gonna go ahead and craft up a few of these. I do have quite a bit of netherite. I don't actually remember why or how I got so much, but yeah, we've at least got some there, so should be able to also find some allthemodium. And I did find a little bit more at that ancient city, so I'm just gonna process that really quick. And so yeah, I should have enough resources here to upgrade my pickaxe, my helmet now. Ooh, that looks really nice. My chest plate, my leggings, and finally my boots. And man, does this look really nice. I might have to switch up my trim. I don't really like the purple with the yellow, So I'll have to find something else to go with it, but yeah, it looks so good. So I just swapped it out for lapis. I think that looks pretty good. The rainbow enchantment thingy that I do have applied, which I think I forgot to mention actually, makes it look pretty nice, but it is kind of hard to get like a consistent look on it with it constantly changing colors. Oh right, and I also went with the ward armor trim for this, just because I just got it, so I kind of wanted to see how it looked. Alright, and I'm just gonna go ahead and accept the quest for upgrading my tools, and it looks like we get an epic reward for that. Ooh, we get another netherite furnace, that's nice. We also get some more things here. We got a diamond sight potion, not too bad. But yeah, now that we have access to the mining dimension, as well as a pickaxe with no durability, I think it's time to do a little bit of mining and yeah, just kind of see what we can gather with a quick mining trip. Alright, so I just returned home after a very, very brief, probably about 5 minutes or so, mining trip. It is important to note that in the mining dimension, you do get access to the nether ores as well as the end ores, also obviously the overworld ores. So yeah, I did take a small trip down into the end section and the nether section just to kind of see what's down there. Overall, I didn't see like any netherite, for example. You also cannot find any of the sort of the end game ores from Allthemodium, like vibranium or the other one, which I definitely remember what it's called, unobtainium. So if we do want to go further down Allthemodium, we will have to go to those dimensions and find the ores there. So there's one more thing that I want to do in this episode, and that's to get into the Flux Networks mod. Basically, this mod allows you to build a wireless, basically a network for your power, and you can add in power, extract from it, and it's all done super, super well. You can do it even across dimensions. Yeah, it is a really, really simple mod that is actually really powerful. So from a quest reward, we did actually get a flux point, and we've also gotten flux dust. The way you get flux dust is actually basically crushing redstone dust with obsidian, and you have to do it down at bedrock level. It's a little bit of a chore, but overall it's really not that bad. And we just need to make flux cores, which are just made with obsidian, flux dust, and eyes of ender. I believe we're going to need about 8 or so. What we want is a flux plug, which receives energy from adjacent blocks, passively adding them to your, adding energy to your flux network. Basically, this is how we import flux into the network. So we can go ahead, make sure we get the plug as well as the points. Now, what I'm going to do with this, and this is something that I wanted to do in the previous episode, but I just didn't get to it yet. I'm going to connect this up to our energy cube and go ahead and open it up. And we want to create a new network. I think everything is fine for this. We will probably end up, we'll just make this public. We'll probably end up having a few different networks, but for now, we'll just have the Tin Starfish 99's network. A little bit of a weird name, but there we go. So that is now connected here. Let me just make sure that we are outputting energy to the top there. And now we can actually go ahead and remove these basic energy cables that are up here. Let me make sure I'm on shapeless. Now we can get rid of the windmills and get down inside here. And what we want to do is just connect the flux point up to the controller and make sure that we select the Tin Starfish 99 network, and that should begin to import energy, which it looks like it isn't. And right, I just forgot to select the network on this end, so it should be going ahead and transferring power into it. Let me double check by checking the network here we go. Yep. Yeah, now our refined storage system is completely hooked up to our reactor, and we're actually now using all of the power from the reactor. I'm currently in the end looking for the last of the 3 ores that I need. Specifically, I'm looking for unobtainium. I've been digging around for quite a while looking for it, but unfortunately I just haven't found it yet. But I will keep looking, and hopefully the next time we come back I will have found some. Alright, so I went mining for a couple of hours and still could not find any unobtainium. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start to get into the Quarry Plus mod. If you've never used this mod, basically it allows you to mine out a large area that can be completely marked out with these markers, and it allows you to basically mine out a chunk, probably more. Yeah, we should be able to get into that now. So we're gonna need to do something first though. We're gonna need to make the Workbench Plus. Shouldn't be too bad. We just need a block of diamond, just like that. And there we have it, the Workbench Plus. What I'm also going to want to do is get some flux points. And I'm pretty sure that the Workbench Plus requires power, so I'm going to go ahead and hook that up just like that. Make sure to select the network there. And yeah, here we go. So what this is basically a large workbench. Now I need to figure out exactly what I need for the quarry. We're gonna need half a stack of diamonds, half a stack of gold, 64 iron, 16 redstone dust, and 4 ender pearls. We can just pull that all out just like so. And move over to the workbench and plug it all in. And I think we want the Quarry Plus just like that. Nice. And I don't think I need the workbench for anything right now, so I'm just going to steal the power for it. We'll also need a few of these flexible markers. I think we're going to need at least 4, so I'll just do this 4 times. Eventually it might be nice to have this automatically set up with a auto crafter or something like that. Alright, so we will need the workbench again. We can go ahead and hook it back up to the power. And I'll just put everything inside. And okay. Interesting that it didn't craft everything. We need 4 redstone torches for each one. Okay. All right, so now I'm in the end here again, and what we want to look for is an end highlands. And we just want to make sure that it's all, yeah, it seems good here. I'll also F3 and G and kill a few of these guys. All right, I want to make sure that it's in like one chunk probably. So I'm gonna start by putting this down. We'll say right here. And I think I want to place the markers down. Now, I've never used this mod, so I'm not exactly sure how it's going to work. Interesting. I think for now we'll go without the markers and we'll just see how well this actually works. And I'll just make sure that this is all in one area. Yep, it's all within the highlands. All right. So let's go ahead and hook our power into this, and it's going to immediately start working. I also have a barrel. Place that down there, upgrade it into netherite, and hopefully, yep, it looks like it's all going in. And it is working. Now, initially this is going to be pretty slow, but I believe what we can do is actually insert a diamond pickaxe, and it'll actually use the enchantments that are on it, and yeah, it'll actually, like, say if we want to fortune it, we will get more ores out of the quarry. I'm also going to make sure that this is chunk loaded, just so that it stays loaded as we are sort of working on things. So while this is working, I'm going to go back to mining and hopefully we can find some unobtainium because I really need it for the next project that I want to complete. Alright, so I was just mining around here a little bit, waiting on the quarry to do its thing, and I finally found some unobtainium, so let's go ahead and mine it. It actually comes out in bigger chunks than I remembered. Alright, so we got 9 from that. That's huge. We should be able to at least double that. And the first thing I'm probably going to end up doing with this is actually making an unobtainium site potion. Or sorry, the charm of unobtainium site, just so that we get a little bit more. I think this is enough for what we need initially. But I would still like to have some more just in case we need it. All right, and while I'm working on that, I'm just going to go ahead and accept the quest from that. And it does actually give us an extra unobtainium ore, which is really nice. We also have one here. Got some random upgrade item. And yeah, nice. All right, so I'm going to go back to the end and try to mine up some more unobtainium. Oh man, I always hate when it's like right on the surface, like right next to where I could have found it easily. Oh, that's a bit of a bummer, but at least we're able to find it all now. All right, so what I wanted to use the unobtainium for is actually making an angel ring, which basically allows us the ability to have creative flight. Now, this version of it does use up your XP, but honestly, I have 200 levels and a really overpowered mob farm, so I'm really not too worried about that, at least for now. So we do have everything for the diamond ring, which I don't think does anything by itself. We can check. Yeah, it looks like it's just a crafting ingredient. All right, and I think that that's everything that we needed for the angel ring. So we can go ahead and equip that, and now we should, we double click, we have creative flight. Nice. Oh, it's so nice. It is a little bit slow, I've noticed. But honestly, it is it's gonna work for now. And in terms of the XP drain, it's a little noticeable, but honestly, yeah, with 200 levels, I don't think we're ever going to run out of flight. All right, and I think I'm going to go ahead and immediately upgrade it into the powered version, mostly because we do have a reactor that's fully capable of actually doing that. So I'm just gonna go ahead. I think I'm gonna try to upgrade it all the way through. By the way, I have made Enderium before. I have it inside my reactor, so it's really not too big of a deal. Let me see if I can find the crafting recipe for this. It's pretty simple. It's just lead. We need some ender pearls, diamond dust, fire charge, etc. It's really an easy recipe. All right, and that's everything that we need for the hardened angel ring. Oh, and it looks like for the reinforced one, we will actually need to get a little bit into thermal. I don't know exactly if I want to do that quite yet. This one should be good though. I kind of want to see if there's any actual speed difference. By the way, I didn't actually mention what I did in between episodes yet. One of the things that I did do was make a Flux controller from the Flux Networks mod. This is basically it allows us to actually store a little bit of energy within the Flux network itself. I can never say that. It also enables wireless charging. This basically allows us to wirelessly charge anything in our armor slots, our curio slots, hotbar, offhand, or main hand. The important thing here is going to be the curios slots, because that's where the angel ring is going to be. So yeah, that's why our angel ring was getting charged there. Now, I do think that this is a little bit faster. Not by much, I don't think. I am curious to see I'm not sure why that's equipping over and over. That's kind of weird. It seems to be keeping steady though. We're not losing too much power. I am curious to see how much power we're actually draining from the reactor. Let's run over here. So that's 4,000 right now. I believe that's with the quarry running. So if we fly up, honestly, not too big of a difference. I might go and shut off the quarry really quick just so that we can get an accurate count. Oh, and it looks like the quarry has dug up some more unobtainium. Nice. I always forget that all the modium ores can't be vein mined. It's a little bit weird. I'm not sure what the reasoning for that is, but yeah, there we go. And it seems like it's still draining the same amount even though I turned the quarry off. That's a little bit weird. It might be this actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Oh yeah, we're using 4,000 here in the okay, within the refined storage system. That is another thing that I did in between episodes that I forgot to mention. I made a wireless transmitter and put an infinity range booster in there. This doesn't go across dimensions quite yet. We can upgrade it into that, but this does allow us to have access to the refined storage system within the overworld. So yeah, that's what's draining 4,000 right now. So I might actually just take that out. Let's see. Okay. I'm just trying to gauge an accurate amount that this is draining because it doesn't actually say. So currently our drain is 71. And if we start flying... Okay, it's about 200 RF per tick, it looks like. So that is honestly not bad whatsoever. That's very negligible in the long run, so nice. And speaking of things that I did in between episodes as well, I believe this is the last thing. I made a wireless crafting grid, which is why we have the wireless transmitter here. Yeah, this allows us to access the storage, so yeah. I think I kind of mentioned that, but I didn't actually explain why we needed the wireless transmitter. Alright, so I think that we've spent enough time within Chapter 1. I know that there's a few of these side quests, specifically the starter power, that we just didn't really get to. However, I think that we're ready to unlock Chapter 2. And that thunder is very dramatic. Let's go ahead. And I clicked it. Might be lagging a little bit, maybe. Okay, I guess we can't actually click on that, but we do have Chapter 2 ready to begin. So there is a lot to look at here. So really the end goal of this chapter is to get to the star, and in order to do that we're gonna have to combine a ton of different items from different mods, resulting in finally creating the all the mods star. So if we look down here at the sort of the dragon egg quest, this is basically the start of Chapter 2. Basically what it says is we need to look at 3 major parts of a playthrough: power, storage, and resource generation. Can go ahead and click next, maybe. All right, so I'm just gonna take a quick step backwards because I do realize that in order to actually do this, we do need the starter power quest completed. So I just quickly made one of the required items. I made the augment generator, so we should be good to continue on. We've already done that as well. Might as well accept these quests. Here we go. One more. Easy. All right. Now, I think we're ready to go to Chapter 2. It looks like there's another quest here. Here we go. Danks. I guess that we just got a random quest. All right. Should be able to go to Chapter 2 now and accept that quest. Can go to storage, complete that. We already have a refined storage system set up, no problem there. And yeah, now I think we're pretty much caught up. So what I want to do now is actually hook up everything in here to my refined storage system. I think right now the best way to do that is just going to be to run cables down here. I know that we could possibly make two different networks and hook them up, but I think that's going to be just a little bit too much for right now. So I'm going to go ahead and make some more of these RS cables. We'll probably need a stack or so of those. Here we go. And we'll probably need a few importers and exporters. Here we go. And we do have one in the system already, so I'll go ahead and pull that out. So I think now I just want to figure out exactly how far over we need to go. And actually, I think what I want to do is go this way, south first, and then go in. Just that way we can, if we ever need something over here plugged in, it'll also probably be a little bit closer to the mob farm, so it should be able to be hooked up in the future as well. So I think, honestly, it might be a good idea to just run it beneath the road. So I think I'm going to go ahead and do that. And I'll get started digging here. And it's definitely a good thing that we're digging through the sand because it falls down and reveals the road above. So I think I'm going to turn here. If I look at my map, yeah, that seems pretty reasonable. It might be better if I go over here just to save a little bit, but I think going directly under the road's probably going to be the easiest. All right, and I think it's just a straight shot from here. Let me double check the map. Yeah, if we go just a little bit further, maybe even right here. We'll go a couple more blocks and then we'll go. All right, so we are underneath our machines here. I think I just want to break through here and sort of pop up above. So the first machine, I guess we need to import it into here. So let's get an exporter, which pulls items from the system. That should go there. We might need a couple of them actually, now that I think about it, because these have a very limited space for recipes basically to be able to be exported. So the idea here is we're going to fill this with different ores, and then that'll automatically pull them out from our system. But I think I'll deal with that later. For now, I just want to make sure that everything is hooked up properly. So another thing is we're going to need to import into our system from this barrel, and that'll start pulling out anything that's already here into the system. So I'm wondering exactly how I want to run the cables. I might just go straight down through the ground, honestly. It might end up being the best way to do this. So let's get these all hooked up, and we'll start pulling it over this way, and the same for this one. We can go ahead and just bring it into like sort of a central channel area here. I'll have to break that. And we'll just start bringing this back to the base. I did end up running out of cables, but fortunately I do have this wireless terminal that I can use. And let's go refined here. Make a few more of those. And we should just about be there. Go a few more blocks. Here we go. We are all hooked up now. So returning to the system over here, you can see that everything is already being pulled out. Eventually I will put some speed upgrades in here, but that is how we're going to deal with that for now. So now I just want to go through my system and pull out pretty much every type of ore that I can. You can kind of see that I have a lot here, so it might take a while. At least for now, I just want to get the ones that are more important, or I guess really the ones that are taking up the most space right now. So let's go for these ones. And it should, if I get rid of this llama, starts pulling that in now. And it should start moving everything through. And right, I have some netherite scrap in here. And that is another thing that we're going to have to do as well. We're going to need to export into there. And then this will be netherite scrap. I believe that that's the right one. And then I think it was the enrichment chamber we need to import into the system. And we will make sure to whitelist that. See if it is on whitelist. Yep, there we go. So hopefully that's this system up and running, at least for now. I am going to want to start making these stack upgrades just to speed along our system a little bit. So I'll go ahead and put those in for the main importer and exporter. Nice, that should start pulling things in really nicely now. And an important thing to note about the system here with mechanism is that the GregTech ores cannot go through here. They will just clog the system up and it'll be a little bit of a mess, so just watch out for that. So with all of our machines running at the same time, as well as the added exporters and importers from refined storage, which does actually take up more energy, we're currently only at 16,000 RF per tick, which is honestly really not that bad. When we get into sort of the more later game stuff, we're probably going to be dealing with millions, if not billions, of energy per tick. So it's kind of nice seeing all these numbers so low currently. Speaking of the reactor though, I do actually want to, oh, this is completely full actually. I do want to set up an exporter here. I think I'll just have it set up to the access port itself. And that'll just automatically bring uranium into the reactor. We can probably actually, yeah, we have an exporter as well. So we could bring that into the system as well, just to keep this clear. And this is actually pretty useful for quite a few things, the cyanite. I believe if you're going to make a wind turbine, this is what you need. I'm not too sure how it works in extreme reactors, but we will probably find out eventually. So this should be pretty simple. We're just going to take down the old system, and let's see, get an importer on there and an exporter over there. And we'll make sure to fill this up with uranium ingots, just like that. And now all we got to do is hook it up into the system that's already over there. All right, and that should be the last cable to hook that up into the system. And we should, if we open this up, we can see that it should, yep, there we go. It is filling it up with uranium. And on the other side, we should see this completely draining. Nice. And we don't actually need stack upgrades for this because the fuel rate of consumption is like super slow, so it would honestly just be a waste of power. So yeah, that is this system done now. And we could hook up this other side as well, but I kind of like it being sort of more of a manual type deal, just for if I need like certain projects done. So yeah, I think we'll leave this unattached for now. So the last thing that I want to do pertaining to the RS system is to actually hook up this barrel to the system as well. But I think I'm going to actually make it as a external storage rather than a importer, just because it's a lot of random junk. And I really don't want it all inside my system, but I still do want to be able to access it. So I think that's what I'm going to do really quick here. All right, and we should just about be done with connecting this up. I did have to go through my door system here for the reactor, so hopefully I didn't break anything, but we should now see, yep, we can already see it. We have 3,500 ender pearl fragments, and we've already got 2,000 ender pearls. Nice. And in between episodes, I have been fairly busy. What I did first off was go through and upgrade all of my mechanism machines that are here in this process. It basically makes it way more efficient overall. So if we open it up, we can see we actually have 5 slots here in total, each of them going through and processing each of the different ores. And these all also have 5 slots. Eventually it gets turned into ingots. And overall, this is just way more efficient. And I even added these energy upgrades inside, filling them completely with 8 out of 8. And we're now only using about 1,000 FE per machine, which is really not that bad overall. I also made a few upgrades to my reactor here. You can see here I busted through the ceiling. I increased it by 6 in total. So each of these has 6 more fuel rods that can be filled with fuel. And yeah, I think we can go up to about 40,000 RF per tick, which is pretty insane. I also spent a decent amount of time in the Nether looking for the vibranium upgrade template, and eventually I did find one after like 5 or 6 hours. It was pretty long just trying to find it. Basically, you need to look for the treasure room bastion variant, and then you use a brush to dig some suspicious soul sand, and eventually you'll get the template. So yeah, I just used that to upgrade my armor, and overall it's looking pretty good now. I used I think it was the warden trim, or the ward I think is what it's called, on my armor. And yeah, I think I used all the modium for the trim itself. So what I want to do today is go up. I want to go about right there. My goal right now is to actually reach space and explore around for a bit. And eventually I do want to build a little bit of a base up in space. And the way that we're going to achieve that goal is by using the mod Ad Astra. Ad Astra is a mod that allows you to build spaceships and explore several different planets within space. I've used this mod before, but I haven't really gotten that far into it, so I am excited to see where it goes. So all the mods does have a quest line for this mod. To the stars, we can go ahead and claim our rewards. But I think we're going to need a lot of steel for this mod, so what I want to do is make a dedicated steel factory using Mechanism's metallurgic infuser. And I do already have a few set up over here, but these are more for like a manual process, and yeah, sort of making things like basic control units and this infused alloy. I think I want to separate like almost a little machine over on this side that's connected to my refined storage system, and our separate. So we'll go ahead and craft that, and I'll probably need some flux points, and we'll also need some cables to actually hook this up to the system. So I just want to find a decent place for this, probably a few blocks over here. This is directly over the line here, so I'll go ahead and hook that up. I do want to leave a space here for an importer, and we can put an exporter on top. I'll just put the cable there for now so that we can place the user. We'll get power running through the back. That work. And I think I'm going to have an exporter set up on the bottom and the importer on the side. And the way that I'm going to do this is actually I'm going to use a detector. Now, detectors will detect the amount of an item that is inside of your system. And because I don't want this to completely chew through all of my iron and coal, we're going to use the detector to actually limit the amount of steel that we can have in our system. And it has been a while since I've used these, so for now I'm just going to place it down here next to the exporter. This should output a redstone signal when we give it a item. steel in our system. We do actually have a few bits here. Fill that up, and let's say when we have 1,000 steel in our system, the system will turn on, or the detector will turn on, and that will turn off the export. So on the importer side, all I want to do is make sure that it's only importing steel ingots. And now we can set up the exporter as well. We're going to need steel, iron, and coal. There we go. We can go ahead and place that inside the exporter, and that should start filling this up. And it looks like it is. Gonna do it very slowly at first, but that is perfectly fine. Now we will need to configure this a little bit here. So on the bottom, we want this to be inputs. Kind of wish that we could do extra end. I might have to think of a workaround for that. For now though, I think I'm just gonna make another exporter here. And yeah, that should work. I think what I'm gonna do is take out the coal from that, put it into the side of there, and I will configure this right side to be the extra, then the bottom to be the input, and we will set left to output. So right now I'm gonna set the detector up to say 32. That way we can actually test this working. Type in steel. And of course I completely missed a few steps here. For some reason I thought that it went completely into steel, but what we actually need to do is set up a second metallurgic infuser to infuse the output of that, which is enriched iron. We need to add even more coal to it, and that'll turn it into steel dust. Then steel dust we will smelt in an energized smelter. Alright, so I just went ahead and swapped things around a little bit here and actually figured out a decent way to do this machine. So on this first metallurgic infuser, through the back we are importing our iron, and through the bottom we're doing coal. Forgot to do that. On the second metallurgic infuser, we're just importing coal here through the bottom. No need to do anything through the back. Then it goes over to the right, turns into steel dust, and inside of the energized smelter, it turns into steel. Down below, we can see we are importing it back into the system. Now on the back, we have a detector, and this is set up to emit a signal when above the amount of 32. So hopefully when our system reaches 32 steel ingots, it'll shut off, and yeah, the system will work. I'll have to just wait a little while to see if we actually get there. All right, we're at 31 now, so once it reaches 32, it should stop. There we go, 32. That should emit a redstone signal, which I'm not exactly sure if it did actually. Let's see if it's still importing here. So it's not actually importing anymore now that we have more than 32 ingots in the system. It will probably create another stack after it stops, but honestly that's perfectly fine. So what I want to do is put this at, we'll do 1028. Is that? Oh, I was wrong. It's 1024. My engineering skills are a little bit on the lacking side. All right, so that should be working now. And once we get 1,000 steel ingots, we should be ready to go. So while we wait for the steel to smelt up, I'm gonna go ahead and get started on a new build from which we can launch our rocket. All right, and here we have it. This is sort of our space station, or our launch pad at least. I built it a little bit in inspiration of the Kennedy Space Center. It does look a little bit different though, but yeah, so there's not much to talk about. I did make this sort of flag here, and I just used the powder for a little bit of like texturing detail, almost as if the painting is starting to fade out a little bit. For the walls itself, I went with white concrete, similar to the nuclear silos outside as well. And then I just went through and randomized the bricks, or the walls with bricks and the stacked white concrete. And then we have these like little light gray concrete panel deals. These are mostly for decoration. They don't really serve any sort of purpose. So if we take a look inside, obviously it's very empty right now, but I'm sure we'll fill that pretty soon. I just went with tiled diorite for the floor. I'm not entirely sold on it, but I think it'll do for now. So in this sort of second room, this is, I believe this is where they would like build the rockets and stuff in the Kennedy version. So this part is like really tall, and then it has these panels that can be removed, and then they would like take the rocket out on, like, I think they have a rail system for it. I don't really quite remember though. But yeah, then they would take it out here onto the launch pad. Now, I think this is probably my favorite part of the build. It is using a lot of the create sorry, not the create Astra, the add Astra parts here. So we have iron pillars as sort of the border, iron plating, and even these little small red industrial lamps. These look so good as sort of a like a warning, like this is the ledge sort of deal, I guess. And then right here we have a I'm not exactly sure what to call it. It's basically the structure that keeps the rocket in place and fuels it up, and yeah, keeps it from falling over until it's ready to launch. And for the lighting in this area, we're actually using these feral flare lanterns from Torchmaster. These basically put invisible torches, I guess, all around, so that we don't actually get any sort of spawns in a pretty close area. And by the way, this place is called the Tin Starfish Aeronautics Association, I think is what the last A is going to stand for. I'm not sure. I just kind of threw the lettering together and then came up with what the acronym would be. It's sort of the this world's equivalent of NASA, though. All right, and while I was working on that, we have gathered up a decent amount of steel ingots. I actually did decide to increase the amount that we are capable of holding, so we now have 1,400. I believe the max is set up to about 1,000 more than that. I could be wrong though. Oh, it looks like we have actually run out of coal, which yeah, not a good sign. I'm curious if we can make, or if we can use charcoal with this. Okay, it looks like we can use charcoal, so I'm just gonna go ahead and swap out the exporters. There we go. And I will add charcoal to that because we do make a ton of charcoal right now, and I can always make more because our tree farm is completely full right now. So yeah, that should be good for now. I don't think we're gonna need a whole lot of steel right at this moment, although I guess with our first ship we will need a lot of steel. So yeah, let's go ahead and figure out what we need to actually get started with Ad Astra. This mod fortunately does come with a book, so we can go ahead and figure out what we need. Obviously, we're going to need a launch pad, and oh, okay, this is a lot of steps. Okay, so first we'll need to generate power. I'm assuming we really don't need to do this, considering we have a nuclear reactor. Making steel, we already have that. Fuel is going to be another thing though. Okay, so for oil, it does accept any type of oil, so these are all or dictionary together, so we shouldn't have to worry too much about that. We will have to go out and claim a lot of this, so I think I'm going to grab a couple buckets, and I will probably make a tank. The singularity tank might work. That's only 32 buckets though. We'll probably need a lot more than that, so let's see if we can make a bigger one. That's 1,000 buckets. Yeah, let's go with this one. We'll go ahead and make 3 more of those and make the jumbo tank. And now I just need to go out and try to find somewhere that there's oil. We used to have some here on the island, but I think I filled it all in. I think it was right about there. So I'm gonna have to go out into the ocean and track some down. I do see this one over here. Let's see if this one actually will count. Oh, what is under here? A distraction, that's what that is. All right, let's see. Okay, so that takes that entire thing. This is add Astra oil. That's good to know. Okay, so we'll just have to figure out a way to just pick this all up. I guess I'm just gonna bucket it in and see how it goes. All right, and I think that was everything. And in total, it looks like we got 49 buckets of oil, which is not too bad, I don't think. I'm not really sure how much we're gonna need for our rocket, but yeah, the ocean looks a little bit nicer now though, so that's a good thing. All right, so let's figure out what we need next. And it does look like we're gonna need a total of 6 buckets for a launch and return. So good thing we got as much as we did. So next up, we need a fuel refinery, which really does not look too bad. Let's go ahead and make that really quick. Let's go here, fuel refinery. We just need steel plates, which shouldn't be too bad. We get a hammer. Looks like this hammer doesn't work. Yeah, here we go. We just needed to rearrange it a little bit. So here's the steel plates. We're gonna need a lot of these, so I'm just gonna make a stack actually. We'll need those for the future. So let's see here. We need the, I believe it was the oil refinery, right? Or the fuel refinery? Type in refinery. Fuel refinery. Just need a furnace, and there we go. We can go ahead and craft that up. Now, I do need power in this building because I want all of the Ad Astra building parts over here. So I'm wondering, let's just make a flux point. So I'm not really sure exactly how many of these machines that we're going to need, but for now I'm just going to place the flux point there and put some cables there. And I'll just set the fuel refinery on top of that. Make sure that we are selected on our flux network. And let's see how this machine works. All right, so it looks like all we're gonna have to do is just bucket it into the machine. So if we right click the refinery and then click it into there, it will begin to turn into fuel. And then on this side, I believe we need it right there. As soon as it gets to a bucket, it'll fill with fuel. I'm going to use the pipes mod and see if we can actually pump this into the machine, because I really don't feel like doing this all manually. It does look like that works, so that's good to know. And yeah, that'll just begin to fuel up there. And put that back in. And I wonder what we can do for the output. Maybe just honestly fill this up with buckets. But we do need to pull it back out then. Alright, so I just went ahead and made this little system here. So what it does is it takes the oil from the tank over here, inputs it into the refinery, and outputs it into the fluid pipe here, which goes into a fluid encapsulator, and that goes into a barrel. Yeah, what the fluid encapsulator does is it basically takes a fluid and puts it inside of a object that can hold a fluid, such as a bucket. So that is how we're gonna get our fuel. And as I was explaining that, I just realized that the fluid encapsulator can auto input from a side, so we don't even need the pipes on top. We just pull it directly out of the encapsulator, which should save us a little bit of room if we go ahead and put the barrel there on top, and make sure to switch that to output mode instead, so that it doesn't keep pulling the buckets out. And yeah, there we go. So that is our fuel taken care of. Let's see here. Next up, we're actually going to want to make the NASA workbench, which is basically the work table that will allow us to assemble our first rocket. Here we go. Pretty simple recipe. Just needed some steel blocks, steel plates, and some iron rods. Here we go. And where I want to put this is probably right about here. Honestly, I think I want to pull it back a little bit. Probably about here. I think that looks pretty good. So let's go ahead and open it up, and you can see that this is a pretty complicated recipe here. It does look like it's in the shape of a rocket though, so that is nice. Basically, we're gonna have to fill this up with very specific components, such as the steel plating for the body. I think we're going to need fins, a rocket, etc., etc., and that will actually allow us to go ahead and launch. We'll also need 2 launch pads, one for where we are launching from, and one where we land, and I forgot how big these things are. That looks so ridiculous. I think this is a 3x3, so if I place it right about there, I think that'll look good. Hopefully that yeah, I think that'll do. What I was sort of worried about is once we actually launch, if we accidentally move off to the side while launching, we could potentially clip the thing here, but I think right here is going to be good though. I think we'll be fine. So before we build our rocket, what I want to do is build our spacesuit. This will allow us to breathe while we're in space. And yeah, for this we will need oxygen, which is obtained in an oxygen loader. Need a couple of these gas tanks, a fan, and last up we'll need a lightning rod, and that should be everything for the oxygen loader. And what the oxygen loader actually does is it separates out the oxygen from a liquid, such as water. So what we want to do is we would also like to make a sink, which is an infinite water source. So I think I'll just place this down. I think I'll put it up actually. Sort of almost like a lab sink, if you will. All right, and then I will I'll put it over here. We'll just hook that up with the fluid pipe, get our wrench out, and start pumping that into the oxygen loader, which is now, it should be filling with water. All right, so I did actually end up getting this working. We need to use the fluid encapsulator once again for this. So yeah, we have the sink over here, encapsulator in the middle, and then the oxygen loader over to the side here. And I don't... Am I duplicating buckets? Hold on. If I place one in there. Or... Okay, I definitely just found a bug. That's great. Yeah, I don't know what to do with that. Anyway, let's go ahead and put it over here, and then we have the oxygen goes on the right side, put it into a bucket, and then we get our oxygen out there. So when we get our tanks and stuff, we'll use the oxygen loader to actually fill those up. Speaking of that, let's get started on building our spacesuit. This is pretty simple. We're just going to need some gas tanks and oxygen gear. We've already made this before. Here we go. And make 2 tanks from that. Oxygen gear. And that should be the chest plate. We do need to get the rest of it though. The pants, which is really simple. The boots, pretty simple as well. And finally, the helmet, which I think is the... Actually, nope. Never mind. I thought it was more complicated than the chest plate, but yeah, it's pretty simple. Alright, so while we're in space, we are going to need some extra oxygen. So what we want to do is make a few extra gas tanks. From the past, I've noticed that we probably only need 2, maybe 3 extra ones, depending on how long we want to stay up there. But yeah, so what we do is we open up the oxygen loader and just insert it. Also, I think I broke the oxygen loader because it's duplicating buckets, and earlier it was putting water buckets over here and filling them with water. It was really weird. So yeah, I basically made it so the fluid encapsulator no longer auto outputs to the side. So if you're doing this alongside with me, just do this manually. It doesn't need a lot. We don't really need a lot of oxygen. So yeah, here we go. So I will need to keep putting some buckets in here and making sure that our gas tanks are full. And also, before I forget, don't forget to fill your spacesuit up with oxygen as well, because that is sort of your main supply of oxygen until you run out, and then you can use your gas tanks. Alright, so I think we're now ready to begin building our tier 1 rocket. Now this is going to take a lot of steel. As you can see, the body is all steel blocks. The nose cone requires steel, I believe. These steel tanks require it. So yeah, that is a good thing that we made that steel factory. So I'm going to go ahead and probably screenshot this just so that I have a reference to this. And then I'm going to just go ahead and start building out all of the individual pieces. And then when we come back, we will assemble it all together. All right, and I think we now have everything that we need to actually begin assembling our first rocket. So I'm just going to go ahead and place everything inside that we need to. We have the nose cone and the steel blocks for the body. I believe it was the steel tanks right there. The 4 rocket fins. Finally, the steel engine. And here it is. Tier 1 rocket in a very loud explosion. And here we go. Oh man, that thing is absolutely huge. Here we go. So yeah, we have the rocket now. And sorry, it's so ridiculous. All right, we can go ahead and place it down on our launch pad now. And it looks really tiny, honestly, in comparison to, oops, the frame that we have. But we will in the future get bigger and bigger rockets. But for now, this one is ours. So I believe if we shift right click, yep, we can see, I think this is an inventory. So if we wanted to bring anything back from outer space, then we could. But yeah, we do have the wireless crafting grid that can go across dimensions. So I'm pretty sure that that'll work for this. So what we're going to need over here is, it says air, but I'm pretty sure this is where we need to put the fuel. I could be wrong though. Let's go ahead and grab out a little bit of fuel here. It said we need 6 for a round trip. So yeah, we have, let's grab 3 more just because I'll probably forget the next time I take the rocket out. So that is how we get inside. If right click, okay, it does look like if we put it on the left side here, it'll actually begin to fuel up. So yeah, it's a little bit weird that that's labeled as air by default, but as soon as we begin to fill it up with fuel, it changes to fuel. So I think that's everything that we need. The only thing left is to put on our spacesuit. And this brings back memories to my previous playthrough. Alright, so before you actually launch off into space, I highly recommend reading this chapter of the Ad Astra book, Preparing to Launch, because if we miss any of these steps, it could potentially strand us in outer space. The two things that we're really going to need is a launch pad and 3 buckets of fuel. We sort of already talked about this, at least the fuel. In terms of the launch pad, though, we definitely need to make sure that we have that on us. Otherwise, we cannot come back. And if you're super paranoid about like losing your stuff in outer space, or if you're playing on hardcore or something like that, what you can do is actually go through and enchant your armor from Ad Astra, your spacesuit, and you can even turn it into Apotheosis armor. So yeah, if you want like to be super overpowered while you're in outer space, you can do that. I don't think I'm gonna do that, mostly because I have like 12 extra health bars, so I think I'll be fine. I also have some waystones with me. Let's see here, we have the crafting grid, extra launch pad, extra gas. I even have my armor here. I don't know if we'll die if we put on the armor in outer space. We probably will. And we are launching right now in 3, 2, 1. Oh, yeah, it has its own countdown. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Yeah, there we go. Nice. Goodbye, island. And hello, space. I'm curious to see how long it actually takes. Oh, we do have a little progress bar on the left side, so we're almost in the atmosphere now. Here we go, and look at that. So yeah, when you actually launch out into space, you get sort of this little menu that kind of tells you, well, it shows you the current solar system and all the planets inside of it. Right now, I think, can we even go to the moon yet? Yeah, so we can go Earth, we can land, or we can create a new space station. And okay, so I guess we can't actually construct the space station yet. We're gonna need 64 iron plates, 32 steel ingots, 32 dash ingots, and 32 dash plates. Now, dash is an extraterrestrial ore that we can find, and I'm pretty sure where we're gonna find that is on the moon. So let's go to the moon. Okay, this is a little bit... Okay, here we go, here we go. I think I need to hold space so that we don't die. I can't see the land yet. Maybe I just need to hold it down. Okay. Okay. I think the number in the middle of the screen there is how far up we are, so we're still about 300 blocks up. I really wish I could see the ground right now. In fact, oh, here we go. All right, nice. Here is the moon. So as we get closer, I think it is going to be a little bit harder to slow down, but we're coming in pretty well there. There we go. All right. So I think we can just escape from that and make sure that you, I think we want to shift right click that and take the rocket out of there. There we go. So yeah, this is our little lander module. That's how you actually land on the planet. I don't know if we can break that. We can. Okay, nice. And yeah, I think if you break it, it does give you your tier 1 rocket back. Alright, so yeah, welcome to the moon. Currently, doesn't look like there's anything up here that we can find. I'm not really sure in this version if there's any sort of like structures that we can find on the moon itself. I'm really curious to see. And what we're looking for right now is probably going to be below ground, but I do want to just explore the surface for a bit just to see what we can even find up here. It looks like some sort of cave there, probably where a meteorite fell, and there's some sort of alien there. Okay, we gotta approach cautiously. We don't know if it's hostile or if it's friendly. Hello, sir. I'm an alien, technically. Oh, okay. All right, he's just gonna start attacking me. Cool. So, yeah. Those guys are hostile. I think there's a few other alien species that we can find here as well. Ooh, what is this? Moon cheese, that's right. So yeah, this is moon cheese. I think it acts basically just as a food source here up on the moon. Cheese block. I don't see much else of what it can be used for, so yeah, probably just a way to keep you fed while you're up here on the moon. And speaking of keeping our resources up, if you notice in the top left-hand side of the screen, you do see the oxygen meters down there, and they are actually decreasing pretty rapidly. I'm not sure if that's based on how much we're moving. No, if we stand still, it drains all the same. So yeah, definitely good that we brought the extra oxygen tanks. So when we start to get probably around like 10% or so, I will be trying to fill my suit back up. Oh, and it looks like we've found our first little structure here. I'm curious to see what this is. It's made out of iron plating, and it seems to lead down pretty far. Okay. Let's bring out the sword and... Oh, it's like a little village. Hello, I'm friendly. You guys care if I open your chests? Apparently not. Cool, so yeah, these guys actually trade a decent things here, actually. Mostly items from Ad Astra, I'm assuming, but look at their big brains. Oh, that's so hilarious. But yeah, so these guys are cool. They're basically just villagers. Not seeing too much down here. I do see this Desh plating, but I don't think this can actually be smelted down into Desh. I could be wrong. Yeah, it looks like it's only decorational. So, yeah. Oh, what do you have there? Interesting. All right. Just a bedroom there. More bedroom. Another chest. Ooh, a few Desh ingots. That's pretty valuable. So yeah, Desh is sort of the equivalent, or the moon equivalent of iron. So yeah, that's what we're looking for right now, is just a ton of Desh so that we can continue progressing in Ad Astra. Ooh, and this chest had a few extras. And an important thing to note is if you did actually forget your launch pad, some of these chests can contain extra launch pads. So yeah, you don't get totally stranded here anymore. So that is definitely nice. All right, so there wasn't too much in that little village there, so I think I'm gonna continue exploring around and maybe try to find a cave that we can go down into and try to find some Desh ore. And just like that, the first cave I go down into, I find moon Desh ore. Just like that, nice. So yeah, if you ever find some of these larger caves, it's definitely nice to go down into and just try to find some dash. I think my bag's magnet might be off. Getting a little bit of a leg spike. And another ore that you can find here on the moon is the moon ice shards. Now the ice shards, I'm not exactly sure what they're used for. Let's take a look. Oh right, we can make cryofuel with them. That's right. So cryofuel is basically an upgraded version of our regular fuel, and it'll definitely be useful. I don't remember if it's required to go to some of the further planets or not. I think it might actually be, so I definitely want to gather up as much of the ice shards as I can. That way we can actually make our cryofuel. Oh, and my my oxygen just ran out, so I'm gonna go ahead and right click with the tank. I guess you have to hold it down. And wow, that is very loud and annoying. So yeah, we just emptied our first tank there. Yeah, I was looking at recipes and stuff and noticed that I was dying, so yeah. You do, after you run out of oxygen, you do get some of, you get sort of a similar health bar to, or like basically the oxygen bar when you start drowning, so yeah, you do get a little bit of time before you actually completely die in space. Okay, so I've just resurfaced here and I found another structure, so I definitely want to go and check that out. It looks like more villagers, so yeah, let's see what's inside, if we can find the entrance. Here we go. Yep, it looks like another villager sort of housing area thing. Not too much in here, I see. All these barrels are empty. Do want to get all the way up to the top just to see if there's anything unique or special. I do see a chest here. Another launch pad, which is nice. Some more dash. Fuel. Okay. Yeah, being able to find fuel here as well is going to be really nice. They're all sleeping. And here we go. Dash nuggets. Some more gems. Ton of iron, actually. And yeah. And seeing these soul torches did remind me, obviously when you're in outer space on some of these planets that don't have oxygen, regular torches aren't going to work for lighting things up. So you need to use soul torches, or really anything that's that you would think doesn't require oxygen to burn. All right, well, I'm starting to run out of oxygen here. I do have another tank, but yeah, I want to go back home. I have a ton of dash now, by the way. I gathered up about 400. I think we'll probably need about that much, but yeah. I'm going to use a waste stone instead of actually flying back on my spaceship, just because yeah, there's no particular reason. Here we go, and we can go back home. And here we are. Nice. So an important thing to note about dash is that the mechanism setup for ore doubling does not work for it. So unfortunately, we'll just have to use our vibranium furnace here. Yeah, maybe in the future they'll add that functionality, but as of right now, it does not exist. Alright, so I had a little bit of time to actually come back to the to this sort of area on the island and redecorate it a little bit. How it was previously was pretty much like right here over was just sand, so I just came through, built in a path, put some grass down, some leaves, and I made it sort of a made like a line of palm trees here, just to kind of keep the island feel, but almost making it feel a little bit like California in ways, just sort of having these palm trees lining the side of the water. And I also went ahead and made this sort of side cliff into cobblestone, just for a little bit of extra support, just to make it feel a little more supported, because it does feel a little bit weird to have a space center on sand. So yeah, that is solved now. Underneath is still sand, but honestly on this part it shouldn't matter, just because it's being held up by the pillars. All right, so now that we have access to space and we have access to Dash ore, what I want to do is actually get started on building a orbital space station. As you might remember earlier in the episode, I did mention how we are actually able to make the orbital space station. We're gonna need, I think it was like a stack of iron plates, some dash, and steel, and that should allow us to create the space station. So I did take a screenshot of the requirements earlier, and so yeah, we should have everything that we need to create that. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and start assembling everything that we need for that, then we should come back soon. So the only thing we didn't have access to quite yet was dash plates. These can be just pressed in a mechanical press with crate. I think there's a few other simple ways to do that. So yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and wait for these to press up, and yeah, we should be good to go. So returning to the rocket here, if we shift right click, I already fueled back up. I refilled the oxygen on my spacesuit and in the gas tanks, so we should be good to go again. I do still have another waystone in my inventory, so that when we build the space station, we'll be able to go to and from. So I'm going to remove my armor, make sure I have my spacesuit on. Yeah, don't forget to put your spacesuit back on when you're going to space. Yeah, so let me see, I should just have to right click again. We're all fueled up and ready to go, so I think I'm just gonna press space. Here we go, nice. I always love the countdown of this. Let's go. Yeah, I really like having the sort of support structure there. It looks pretty cool when we're taking off. Goodbye, island, once again. All right, so here we are back at the solar system view. I'm gonna click on Earth, and if I press the plus sign next to space stations, we can go ahead and construct a new space station in Earth orbit at -202.46. We have everything that we need. So I think we just press that, and here we go, nice. Okay. So I don't think I've ever made a space station before, so I'm curious to see how this exactly works. Okay, we're going pretty quickly. Not sure exactly what our landing goal is. Okay, there it is. Nice. So obviously you can see that it is already a sort of a pre-built area for us to kind of start with making a space station up here. Can come in for a soft landing, and nice, there we go. Here we go. And can I get my ship back? Here we go. Sweet. So yeah, this is the space station. I'm gonna try to get outside. I don't actually know if we can go outside from the inside here, and it looks like we don't have oxygen yet. So if we were to completely enclose this area, and we could use, I think it's called an oxygen distributor. Here we go. If we use an oxygen distributor, we can actually have oxygen in a small enclosed space like this. So yeah, here it is. This is kind of our starter space orbit station. And I'm just gonna go ahead and get a waystone setup here. By the way, if you don't have creative flights while you're up here, it is a little bit annoying. Let's just call this the space station. I might come up with a unique name for it later, sort of keeping it in that sort of NASA themed. So one of the major reasons on why you would actually want to make a space station is it makes it a lot easier to launch further distances. And in fact, if you want to go interplanetarily, I think you need to have a space station in order to actually launch. So I'm going to get a new launch pad here and put that down. Now, if we do want to go interplanetary, we do need a tier 2 rocket. This one will only allow us to go to the moon and to the Earth. So yeah, we are a little bit limited with that currently, but we might get to that pretty soon. All right, so like I said, we need to make an oxygen distributor in order to actually have a breathable source of oxygen in outer space. So I'll just make that really quick. Now, I don't quite remember. I think we are going to need an oxygen loader in order to actually create oxygen that can be distributed by the oxygen distributor. And by the way, once you do have access to Dash, what you can do with your oxygen loader setup is actually replace your fluid encapsulator with the pipe, and that will actually automatically fill up the oxygen loader. So yeah, that is definitely a nice thing to know. It's kind of weird that it's a little bit buggy with other sorts of pipes and stuff, but yeah, this is definitely a way to get this to be automatically going. All right, so back at the space station now, and I'm gonna get this setup sort of going. I'm gonna place my sink down first, fluid pipe on the side, oxygen loader over here. Hopefully that starts going. Here we go. Now this does need power, so I do have a flux point. It's gonna be a little bit tricky. Let's see, does that go? Yeah, that leads just straight into outer space. Weird that that's double slabs, but all right. What's down below that? Space, okay. Yeah, this the setup is going to be a little bit complicated, but shouldn't be too bad. I think I'll just put the oxygen loader up top. Hopefully that can still fill. Okay, good, it does. Get the flux point there. And I'll just go ahead and put the distributor up top. Now it looks like it doesn't automatically pull the oxygen out of the oxygen loader. So let's see if we can use a pipe to fix that. I am sort of experimenting with this as I go, so if there might be better methods to doing all of this, but interesting. Okay. All right, so actually I was completely wrong. We don't need the oxygen loader at all. The oxygen distributor acts as its own sort of oxygen loader. And yeah, look at that. It's spinning now and creating its own oxygen. So theoretically, I should be able to take my gear off. If I go up here, I did actually make an airlock. So hopefully that is keeping the oxygen inside. So I take my helmet off. And yeah, we're perfectly fine up here in space without the spacesuit now. Nice. And by the way, if you are curious to see how far the oxygen distributor is actually distributing the oxygen, if you click show where the oxygen is being distributed up at the top, it sort of highlights everywhere in this sort of blue color, and you can actually see everywhere that the oxygen is going. Now with my current setup, I actually wasn't able to keep up with oxygen production. So I just turned on power surge on this and it's working a little bit better. So hopefully that's not going to be an issue in the future, but I don't think it will be. It might be running out of power just because I have some machines running, processing ores in the background. So a lot of my power is currently being used up. I only did one small thing in between episodes, and that was just to set up an oxygen loader up here on the space station. That way we don't have to go all the way back to our base on Earth to refill our suit. So what I want to do today is to continue exploring the galaxy, and specifically I want to go to, I think it's Mars next. I could be wrong. So yeah, what we're gonna need for that is a tier 2 rocket. So in order to actually make the tier 2 rocket, what we're gonna need is a ton of dash. So if you didn't gather up a ton of dash in the previous episode when you were on the moon, now would be a pretty decent time to do it, because we're gonna need a ton of it. Alright, so I've gathered everything that I need to make the tier 2 rocket. Overall, really not that bad to actually craft, but it does take quite a lot of dash, so yeah, but here we go. Here is the tier 2 rocket. And I always forget that it explodes like that. That's always fun. And man, does this thing look cool. Alright, so actually what I want to do is go back to the space station, because it will make it easier to actually launch from there. So we're just here on the space station now on our little launch pad, and I'll just go ahead and place that down here. And yeah, so we go ahead and shift right click. It's pretty much the same as the tier 1 rocket. Let's make sure the airlock is closed. And we will need fuel for this. Now, I'm not sure if this one actually will require the cryo fuel or not. Let's see. It does take regular fuel. That's good to know. Here we go, all filled up. All right, and I think we're ready to launch. So I'm just gonna go ahead and press space. And it's a little bit harder to get a nice view of the rocket launch from here, but not too bad. Here we go. Nice. The Earth looks so small from up here. Alright, we should be reaching the atmosphere here pretty soon. I guess probably not the atmosphere, probably out. I'm not really sure what it's called. Alright, so on the solar system view here, you can now see that we have access to Mars. So I'm gonna go ahead and press land on Mars. Now, similar to how the launch was going with like on the moon, we needed fuel. I already talked about that, but we also needed a launch pad if you're not using waystones, which I'm just going to be using waystones because it's just a little bit easier. All right, let's see if we can get landed here pretty soon. There we go. Now we can see land. Alright, coming in for a soft landing there. Nice. Awesome. Whoops. Right, just gonna make sure to grab my rocket back out and break the lander. And we'll put the waystone down over here, and we will call this Mars. So Mars is pretty barren, similar to how the moon was. However, we do have a few differences. We have these sort of ice biomes with sort of the dripstone. We have a few other ones as well, but overall Mars is going to be pretty cold. And I think we should be able to find similar villagers to as we're on the moon, but I think they're going to look a little different. So I think I'm just going to explore around for a little bit and kind of see what we can find. And yeah, one thing that we're looking for on Mars is an ore called Ostrom. That's sort of the next tier up above Desh. So yeah, we definitely need to be on the lookout for that. All right, I seem to have found our first little structure here. It definitely looks very interesting. These are glowing Ostrom pillars, okay. Oh, and this actually comes with a waystone built in, nice. All right, not much here. In fact, I will take this waystone just in case. Here we are, our first piece of Ostrom ore. It should be fairly common on the sort of these surface cave systems that you can find all across Mars. So yeah, we also have these ice shards here, and I think I mentioned this in the previous episode, but the ice shards are actually made, or are used in making the cryofuel. So definitely grab some of that, as we will probably need that in the future here pretty soon. You'll also notice that Mars does have diamonds, which is pretty nice. It's a decent way to get diamonds. Obviously, we're pretty late game right now, so finding diamonds really isn't too big of an issue for us. And I seem to have found my first local of Mars. Sort of a bug alien looking creature. Try to make first contact with it. He is not friendly, so we will be killing him. Alright, so I've explored Mars for quite a while, and I sort of looped back here to my waystone, so I think I'm ready to head back home and yeah, get this Ostrom all smelted up. I did get 268, which hopefully should be enough to make our next rocket. Alright, so what I want to do next is to actually make the cryo freezer, I believe it's called. Yep, the cryo freezer. This will allow us to convert the ice shards that we find like on the moon and on Mars into cryo fuel, and that's just a way more efficient and a lot easier to obtain fuel source than converting oil into fuel. So yeah, we're gonna go with that, and it should be pretty simple to make. We are gonna need quite a few things though. I don't actually have any blue ice. I think we can find that on Mars. I'll have to silk touch it though, so I will need to grab my my spell book from Ad Astra, because that's how I have my silk touch. So I'm gonna go to the moon really quick and find some blue ice. I see a lot of packed ice here, but I'm not actually seeing any blue ice, so it might be a little bit rarer. We can also just straight up craft it, so let's just get, I think we're gonna need 2, so 18 pieces total. There we go. Just like that, we can make some blue ice, and let's make the cryo freezer. We will need plates as well, and a large gas tank. We should be using these, by the way, anyway, for our oxygen supply, so yeah. Let's just make some Ostrom plates. Or Ostrom, I'm not really sure how to pronounce that, actually. 4, 5... How many was it? I think it was 6. We can do this with the engineer's hammer. Just like that. Right, and now let's make the cryo freezer. Just like that. Alright, so I'm just gonna go ahead and set this up right next to our old fuel refinery. Put down our flux point, and I did just steal this one from the refinery because I don't think that we're actually going to need this anymore. We do still have a ton of fuel in here though. I kind of wish that we didn't have this whole setup here, and yeah, because the cryo freezer makes way better fuel. So we can see here, this is the cryo freezer interface. Let me go ahead and grab some ice shards really quick. Shard. I'm not sure how many we'll need. I'll go ahead and toss in 64. And so yeah, that'll create 25, I'm assuming it's like millibuckets at a time. Now this does work pretty slowly in comparison to the fuel refinery. However, this fuel I believe is way more efficient, and overall it is just way easier to obtain. So yeah, this should be pretty good for future travels. And in the meantime, while I'm waiting for some of the ice shards to convert into cryofuel, I'm going to go ahead and get started making our tier 3 rocket. Now the tier 3 rocket, very easy to make, similar to how the other ones are. This will allow us to go to Venus, I believe is the next one. So let's get started gathering all the components for this. The nose cone is always going to be the same, which is pretty nice. Same with the rocket fins. We will need to make an upgraded Ostrom tank, and that does require a dash tank, which requires a steel tank, etc, etc. So yeah, it is a little bit of a nested crafting recipe here, but shouldn't be too bad to make overall. Need 2 of those. Here's our Ostrom tanks. And now we just need the engine, which again is also a recipe that requires the previous edition. And there we go, everything that we needed for the engine. And I believe the only thing I have left is the rocket fins, which are extremely easy to get. So let's type in Ostrom and let's grab everything that we needed. And the nose cone. Not sure where that ended up. We'll just make another one though. Alright, and that's everything that we need for the tier 3 rocket. Let's go ahead and assemble it just like this. Fins on the side, engine down below, tank on either side, and here we have it. A tier 3 rocket. The explosion gets me every time. And yeah, look at this thing, it looks so cool. I do have the other 2 on me, so we can kind of see sort of how the ship gets upgraded and gets a little bit larger every time and like a little more detailed. I really appreciate the attention to detail on that. So far we have 1 cryofuel bucket, so I'm probably going to have to wait a little bit longer to actually get started on going to the next area. It does seem like it takes about a stack of the ice shards to actually make a bucket of the cryofuel, so yeah, we will need quite a lot of the ice shards, but it should be more efficient. And another thing that we're gonna have to worry about before we even get to Venus is that the extreme heats on Venus are actually really hot, so what we're gonna need is the netherite spacesuit, which we should be able to craft here if we can click on the recipe. And yeah, it does require Ostrom, some large gas tanks, and a netherite chest piece. So yeah, we need to get pretty much all of these. And I just wanted to do a quick experiment here as well. I have this Apotheosis enchanted netherite chest plate. So I'm gonna see if it actually keeps those enchantments when we actually craft the suit. Okay, it looks like we don't, so that's definitely an interesting thing to note. So if you have your own personal like upgraded netherite armor, definitely don't use it in this craft. All right, and I think that's the last piece that we needed. And now we've got the netherite spacesuit, which looks so cool. All right, so I think I'm ready now. I just went ahead and filled my suit with oxygen. I also upgraded my gas tanks to large ones, so we should be able to last longer on the surface of Venus. I have 4 cryofuel buckets, which is way more than we're actually going to need. I believe that the cryofuel buckets last 3 times as long as regular fuel, so we should be good on that front. So yeah, let's head to the space station, and yeah, let's head out to where we can launch. And get the rocket down, make sure to fill it with fuel. Right there. I'm gonna fill it all the way up just in case, but I'm pretty sure that if you use cryofuel, it'll only use 1 of the buckets for a trip rather than 3. So I think, yeah, I think we're ready to go. So let's just go ahead and launch. It's always a little bit weird to launch from the space station. Here we go. Here we are. This rocket is so cool. All right, and here we are. You can see we do have access to Mercury and Venus now. I don't know if there's much difference between Mercury and Venus. I believe both require a netherite spacesuit. So I said we were going to Venus, so let's just go to Venus first. All right, coming in pretty hot here. Just trying to slow down a little bit, but not completely stop us. Otherwise, it takes forever to get down to the planet. Here we go. We can start to see clouds. And yeah, you can see the surface of Venus. Came in for a perfectly soft landing there. And let's grab our rocket. And you can see that it did only take 1 bucket of fuel, which is pretty nice. Let me figure out how to get the rocket out. Here we go. And just make sure to break that. And I'll place down a waystone pretty close to where we landed. This is Venus. And immediately our first resident of Venus is right here. A zombified Pygro. So yeah, I think overall Venus is pretty similar to actually the Nether. So we're gonna see some very similar mobs. And by the way, the ore that we're looking for here on Venus, as well as the other planet that we could go to, is called calorite. It's sort of a reddish looking ore, so yeah, let's just keep an eye out for that. And I think I see some right away. Yep, right there. Nice. So I'll probably just run around for a while gathering up calorite and seeing what else we can see on the planet of Venus. Like these infernal spire blocks, which are pretty cool looking actually. So I found my first structure here on Venus, and these guys are very loud and very angry at me. Alright, so I've spent a good amount of time exploring the planet here, and yeah, we have plenty of calorite, so I think I'm ready to travel back home now, if I can find the waystone. Alright, and I'm just gonna go ahead and get this calorite smelted up here in the furnace, and that should be good to go next time we need it. Alright, but there is one more tier 3 planet to explore. So let's go ahead and launch once again. I did grab another waystone. We should have enough fuel in the system. In fact, I can add one more there just in case. And yeah, I filled up my tanks once again, so we should be good to go. Alright, and here we are in the solar system view once more. We were at Venus previously, so let's go to Mercury. I think it's going to require the netherite spacesuit as well, so just be cautious of that. Alright, and here we are approaching the surface of the planet, and you can tell already that it's going to be pretty hot here. I think those are all pools of lava, if I'm not mistaken. Now I don't remember, can I change... Okay, we can kind of change where we land. Oh gosh. Uh-oh. That's unfortunate. Our ship just blew up. Oh, I think maybe I got it. Nope, that was just some cobblestone. Nice. Well, I'm glad that I brought a waystone with me. That's super unfortunate that we landed in lava, though. Alright, so, yeah, this is Mercury. Probably the hottest planet that we're going to be able to explore. And, yeah, the local ore here is also calorite. So, really, what you should do is just go to Venus. Mercury's a little bit hot for travel. And if you land in a pool of lava, you're kind of, yeah, you're kind of out of luck. So, yeah, we can, go ahead and explore around for a bit. There probably won't be too much here to find, though. I do really like the, what is this? The Mercury stone. It's a really nice, color. See if we can make that into anything. Polished, okay. Yeah, it looks pretty good, so, ooh, nice, yeah, alright. I'm gonna explore around for a little bit and see what we can find. And then, yeah, we'll come back. Alright, so I actually have not seen a single piece of calorite, so I'm assuming that it actually does not spawn here on Mercury. And in fact, I looked it up earlier, and apparently it doesn't, so, yeah. I'm not really sure what the point in Mercury is, really. So far, maybe just a good place to get, like, blackstone and basalt, but other than that, yeah, there's not much point to being here, so I'm gonna go ahead, I'm just digging straight out, and, yeah, I'm going to head back home. Alright, let's head home. Nice. So we have now officially explored all of the tier 2 and tier 3 planets, and we're getting a little bit of a leg spike as we load back into our world here. And I'm actually just gonna quickly check in on our quests. I haven't even looked at them at all since we've started Ad Astra. It looks like we have not done anything. We do need the compressor, so what I might do in between episodes, yeah, you can see we do have the check marks there, but we just don't have the quest leading up to it, so I'll just probably go ahead and claim these really quick. Make a compressor really quick, and there we go. Alright, apparently I had to make an engineer's hammer as well. I did already have like a couple of those, but I don't think they ever left my my refined storage system, so yeah. I'm just gonna go through quickly, claim all of these quests. Fortunately, it did actually keep the progress on these, so that's pretty nice. Claim some emeralds, XP, the fuel, and the oxygen. Then, yeah, so we started off on To the Moon, which is funny that I named the episode the exact same. That's funny. Bit of a coincidence. So yeah, we get these little globes. They're not really used for anything. They're just decorative, but yeah, they're pretty cool. I definitely want to collect them all. So that quest was for Dash, and here's the tier 2 rocket. Visiting Mars. And then, let's see here, Ostrom. I just need to go and grab some really quick. Oh, and I definitely should have read the quests before starting this this entire quest line. Apparently, you can use the space breathing enchantment in order to actually add that to your armor. So yeah, if you're playing alongside with me, if you do want to use your like vibranium armor, you can go ahead and get the space breathing enchantment. We can claim the quest for Ostrom, one for the cryo freezer. The tier 3, oh, this is the netherite spacesuit. Here we go. Visiting Mercury. Yeah, the temperature is super high here, by the way. We have visiting Venus. And the last thing in this mod is to create the tier 4 rocket and the jet suit, and then we can visit Glacio, I think is what it's called. And now my inventory is completely full of junk, so I'm gonna go ahead and get that sorted out, and then I think I'm going to get prepared to go to the next planet. All right, I'm gonna start off by upgrading my armor, starting with the jet suit helmet. Okay, we can't do that. Usually you can look up the recipe, but sometimes if something has a durability or any sort of NBT data, it's a little bit hard to do that. So for the jet suit, we are going to need a few extra things here and there. We're going to need an etrionic capacitor. Fairly simple, actually. We will need some more steel plates for that, though. All right, and I think I have everything for this now. Should be able to use my spacesuit there. And nice, there's the chest piece. And the leggings were pretty simple. All that's left now is the boots. Shouldn't be too bad either. Just a few blocks of calorite there. And here we go. We have the full jet suit now. So the jet suit basically integrates the jetpack into the suit itself. So we can propel ourselves upwards pretty efficiently now. The only thing is, I already have creative flight, so there's not a huge need for this. It is kind of nice to be able to just send myself straight up into the air, though. But I did find something unique about this, though. If you hold down Control and forward and space, you can actually send yourself really fast forward. Almost like using a rocket with elytra. So yeah, that's pretty neat as well. Definitely really fast. All right, so next up, I'm just gonna go ahead and make the tier 4 rocket. Similar to every other rocket, we need 2 tanks, an engine, some blocks, etc., etc. It really should not be too bad, just a little bit grindy, especially with these, because you do need to upgrade them all through each of the tiers. So yeah, it does take a little while to do all of this, but shouldn't be too bad. All right, we've gathered up everything that we need for the tier 4 and final rocket. So let's go ahead, get everything inside the NASA workbench, and create our final rocket. Nice. So I had my magnet on. Awesome. Here we go. This thing is huge. And I'll go ahead and claim the rewards really quick so I don't forget. And the last thing that we need to do is visit the planet of Glacio. Something like that. So I just went ahead and got everything prepared, refilled my spacesuit with oxygen, grabbed some extra cryo fuel, grabbed another waystone. So I think we should be ready to go to the final planet. And okay, be careful in orbit with the jet suit, by the way. It will send you flying off into orbit. So yeah, just be careful of that. So yeah, we should be ready. Let's go ahead and get the fuel inside. Does only take 1 bucket, but I'm gonna fill it up with all 3 because why not? All right, all that, I think we're ready to go to the final planet. Nice. All right, so now when you're in this view, you can notice a few differences. Now we have a few different solar systems that we can visit. The solar system is our system. That's where the overworld is, as well as like Mars and Mercury, etc. If we go to Proxima Centauri, this is where we can find the planet Glacio. So let's go ahead and head out to Glacio. I don't know how to pronounce it. Either way though, it is snowing very heavily here, so it probably doesn't look the best on YouTube, but and of course the first thing that you'll notice about a planet called Glacio is that it is Completely snowy here. Hopefully we don't fall into... is that... Okay, these are snow blocks. I was worried about the new snow blocks that were added. I don't remember the name of them. All right, cool. This time we didn't lose our rocket, which is very nice. So let's go ahead and yeah, explore around for a little while. And I already noticed some glacial rams here. Very interesting. These guys are very cute. Yeah, it's a little bit hard to see everything here. I'm a pretty huge fan of this sort of bluish purple stone that they have. So I'm definitely gonna grab a little bit of that. Deep down in the caves, by the way, you will notice that these are pretty much exactly just the sort of the deep slate caves that are in the overworld. We're gonna find a lot of the ores that we can already find in the overworld. I think it's a little more abundant though. I don't quite remember. But yeah, this is a decent place to get a ton of ore. Probably not as good as the mining dimension, but still it's a really nice place to visit and kind of do some caving. And there's no tier progression ore on this planet, by the way, considering this is the final planet. The only thing you'll find here that's unique to Ad Astra is the ice shards for more cryofuel. So when you get to this point, you will be able to find a ton of that and travel to any planet that you really want to. The only thing is, obviously, since we're in all the mods 9, we do get access to waystones. So a little bit pointless, but it's fine. And yeah, this is definitely kind of how I mean. There's going to be a lot of these ice shards in huge clumps. So yeah, definitely be on the lookout for that. All right, so I think pretty much all that is on this planet are goats and snow. So I think I'm going to go ahead, place down my waystone, and head back home for the final time. This planet was called Glacio, right? I think. Yeah, Glacio. All right, let's head back home. And we can go ahead and claim the final reward for Ad Astra. And we get the solar gem, nice. And yeah, that is pretty much everything for Ad Astra. We do have this little optional quest as well that I'll probably get to eventually. But yeah, so that is Ad Astra. Pretty much the most in-depth tutorial that I could give at this current moment. Hello everybody, and welcome back to All the Mods 9. In the previous episode, we continued to explore space and finally finished off with the add Astra Mod, creating all 4 tiers of rockets, and exploring every single planet that there is to offer. So in between episodes, I've kind of been cooking. As you could probably see from the little montage at the beginning of the episode, this is the space station. I don't really have a name for it yet, but I think it's really nice. There's a lot to it. It's also really big, so it might take a while to actually sort of go through and explain everything. However, it is pretty empty at the current moment, so it shouldn't take too long. So yeah, let's start up at the top. We basically have like a little communications dish up here. We have a little antenna here, which I really like. We used I believe these are, yeah, framed trapdoors with the iron pillars inside, so kind of looks like a mini like radar dish there. We used plenty of these small industrial lamps all across the base, and yeah, I think it looks pretty good. So this is where ships will be launched from and landed. If we ever decide to launch a ship again, we would come out of here, and this leads down inside to the launch pad as well as an airlock. We can go ahead and open that up. And yeah, like I said, it is going to be pretty empty in here. I plan on having elevators go throughout the entire base. But yeah, this is sort of the first section inside the space station. I need to sort of move these guys around. I think I'm going to put them in the corners. But yeah, this is going to be sort of a museum of sorts, kind of showcasing off our different rockets. Of course, I still need to remake the tier 3 rocket because it kind of died on Venus. So yeah, this will lead out into the outer rings. There's not going to be, I don't think I'm going to use them for anything. They're mostly just for decoration. But if we do need extra room, we can go ahead and use them. But yeah, so it sort of leads out to the outside there. And then there's not much else to explain here, so let's just go down below. This is sort of an elevator tunnel. I think I might convert this into a room of sorts. I think this might be where I hold my refined storage system in the future. But for now, it's just sort of a big empty area. And then this is the main deck, I would say is what it would be called. Yeah, it's pretty empty. Obviously, I only got to do the outside, but we'll probably get to the interior of this build soon. So yeah, in order to make the outer rings, I actually used a builder because there was no way I was going to be able to do those by myself. So yeah, I just used a builder from RF Tools, build this chest absolutely to the brim. I actually used a combination of iron plates and steel plates. The majority of these outer rings are actually made out of steel plating, but occasionally I do have these sort of iron plates, almost as if it was repaired with iron instead of steel, something like that. Yeah, these sort of larger sections, I mostly did it because I started to run out of steel really fast. So yeah, I just occasionally, when I would run out of steel, I would just put iron plates inside the builder and it would build off these sections. So yeah. For the walls, most of these are actually made out of white concrete, and then we use the grill white concrete as well as the wired white concrete, almost as if there's exposed panels like being pulled off the walls. Maybe some maintenance going on, something like that. Oh, we also used bolted white concrete. Very similar purpose as the other ones. It just adds a little bit more texture to the pretty much all white build. And by the way, I do still need to texture this top part. I just really haven't had the time to do it. This was a really big project. So yeah, looking at the outside of this part, you'll notice that I have these sort of random like stairs with iron pillars occasionally. They're just decorative. They don't really serve any sort of purpose other than to add a little bit of extra detail. In the world of model making, and specifically for movies like Star Wars, for example, What they would do when they were actually designing the ships and stuff, they would actually add, I think they're called greebles. Basically, they would take parts of other like model kits and add them onto like the ships and stuff, just to add a little bit of extra detail, so that everything isn't just completely flat. So yeah, that just gives it a little bit of extra texturing to it. The sort of support structures that lead out to the outer rings also have them occasionally. Then I also have these sort of bands around parts of them. This is supposed to act sort of like as if it was repaired recently, and they just sort of lapped over some extra material that they had to fix like the structural problem with it. Something like that. I didn't really think about it too much. And then we have these sort of, I almost want to call them clips. These are sort of a supporting structure, mostly decorative though, but they do probably hold some electronics inside of them. And they have these red lights on the outside just to, if there's any approaching ships, it would just kind of warn them that there is a structure here. It is a dark circle around the outside, so they might have troubles seeing it in the dark. So the next part I want to talk about is these sort of little pods, I want to call them, beneath the main deck. These would be added later on in development. They would probably be brought up by like other ships that were trying to board, etc., etc. These would act as like housing structures or like places for crops to be grown, additional power supplies, etc., etc. The reason that they all look different is maybe because they were manufactured by different companies, or they were made for different purposes. And yeah, that kind of leads me down to sort of the bottom supporting structure here. This is kind of like the main actual supporting middle structure of the entire build here. It leads down here. I kind of want to build an additional ring down here, one that's a little bit smaller than the other ones. I'm still debating it. But yeah, so this is where we have sort of these antennas down here. These would just allow us to communicate with Earth. Yeah, that's pretty much the only purpose that they serve. Yeah, overall, I think this took about 8 to 10 hours in total. There was a lot of debate at the beginning, like when I was first starting to build it, like how I actually wanted it to be built. I didn't do anything in like creative for like for the purposes of like testing out like build palettes and such. I just kind of went at it, and this is what I came up with. I'm really happy with it. It looks really good, personally. And I think it'll serve a really nice purpose in the future as sort of our main hub, at least for now, and sort of an area where we can start our future projects. And the first one that I want to do is actually upgrading our refined storage system and having it be pretty much complete. I kind of want to get started on making refined storage as crafters. These basically allow you to automatically craft certain ingredients or certain blocks that will... Crafters allow you to basically automatically craft certain materials, and yeah, it makes everything a lot easier, especially when you're going to be upgrading through refined storage's different sorts of like storage ingredients. Refined storage's different types of storage disks. I think we have an extra mod that adds some more. Let me try to find it. Yeah, here we go. We can do 256k storage parts. We do actually have one of these, I think, in the storage system already, but I want to get all the way up to as large as we can, the 1048. And in order to do this, we are going to need a ton of these different parts, and it's going to be very, very difficult to go all the way through these. So I want to be able to automatically craft every single part of the refined storage, things like silicon, the quartz enriched iron, even these 1K storage parts, and the 4K, all the way up until we can craft the 1048 million storage parts. The extra storage mod also has these upgraded crafters as well, so we'll probably end up using these as our crafters. But before I get onto that, I am going to need breathable air in here, just so that I don't have to run back and fill up my oxygen can again. By the way, I did end up getting the enchantments on my armor. So yeah, we are using the vibranium stuff now, but I'm using the jet suit as the cosmetic armor, just because I really like how it looks. So I'm going to get some airlocks down, and I think these are directional, similar to how regular doors are. So I'm going to do it like that, just so that it has a little bit of depth. That should be good. Go. And one last one over here. Now I'll probably end up closing off the top part. Interesting. Yeah, I think I'll just close this for now. I'm not sure how much it's gonna actually consume. So let's get iron platings here. And we'll just close that off for now. Alright, so I've done a little bit more work decorating inside the space station here. As you can see, we have a new room in sort of the central area. This is the main hallway, the main floor, I should say. So first thing you'll notice is we have sort of pathways branching back out, and then we have rooms on either side. And this room is pretty much the only one that I've kind of halfway decorated. This is the oxygen room. This is where we can fill our oxygen gear up with the oxygen loader. And I have sort of a lab here, I guess you could say. Just trying to decorate things a little bit. Maybe some experiments going on with like small trees over here. But the main thing is this kind of structure here in the corner. This is actually our sink, our fluid pipe, and our oxygen distributor, as well as the flux point with a gravity normalizer. So yeah, the gravity normalizer will basically allow me to adjust gravity within a certain area. So I have it set on max right now, and you can see I can just barely jump. I had it set to, what was it, 9, it's like 9.8 or something like that for, that's what regular gravity is. Feels a little bit off, but yeah, that's it's good enough for now at least. So normally these airlocks will actually completely seal off an area from other places from getting oxygen. So I just have these like little iron bar vents in the corners of each of the rooms, and these will basically allow oxygen to spread throughout the entire base. I also have in some of these other side rooms these vents which lead up to the next floor, and I should actually have a grate over that, but I'll get to that eventually. I also got the elevators installed as well finally, so we can go easily from floor to floor and get all the way back out to the top. Make sure to close that. And yeah, what I was going to show you really quick is these not on that floor. I was like, where did they go? These are the ducts that I was just showing you. These allow oxygen to get up into this area. For this floor, I'll probably just have my own oxygen distributor up here, but this sort of middle one was a little bit awkward. I think the distributor would have taken up too much room here, so I think that's a pretty decent solution. It also makes the base look a little cooler with sort of more decorations on the outside. And by the way, for this, I am using a lot of framed blocks, so yeah, just so that we can get those sort of flat angles. And yeah, I think it looks a little bit better than just having the squares. So yeah, we have our waystone in one of these corner rooms. I might end up decorating this to be more like a living quarters type situation. I'm not really sure how to integrate the waystone into the station because it is a little more magic based almost, and we're very sci-fi in this base, so I'll have to figure out something for that. And then one of the other rooms will probably end up being a living quarters of sorts, and I'm not sure what the last one I want to be. I'll figure it out eventually though. And then, yeah, so for the floor below, this is sort of where we access the pods that we have. These are probably going to be used later on, so I'm not too worried about getting like oxygen down here and actually finding a purpose for these quite yet. So yeah, that's where this is currently. I'll probably add a reactor in one of these at least, just for additional power. I think I want to get into the power mod eventually as well, so that could be a good way to do that. Alright, and I just realized that this episode is getting pretty long already, and I haven't even really done anything yet. So what I want to do now is actually move my refined storage system over into the new base. Alright, so this is where the current system is set up. It is a little bit small, I'm noticing, but we should be able to expand it soon. So I think all I want to do is just grab everything and pull it out. I think I'm just going to empty all of these drawers into the system itself, because I do plan on making those very large systems by themselves. So yeah. Now, destroying the system does mean that a lot of these things, a lot of these machines in here are going to be no longer automatic, but I do have a plan for that soon. So I might do that in between episodes. I'm not really sure. Maybe we make it a part of this episode, but either way, yeah, it's going to be disconnected. Same with the reactor, but I also have a plan for this as well. All right, so to begin with, I think I want the controller up a few blocks into the air. This will probably change in the future pretty soon, because if I do remember correctly, the controller from refined storage can multi-block, so we can add more connections and I believe make the network larger. So yeah, we'll definitely do that soon. Let's see here. I should have grabbed some more cables out. For now, actually, yeah, let me get this wireless transmitter set up with the dimension card inside. That way we can still access it. Then let's get the flux point on top as well. There we go. The most basic system that we could possibly make. And we need to rebind this, I believe. Like that. Is it shift right click? Can never quite remember how to do this. Here we go. All right, so we don't actually have access to any of our items quite yet because we don't have them on disk drives. So for this, yeah, honestly, just setting it up on the side. I should have probably grabbed out a few more things. Did I lose my... Oh, they're right here. All right, so we should have access to pretty much everything now. And I'll make some more of these refined storage cables. Find cable. So for this, I'm just gonna have the cables come out all the way to the walls on the opposite side of where the vents are. So one side is going to have our discs, and the other side is going to have our crafters. All right, and that's the system for now. It does look a little bit weird with these cables sort of just reaching out like that. I might end up moving the controller all the way up. I do want to make sure that I can still use my elevator though, which I can. Nice. Yeah, so blocks in between elevators shouldn't interfere with it. Sometimes they do, but yeah. Over on this side, we have our disk drive. We can also use, I think they're like a block variant of the storage block, I believe they're called. I don't know exactly the purpose of them. All right, and the more that I'm actually thinking about this, I think I actually want to swap my system over to applied energistics instead. I feel like it's going to be a lot more useful for the purposes that I want to use it for. Refined storage is really nice, especially early game, but I feel like it's a little bit too simple for the kinds of projects that I want to go for. So I think in the next episode, we're going to get into applied energistics. Between episodes, I spent a little bit of time redecorating the inside of the ship. It's not too much, but I think it looks a little bit better overall. So inside of the oxygen room, we have this sort of little lab area where we're testing trees, I guess, to produce oxygen, something like that. Then over here we have maybe some test tubes that are growing some artificial trees, perhaps, something like that. Then we also have the living quarters, which is just filled with beds. I still need a ton of wool to actually complete this, so it's not quite done yet, but yeah, this is where the crew of the space station would sort of sleep. And finally, we have the sort of the living space, I guess you could call this. This is where we use our waste stone and come in. It's sort of a lobby area, I guess would be the best way to say what this is. On the walls, we have these sort of paintings, I guess. And these are just made with framed trapdoors with various blocks inside of them. Just to give the room a little more of a decorated feel compared to the rest of it. Similar situation over here, and we just have these benches where people can sit down on. So what I want to do today is completely replace our refined storage system with an applied energistics. So let's go ahead and jump right in and see what we need to do to actually get started with applied energistics. The first thing that we need to actually get started with applied energistics is to find these different presses that can be found throughout the world. We're going to need the inscriber calculation press, inscriber engineering press, the logic press, and the silicon press. And the way that we actually get these presses is by exploring the world and trying to find meteorites. The meteorites will contain mysterious cubes, and then from the mysterious cubes we get our presses. And the easiest way to actually find a meteorite is using the meteorite compass, but first we are going to need a charger to craft that. So let's go ahead and craft that up. And this will need power, so I think I'm just going to place it over here for now and put a flux point on top. And what we need is a compass to put inside of it. And I almost put a structure compass inside, which is a very expensive recipe. Here we go. And let's see, we should just have to right click that and bang, just like that, it starts working. All right, and from our home base, it looks like it's off in this direction. Let's see where we're heading. We're heading south. All right, and just like that, we've already found it. So really, it shouldn't be too hard to find if you have the compass. So inside of here, we do have the mysterious cube. I believe we just need to break it, and we should get all of the presses. Nice. How it used to work is you would have to go to each of these meteorites and hope that you got the right ones. So yeah, I definitely like this version a lot better. And I am curious to see if we are able to silk touch the buds here. It looks like we can. If we just regularly break them, I don't think that we get it. Yeah, we just get the block. So definitely bring silk touch with you when you're going here, because we will need Certus quartz and a ton of it in the future. And I'm pretty sure we're going to need these skystone blocks as well, so make sure to grab those as well. Alright, I'm back in the base, and I did actually notice that my refined storage system wasn't actually chunk loaded in, so I couldn't actually access my crafting grid. So I just went ahead and claimed just the center chunk. Actually, I force loaded all of it, but actually undo all of these because this system is completely contained within a single chunk. So yeah, that's pretty nice. All right, so what I want to do now is actually get my budding Certus quartz just down on the ground somewhere. We don't need this to be in a permanent location, at least right now. So I'm thinking Where would be a good place for this? I think over on this side is good. I don't plan on putting anything here, so this should do for now. I'm just gonna put these down haphazardly. These will eventually break down, I believe. So if we continue to grow crystals on them, they'll continue to get down into the worst version and eventually break, I'm pretty sure. And the only exception to that is the flawless ones, and we don't actually have any of those yet, so yeah, we'll have to wait to get those in order to make like a permanent solution. All right, so let's go ahead and get started on applied energistics. And the first thing that we're going to need to do is to actually make Certus quartz dust and the crystals. And we did actually get Certus quartz dust from the budding ones, so that is done on that end. But in order to make the crystals, we are going to need to have a fully grown bud actually drop the crystals. So what I might do is actually continue to explore the overworld and try to find some more, because I believe the ones that we broke actually weren't fully grown yet. I thought they were, but I guess they weren't. So yeah, I'll have to go out and find some more. All right, apparently there's one here, but I'm not actually seeing it. So it might be underground. Yep, there it is. Then go ahead and break in. Here we go. And let me actually check. These are large. Large, medium, large. Not actually sure if that means it's fully grown or not. Oh, but it does look like we got a flawless budding crystal, so that's good. Definitely gonna take that with silk touch. And let me actually try to silk touch these guys. We got the bud itself. Interesting. All right, and yeah, it looks like according to the guide, we will need the large crystal clusters to fully grow, so we'll probably have to wait on that, unfortunately. All right, I sat here for quite a while, and that cluster finally grew up, and it looks like the one that it was on is actually also flawless, as well as that one. And yeah, I don't know if it's worth it to grab the other ones, but yeah. And we did actually get 8 crystals from that, so that's pretty nice. And we're able to claim our first rewards. Next up, we're gonna need an inscriber, and this will actually allow us to craft the printed circuits, processors, and pretty much everything else that we need for applied energistics too. And this shouldn't be really too bad to craft. We are gonna need a couple of sticky pistons though. So let me go ahead and craft those up really quick. And here we have it, the inscriber. We can claim the rewards from that, and as well as the quest for the prints. So here we go. Now I'm gonna go ahead and place the inscriber right next to our charger, and yeah, this will actually allow us to start building our processors. And for this quest, we are gonna need one of each. So let's figure out how we make these. So what we're gonna need for the logic processor is a printed logic circuit, which is just a gold ingot inside of the inscriber with the logic press. And I've just gone ahead and made a little bit of a system here to make each of the different sorts of circuits. So we have, for example, this inscriber has the logic press inside, and then we're just making printed logic circuits. And then when they're done, we can actually assemble them into the last one. So yeah, we have gold here, diamonds here, quartz here, and then silicon. By the way, I didn't actually mention this, but this silicon uses the same ore dictionary, basically silicon, that refined storage system uses. So we already had plenty of that. All right, and now that we have a few of these ready, we can go ahead and start to craft our end game things here, and we'll need to figure out how to do this exactly. All right, and now that we have a few of these components ready, we can actually begin to assemble all of the different processors that we're going to need. So I'll just go ahead and put all of our printed silicon in there. I grab some engineering circuits and our calculation circuits. For now, I'm just going to make one of each, but I do know that we're going to need a ton of all of these. So We will get started on that pretty soon. And last up, the engineering circuit. So that should be everything for the processors quest. We do get a little bit of a reward there. And next up, we're going to need to craft a terminal as well as a crafting terminal. This recipe is pretty easy, but we are going to need a few things like the annihilation core as well as an illuminated panel. The annihilation cores are pretty simple. They're just going to be logic processors, some Plxgue dust, sorry about that, and nether quartz. Now, we actually have not talked about Plxgue dust at all yet. In order to make Plxgue dust, we're going to need Plxgue crystals, and the Plxgue crystals are going to be a little bit of a weird recipe. What we need to do is actually submerge charged Certus quartz crystals. By the way, these recipes or these item names are really long. We're going to need redstone dust and nether quartz, and we basically just toss all of those into water, and then after a little while it will form into Plxgue crystals. And how do we get the charged Certus quartz crystals? I swear I'll be able to say that eventually. We need to put Certus quartz crystals inside of the charger. Simple as that. All right, and now we have our terminals. So now we can move on to making our controller, which really doesn't look too bad. All right, and just like that, we have the ME controller. But actually, before we're able to claim that reward, we are going to need the cables. Cables are pretty simple. It shouldn't be too hard to make. We are going to need quartz fiber and a few Plxgue crystals. And then to make the covered cables, we just need to add a little bit of wool, which I'm completely out of, so I'm probably going to have to run around for a little while trying to find some sheep. And by the way, the reason I was gathering up more wool is we actually need 4 of the covered cables in order to make the dense covered cables. So that is the last part of that quest. And nice, we can go ahead and move on and collect our rewards for the controller. And now, next up, we are going to make the storage system. In Applied Energistics, basically what we have is access to drives, similar to how we have in Refined Storage, or we can use the chests. The chests can only hold a single cell though, so we're just going to craft this for the quest and probably never use it. All right, and here's the recipe for the ME chest. We are going to need a terminal for this, which is a little bit strange, but yeah, so that is that. Let's get the drive going next. All right, and we have everything for the drive now. That should be that quest completed now. Go accept the rewards. And now we do have 3 different paths we can take on the quest line. The first of which is the MEIO port. I'm not too sure what this does. Let's go ahead and read it. It allows for the contents of an ME network storage to be quickly rearranged between different storage media, such as ME cells and external containers connected to storage bus. Okay, that sounds pretty interesting. That might be something we get into later on though. And next up, we do have the cell workbench, which basically allows us to modify the different cells that we use in our drives. The example that it gives here is the whitelist filter. So we could set up a single cell to allow, say, only logs to enter it. So that could be pretty valuable. However, I don't think that we're going to need that as of right now. What I do want to do though is head on to the next quest after that. That's actually creating our first storage cells. And the recipe for these is pretty easy. It's just Certus quartz and logic processors, as well as some redstone dust. As simple as that. But obviously we want our system to be an upgrade of our refined storage system. So what I want to do is actually go through And I'm probably going to try to craft up as high as we can in terms of the storage components. At least gonna try to get to 1M for the first megabyte. We'll see how far we go though. It will be pretty grindy in order to get all of these. Alright, so I ended up getting pretty sick and I've spent the last week or so in bed, so while I've sort of been recovering, I have continued to work on the system a little bit. And I did have all of these Certus quartz clusters and the blocks that are producing the Certus quartz down here, but it was a little bit slow. So what I've been doing instead is I have these auto traders set up. These guys have I believe that's the charger. They can use those as a crafting station. And we can auto input emeralds and we get Certus quartz crystals. It's 4 for 3 emeralds, so it's really not too bad. We just have a couple of those guys set up, a chest down here, and up here I actually have these auto traders with rotten flesh inside. These are clerics and they're trading rotten flesh for emeralds, and that's kind of how we're automatically getting these Certus quartz. And because of our mob farm, we can actually have, we can pretty much fill these up completely with rotten flesh. And in fact, I'm pretty sure I filled both of these to the rim with rotten flesh, and they're already empty. So what I'm going to have to do is go ahead and refill it. But honestly, we do have a lot of quartz already. I've gathered up probably a couple dozen or so stacks already of Certus quartz, and I've just been going through and upgrading my system. And as you can see right here, we do have the applied energistic system all sort of set up here. It's very, very temporary as I sort of get everything configured. But what you will notice is we do have indeed two 256 ME item storage cells in here, which is a lot more than our other system. I believe we only had one 256. So, and taking a quick look at the quests, you can see that I have gone through and crafted these. Unfortunately, the 1M is a little more difficult to get than I originally thought it would be. We'll talk about that in a moment, but right now I'm just going to go ahead and claim these rewards. We get a decent amount of things. Honestly, I probably should have claimed these quests a little bit sooner. Probably would have helped us out a lot more. And so yeah, by the way, I did actually grind up all the way to 3 of these 256 ME storage components. I actually forgot that I had this third one, honestly. But yeah, so the reason I crafted 3 was because it does require 3 for the 1M, but in order to get the 1M, we need these accumulation processors, and these are actually crafted with accumulation circuits, which require these sky steel ingots, and these require the accumulation press. Now, the accumulation press is a little bit weird. We actually need to get to the level of getting singularities, and then we can actually use the calculation press and engineering press to craft that. Now, in order to craft the singularities, this is a little bit of a difficult and kind of a tedious process. What we need is a matter condenser, and we actually need to fill it with, I think it's 256,000 items in order to craft a single singularity. And I have actually made a matter condenser here. However, I've probably put a few thousand items in. It's gonna take a while. This seems really grindy. I'm assuming at some point we're going to have to automate this if we want to continuously make the larger discs. But yeah, the reason we built this system was so that we can finally move our refined storage system over to it and store our items here and get all of the auto crafting from applied energistics set up. I just think it's going to be a lot easier. Not necessarily easier, because applied energistics can be a little bit finicky at times. But I do think it's going to be a lot easier for what we plan to use it for. But the hard part is going to be actually transferring all of our items over to the system. I thought about it for a while. I was going to use these exporters and have a chest and then import it into the controller. However, the exporters, there's no whitelist or blacklist version of it. As far as I can tell, maybe there is a different version. I actually haven't looked that up yet. However, this system is not going to be easy to move over, so I'll probably do this in between episodes and just go through manually and pull out items like that and click them into our system over here. I don't know. It might be a little bit overly manual. In between episodes, what I've been doing is just going ahead and moving over all of my items to the new system. Now, there is a problem with this that I kind of forgot that Applied Energistics has, and that is it can only store 63 of each type on any given disk. So what I've done is just completely filled this with 4K drives. We'll probably need another one of these drives and just store a lot more disks because, yeah, we still have a few pieces here that need to be added to the system. And so while I'm waiting on crafting up some more storage components, a viewer actually left a comment on the previous episode, and they said that you can actually pump in fluids into the matter condenser. They used integrated dynamics to actually import it, but I haven't actually ever used integrated dynamics, so I think I'm going to stick with what we have right now and use our fluid pipes. Now this will be a little bit slower. This is from the pipes mod, and we should actually have these upgrades, so we'll probably try to get all the way up to ultimate maybe. I'm not exactly sure how fast the sink can produce. We'll just see how many sinks that we're actually going to need for this. So I'll go ahead and place down a fluid pipe with the sink on top, and I do need my wrench, which is somewhere, I guess. Yeah, I'm not too sure. I guess it got sort of lost in the move, but that's all right. We'll go ahead and activate that and put the ultimate pipe upgrade in there, and that should work. Oh, I see. It looks like we're going to have to put a storage component there. Interesting. Okay. So what we'll likely need then is another 256k, which, yeah, time for some more grinding then, I guess. All right, so the last thing I want to do for this project, at least for now, is to get it set up with a with wireless connectivity so that I can access it from anywhere. So in order to do this, we are going to need to craft a ME wireless access point, as well as a crafting grid. And I think we're going to need the wireless booster. We'll probably need to actually upgrade that into, yes, the infinity range booster, which is probably upgraded into the dimension card, which it is. And man, I just realized I am almost out of redstone, literally have 2 left. So I'm probably going to have to go mining here pretty soon. All right, so what I need are Plxgue crystals, which shouldn't be too bad. All right, there's the Plxgue pearl, and that should allow us to craft the wireless receiver. And from there, we can craft the wireless access point. And now this just needs to be added onto our system. For now, I'll just put it on the side like that. Eventually I'm going to make this system look really nice, but we don't really have the resources yet to be able to make it look good. And we're going to need some Enderium dust for the wireless booster. That should automatically go. Apparently that's the wrong one. Okay. If we just go ahead and put it in the inscriber, that'll actually give us the right one. Let's go ahead and craft our wireless booster. All right, and we are actually going to need 3 boosters in order to make the next upgrade. And we'll also need these Enderium plates. We've actually already made Enderium before. It shouldn't be too bad. I might need to craft a fire charge. Go. Craft Enderium. Oh, I guess that was Enderium that we crafted earlier. Here we go, just like that. Craft that into the plate. And it looks like it only makes one, but there's our second one. And now let's go to the infinity boost. And one more. We will need to get 3 more of these, make the dimension card. Shouldn't be too bad though, honestly. Might have to kill a few withers as well. But before I can even continue on with this project, I am going to need to restock on redstone, so I'm going to go mining for a bit. Alright, so we've gotten everything that we need for the wireless access point. All we should have to do now is place the dimension card inside. And I think we shift right click this maybe? Or maybe we put it inside. There we go. So now we have wireless access to all of our things. Now this is a wireless terminal, so we will need to upgrade this into a crafting version, I just realized. Shouldn't be too bad if I have some wood. Go. And apparently I crafted a crafting bench for the first time. For some reason it's not pulling the items out. I'm wondering if I glitched something because I'm getting pretty much every quest that I've already completed done for crafting a crafting bench. I don't know. Anyway though, so that should be everything that we needed for the wireless crafting bench. And yep, we just need to put that back inside. And there we go. Nice. And by the way, you are actually able to assign this, or you can put it in a curio slot and assign it a hotkey. So I just set mine to Shift and E, and we can easily open it up. And the reason I didn't have that on the refined storage one is it's a little bit glitchy. It wouldn't quite work well. Like if I press Shift without the other key, it would just open up, and it was a little bit weird. So yeah, this one works a lot better. So definitely it so far. All right, and I went ahead and messed around with the terminal settings just a little bit to get it all set up to how I like. And yeah, I think we're ready to move on. And by the way, I am still getting a ton of these quests complete. I might have to exit the game and then re-get in. I don't know. It's a little bit weird. Alright, so what I want to do now is to actually get started with the Power mod. And now this is a mod that I've never actually touched before, so we're kind of going to be learning together. So what it says here is that Power is a tech mod that's all about generating, storing, and transmitting power, ranging from basic FE generation to reactors that provide up to 250,000 FE per tick. Power has you covered. So yeah, this is definitely how we're going to be actually getting a ton of power and keeping everything powered all the way into the future. We'll also use it for a few other recipes that hopefully we get to today, but yeah, let's go ahead and start. I think I'll start by crafting the wrench from the mod. So let's look up Power and find the wrench, and we're gonna need dielectric paste. This is crafted with, looks like, clay and charcoal as well as lava, or we could go with blaze powder, charcoal, and clay. That might be the more reasonable thing to do since lava's a little bit harder to get than blaze powder. I am completely out of clay though, so I'm gonna go ahead and grab some. All right, there we go. We'll just get a stack of this. I don't know how much we're gonna need. We'll probably need more than that though, so yeah, here is the wrench. And it looks like for the first task we are going to need 16 of it. as well as the dielectric casing. Interesting. So we're going to need dielectric rods, as well as iron. These look pretty simple. Yeah, this really should not be too bad at all. Dielectric rods. Hopefully that's enough to get the quest. Oh, right, we need the casing from it. Say you. And it does look like we're going to need this for a few recipes. We need the horizontal rods as well. Here we go. And we can make the dielectric casing. Claim the rewards from that. And next up is the energizing orb. For this, we are going to need an orb, energy cables, and energizing rods. So from what I understand is this is kind of like the crafting bench for this mod. Basically, you put power into the rod thingies. What are these called? Yeah, the energizing rods. It shoots power at the orb, and whatever is placed on here actually gets converted or upgraded, or however it works in this mod. So I'm going to go ahead and get started on crafting up all of these. It doesn't look like it's going to be too bad. So yeah, there's the energizing orb. Some cables. Now I'm not entirely sure how many we're going to need. We'll start with 12 for now though. And finally, let's get the energizing rod. And I did have the recipe for the blazing version, which I guess just allows you to transfer more power. So yeah, the starter rod is a little more of an easy recipe. So let's make that the tiny capacitors. Finally, we can craft the energizing rod. And we do need 3 of those for the crafting recipe. So I just crafted up the third one that we needed, and here we go. All right, so I just have a small little area here on the space station where we can build this. This is probably going to be temporary as I sort of figure out how much space we're actually going to need for this. All right, so here is the energizing orb. Now this goes down here on the bottom. Then we're going to need some filler blocks. I'm going to put 2 blocks of space. Not entirely sure how much space we're going to need for this. By the way, this area is in sort of an area with no oxygen or gravity, so it's going to be a little bit weird to work with. And yeah, actually I do want 2 blocks of space, so I'm going to put this up here. Right, next I want the energizing rods, and these just need to face downwards. Maybe they have to be placed on the cables. Let's try that. That with cables. That. Here we go. So yeah, I will probably in the future need more energizing rods. But for our kind of tiny setup here, 3 will have to do. All right, so that looks pretty far away. I'm not entirely sure if this will work or not. All right, so from here, I'm just going to try and place a flux plug. Yep, that seems to connect. That should be giving us power into these rods. All right, so the recipe that we're going to be trying to strive for today, we probably won't actually get to it, but we will have the sort of the system set up behind it. So what we're trying to get is the all-the-modium alloy blade. Now we're going to need to craft every single alloy that is available in all the mod. Now there is a few ways to actually get this. I think this recipe was actually added recently. I actually never saw it. We could use Botania to combine all the modium, unobtainium, and piglet hearts, which we'll talk about in a second here. But what we're going to do is use Powa, and we'll combine those same 3 ingredients plus a billion Fe to craft all the modium alloys. So this system will probably need to be upgraded relatively soon, and we'll probably also use it to help us generate power. But right now, what I want to do is actually find some piglets. Piglets are a boss level mob that are only found, I believe it's in the Beyond. And by the beyond, I mean the other, because the beyond is just a completely empty world. So yeah, if you'll recall, this is sort of a nether-like area. We are gonna need to just sort of explore around for a bit. I'm sure that there's a way to actually find the place where we find the piglich. And in fact, I was getting a little bit ahead of myself. So what I did was go ahead and head back to my base and grab the structure compass. And we should be able to find the ancient pyramid from Allthemodium using the compass. So it looks like it's over in that direction. Maybe it doesn't work here. Oh, I just forgot to right click, of course. And yeah, it is important to note that flight is completely disabled in this dimension. So traversing this place is going to be a little bit difficult, but you can use the FTB Ultimine to actually use a or dig a escape tunnel, and that'll help you get to the surface a little bit easier. And if you have soul speed, yeah, you can really zoom up here. And here we are already at the pyramid. So yeah, this is going to be a pretty hard place to actually travel through. So definitely come prepared for this. And I'm just going to try to travel and maybe try to find where exactly the piglich is. I'm assuming it's going to be down below, but let's try to figure out exactly how and where it is. Maybe it's up above. We got some spawners in here and exploding mobs. We definitely get these enchanted books, by the way. Skulk Smite, interesting. Yeah, I'm just going to be looting everything. By the way, you can get Allthemodium nuggets in these chests, so definitely nice if you haven't gotten a lot of Allthemodium yet. Alright, I have checked inside and outside. I think I've gotten... Alright, so I have checked inside and outside, and I am just not finding it here. So either it magically despawned, or I'm not really sure. Okay, so I've been here for about an hour, maybe almost 2, and one finally spawned in front of me. Here we go. There is a piglich. Now, I've decided that since this is going to take way too long to actually get these guys to spawn, what I'm going to do is just yoink it if I can. There we go. And take it back to the base and actually see if I can do anything with it. Now, I think I see another one on my map, actually. Could be something else, though. Oh, yep, there it is. So we will kill this one, I think. And yeah, if you look at their health, they have 10,000 HP. For some reason, this guy doesn't seem to even notice I exist, which is definitely nice for me. But it will probably take a while to kill him, as I'm only doing 30 HP per hit. And he has 10,000 HP, so yeah, it's gonna take a while. It's so weird that he doesn't even acknowledge my presence. Hello? Everyone else can see me. Good, friend? Huh. Alright, I'm gonna work on this guy, and then we'll come back. And there we go, we finally got the piglich heart. That took a while. So yeah, I think I'm ready to head back home now. I've been here for way too long. And yeah. And now that we've started the power mod and we have access to piglich hearts, as well as all of the Allthemodium ingots, we should be pretty close to a point where we can actually completely upgrade our gear to the next stage of Allthemodium. So I think what I want to do today is get started with the Hostile Neural Networks mod. If we go ahead and open up the quest log here, you can see that one of the quests is mob farming, And this gets us started with hostile neural networks. I'm going to go ahead and add that to my list of recipes. And basically what this mod allows us to do is go into the overworld and basically capture the essence of a mob, and then we are able to insert it into a like a computer, I guess, and then we convert it into resources. Basically, we take power and convert that into the mob drops. And one side benefit of this is that we are going to need 95,415 nether stars in order to make the star, so we will definitely be farming the wither at some point as well. But for now, I want to get started with the piglich. And sort of the reason why we need so many of the piglin hearts is because we need it to make the unobtainium allthemodium alloy, and we're gonna need 252 ingots of that just for the star. And then I'm also going to upgrade my tools. So yeah, we're gonna need quite a lot of this alloy. And hey, before we get started, why not leave a like on the video and possibly even consider subscribing? It's completely free and it helps support me. And it helps let me know that you guys are enjoying the content. And by the way, thank you all for the support on the series so far. It has been an absolute blast playing this mod pack. It is a little bit grindy, but once we get sort of through the more grindy bits, it is going to be a lot more fun. So yeah, stay tuned for that. So right now, all we have is a mob yoinker with a piglich inside of it, as well as a piglich heart. So let's see what we need to get started on the hostile neural networks mod. Let's see if I can actually type this correctly. Here we go. And conveniently, there is a quest line for this. This is also my first time playing with this mod as well. I usually just use regular spawners, so it is going to be a little bit of a learning curve for me. But let's go ahead and claim the first reward. Hostile Neural Networks is a mod based around simulating mob kills for loot. To do this, you will be collecting data on mobs, then running simulations from the data to create their drops. So yeah, that is pretty much the entire point of this mod. So let's go ahead and get started with making the HUD. This is the deep learner, I should say. It displays a HUD when held and models are within it. So this looks like a fairly easy recipe. Let me open up my thingy here. So we are going to need 3 repeaters, and we should have everything else. There we go, for the deep learner. And we can go ahead and claim the rewards from that. And now we need to actually get started on creating data models. Data models start out at the first tier of faulty. You'll need to at least level it to basic if you'd like to run some simulations on it. Once placed inside of the deep learner, the HUD will tell you how many kills are required to level it up. All right, so how do we actually create the models? Well, for that, we're going to need the model framework. And that is going to require another repeater there, and that should allow us to get started creating our models. So we should just have to right click that, I believe. Oh, sorry, we need to right click on an entity to begin building the model. So because we're going to be using it on the piglich, we are going to go ahead and place the piglich here, and we should just have to right click with the data model. Now, I believe with this in our right or left hand, we kill it. Oh, right, of course. We need to place the model inside. Here we go. This will display all sorts of information on it, and we need to upgrade to basic in 6 kills. Okay, so we need to hold that in the left hand and just kill the piglich. And this will take a while. It does have 10,000 hearts, and oh my, I keep forgetting my armor will teleport enemies away from me, so I'm gonna have to try to find this guy. I don't know where he went. Well, it spawned some witches up here, so it might be here. Hello? This was definitely a mistake. Where'd you go? Where is he? Oh, there he is. Alright, hopefully he doesn't hit me now. Oh, and he immediately hits me. Alright, I just gotta keep grinding away at this, and then we'll come back. Alright, there we go. All right, so now if we right click, did that count towards the amount of kills that we need? Upgrades to basic in 5 kills. So it did decrease by 1, of course, and I'm completely filled with arrows. So yeah, every time that we kill a piglich, it's going to make progress towards upgrading it to the next tier. So what I want to do now is actually head back to the other and get started killing quite a few pigliches. All right, so after a ton of grinding, we have finally upgraded our model to a basic one. And my inventory, of course, is completely full, so I'm going to go ahead and empty this out. We get quite a few goodies from this. Also, you'll notice that I have 23 piglich hearts. Apparently, it does get affected by looting, so that's pretty nice. Have a pretty high level of looting. Yeah, I have looting 7 on my sword. So yeah, that's why we got a ton of piglich hearts from that. And I am just gonna go ahead and place down a new waystone here next to the pyramid. I probably should have done this a while ago, but yeah, that'll be a little bit of an easier access point to the spaceship. And I forgot that these guys were still in here. So now that we have our model upgraded to a basic tier 1, we can go ahead and remove it from the deep learner. And looking at the quests again, we can go ahead and accept our rewards. We got a fox egg, nice. And my mouse is being a little bit derpy. All right, so now we need to actually get started simulating the mob and getting the drops from it. So if we take a look at the next quest, we're gonna need to make the simulation chamber. This is what actually produces the mob drops. And for it to actually create the predictions, we are going to need to make prediction matrices. Matrices, I think, is the right way to say that. So let's go ahead and make the matrix first. Here we go. I'm not sure how many we need for each. I'm not sure if it consumes it or not, but we'll find out pretty soon. And that should be everything that we need for the simulation chamber. And we'll also need a flux point for this to give it power. So for now, I'm just going to place it here in this room. Eventually, I do want a separate place for all of these, but this should do for now. So now we need to insert a data model, insert our piglich data model. Now we need to insert the prediction matrix. Cannot begin simulating because we need energy. So let's attach a flux point to that. Hook it up to the network, and we'll see that it is it's running. And after running it for just a couple of seconds, we've already gotten a piglich prediction. Now the piglich prediction is used to actually go ahead and craft piglich hearts. Now, in order to craft them, we will need a loot fabricator. So let's go ahead and get started building one of those. Shouldn't be too bad. We just need a comparator. Here we go. And whoops, I clicked the wrong thing. And there we go. We do need a netherite ingot, but at this point, we have a ton of that. So yeah, so I think we just need to place it right next to it. And we'll see if it automatically outputs it. Looks like it doesn't. And so as a very temporary solution, we just have a item pipe here and we're gonna put all of the generalized ender predictions inside this chest. Eventually we will import this into the network. Then we're putting the piglich predictions inside of here. And by the way, this is also going to require some power. So here we go. And that should, as soon as it gets started, we need to click. I think we need to click. Yep. And there we go. We have 4 more piglich hearts, just like that. So, and just looking at this again, we are going to need prediction matrices to be probably automated in the future. Let's see if we can craft some more of these. We'll just make a stack for now, and then eventually we will need to get an auto crafter set up for that probably, and just have it go ahead and automatically import into here. And yeah, eventually I do want all of this to be automatic. I'm probably gonna have some place where I can automate these inside of the Beyond, because the Beyond is just it's kind of like how we are right now in the space station, where it's just an empty space. But I do want that all in its own dimension, and I sort of want the Beyond to act like its own like little farming dimension where we can hold all of our different farms. So while I'm waiting for more of those predictions to form, what I want to do now is continue to upgrade my power. And as soon as I started talking, I ran out of oxygen. I do need to bring some oxygen down here eventually. What I was going to say is I'm going to work on upgrading my power system. So my mic did actually end up bugging out a little bit here for a large majority of the rest of the video. So I'm just going to quickly dub over and sort of talk about what I talked about in the video itself. So I started off by sort of talking about upgrading our power system and energy, and upgrading the energizing rods into the next stage. I believe this is the starter version starting off with. I needed to craft a few of the conduits, and then we could upgrade into the next stage. So in order to actually upgrade into the hardened steel, we do need to combine gold and iron inside of the power an energizing orb thingy that it has. So yeah, we just combine those. And the energizing orb is a little bit weird because how you actually import items is a little bit weird. If you try to put too many items in at a time, it just won't work. So I struggled for a little bit trying to actually figure out how to import items into it automatically. Eventually I sort of gave up and just did it manually. After that though, I was actually able to upgrade into the hardened version of the energizing rods. I was also struggling with actually figuring out why the power system wasn't actually getting power. But it turned out I was using a flux plug instead of a flux point. So yeah, that was a pretty big mistake. After that, I did go ahead and check back in on the predictions, and our model accuracy was up to 26%, but we did actually run out of prediction matrices. So yeah, checking the loot fabricator, we did have 60 piglich hearts, which is pretty huge. I was very surprised at how many we had already generated. So we had a total of 88 at the time. Yeah, we were chilling. We had a few of the generalized ender predictions as well, but I talk about how we probably won't end up using them. We might actually in the future use it to automate ender pearls since we have the system already up. After that, I did decide to actually get started with all the moddedium, sort of the alloys that we can make. I started off by making the all the moddedium plus vibranium mixture, and I just went ahead and put those inside of the energizing orb, and then I realized that this was probably going to take a lot longer than I initially thought. And after that, I did end up finding out that my mic was not working too well, so we are now jumping back in with past me. All right, so my mic started to bug out a little bit. Basically what I've done now is actually get started crafting our ingots, our alloys, sorry. So I've placed all the moddedium and vibranium as well as a piglich harden, and it has started to fill this. However, we are pretty limited by the cables right now. So what I want to do now is actually kind of upgrade these. I believe the transfer limit is 500 on the basic cables. So we should just try to make the better ones. Right, and we do have to replace the entire system here, but that shouldn't be too big of a problem. Build this back up here. And go ahead and place these guys down. And yeah, definitely replacing the cables helped out a ton here. We can probably also power surge that just so that it continues working. And my math was definitely wrong. I wasn't at halfway. We're at about 20 million out of a billion, so... Alright, so just a quick update. We are currently at 21%. Yeah, it's gonna take a while to complete this. In the meantime, I did actually finish off the fluorine in here, as well as brought in an oxygen distributor and a gravity normalizer, and yeah. And I also have an elevator in here now, so we can get here a little bit easier. So I definitely would like to upgrade my energizing rods, but that would require me to cancel this, and it's already been like 20 minutes or something like that. So I think I'm just gonna let it run, and then yeah, we'll just we'll deal with the consequences of our actions. Alright, so we are finally here at 99%. It is getting pretty close to fully completing. Shouldn't take too long. We're at 994. And now we're at 998. Should be complete here pretty soon. And any moment, there we go. Alright, oh, and it did go automatically into the hopper. Awesome, we have our first vibranium allthemodium alloy ingot. Now that absolutely took way too long to complete, so, and yeah, before we go and create the other alloys, we are definitely going to upgrade our power system. But yeah, that is a third of the alloys complete now. Alright, and one final thing that I did for the system here, and this is very, very basic, is a little bit of automation. So when the energizing orb has an item inside of it, it actually outputs a redstone signal. So I'm just capturing that signal with a comparator and putting it back into the hopper, which locks the hopper if it has redstone. So it's only putting one item in at a time. This is going to be good for creating things like this, the blazing crystals, which require a single blaze rod, and yeah. Alright, and I was just able to upgrade the energizing rods all up to the blazing tier. And next up is the niotic tier, which requires diamonds. Alright, and now we have the niotic tier. And finally the spirited tier, which is probably where I'm going to end for now. The next tier is going to be a little bit more complicated. The next tier is nitro, and this is going to require us to craft with nether stars, blocks of redstone, and blocks of blazing crystals. So it is going to be a little bit more of an expensive build. I also need to get started on automating nether stars, which I'll probably do in between episodes. No point really in repeating the process that we did at the beginning. I'll also probably end up upgrading the cables as well in between. So now, in between episodes, I did actually take down the hostile neural networks mod sort of setup that we had because I wanted to actually get organized a little bit more with our storage. Pretty much since I built the AE system, it's kind of been a little bit in a less than functional state. Basically, between every single clip, I was trying to reorganize my my inventory. My backpack was just completely full of stuff. And the reason for that is actually the default disks don't hold items in the same way that refined storage system disks do. They're limited to only 63 types of items. So even if you build these 256 versions, they can still only hold 63 different types of items. So honestly, it really wasn't working for me. So what I did was actually dig into the AE Additions mod and built the 256 ME disk drive. And these are actually deep item storage disks. And it does say storage for dummies because, yeah, it is a lot easier. It's a lot more similar to how refined storage works. So for example, this one has 771 items. Those are just different types of items that I've put inside of the disk. And that's mostly like miscellaneous things, like smaller items where I have like maybe only 1 or 2 of the items. So yeah, that has definitely helped out a lot. I also built out these framed drawers, which is pretty cool. These are exactly the same as regular drawers. I used them in the past. A few episodes before I even built the space station, I got rid of them. The reason I built them up again is honestly they look pretty cool. That's the first reason. Second is it will free a little bit of space up from our disks, and it'll actually allow me to control the amount of these larger stacks of items that I have. So for example, the polished blackstone bricks here, I just have a diamond upgrade, so the max that we can ever store is going to be 50,000. Anything after that, the void upgrade will just go ahead and completely delete any excess items rather than taking up another slot in our storage. I still have a few things here and there, like a couple of these that I need to actually fill out. It is a little bit annoying pulling out items from the storage. It is a little bit better in applied energistics because you can just pull it out directly from the terminal and then put it back in. Whereas in refined storage, you have to put it in a separate container, pull out every single item, and then put it all back in. Let's see here. We also have a couple of armory cabinets hooked up now. This is the one that I was using with refined storage, so I just went ahead and hooked it up. I have a second one here. It hasn't been used yet, but once this one fills up, I'm not exactly sure how many items the armory cabinet can hold, but once it fills up, we'll have extra room for our non-stackable items. And sort of temporarily, I do have these netherite barrels up here. These are basically the lowest priority in our system. What these are going to be doing is holding a lot of sort of miscellaneous items, and these will probably only be used after this disk fills up. And also I did move the crafting terminal over to the side. I really did not like it in the center, and yeah, we have our controller here in the center now, and we do have some of these smart cables, and what these do is they show the amount of channels that we're using in our applied energistics network. So where our terminal is, we're only using 3 channels, but where our storage is, we're using 7 out of 8 channels. So yeah, we will definitely have to upgrade this if we want to add anything else, but I think we should be good on storage for now, especially now that I discovered these disks. So yeah, overall this floor of the base is looking a lot better now, and yeah, I'm definitely glad I spent a little bit of time working on that. Also, while I was working on all of that, I did actually make an unobtainium allthemodium alloy ingots that cooked up for a while. I did upgrade the energy cables to spirited, and yeah, I have this limited to 30,000. Otherwise it was using, I think, all 100k or something that we had in the network, so we couldn't use our storage system. So what I want to do today is actually get started with the mystical agriculture mod. This is going to be a little bit of a step to the side from what we've been doing, but we have been running pretty low on resources, and I figure that mystical agriculture is going to be the best way to completely automate anything that we might need in the future. So if we go ahead and take a look at the quest log, we can see that we can make different types of seeds for different types of materials. For example, we can make wood seeds, and this will actually allow us to create all the different types of wood. Yeah, we get this wood essence from it, and the wood essence can be kind of configured in different ways and even mixed with nature essence to create all of the different types of wood. So where I want to start building out our mystical agriculture structure is actually in the Beyond. If you'll recall, the Beyond is, as you can see, a completely empty dimension. This will allow us to stay in a pretty lag-free zone as we're sort of building out a lot of our different farms. And yeah, I do want this place to be pretty much our farming zone. So I think to just sort of plan things out for a bit here, I want this chunk right here to be sort of a central zone that doesn't have any farms inside of it, but sort of allows us to get to all of the different farms. So I'm just going to place the waystone back down here, and I'm actually going to call this the farming zone, maybe? I think that's a decent enough name. And that'll just allow us to know exactly which area we're going to, and I do want to move this all the way up. And now I think we're actually ready to at least get started with making Inferium and getting our Inferium seeds. Now, the quest does say that I have Inferium seeds, but I guess I just don't have them. So what we'll need to do is just craft some really quick. And these are just crafted with wheat seeds and Inferium. And 64 should do for now. We'll also need a decent amount of Inferium farmland, and this is basically a way to speed up the growth of Inferium and pretty much any crop that's placed on top of it. And we'll probably want some of these Inferium growth accelerators as well. Basically, if you put this below a farmland block, it'll speed up the growth of the plant above it. So what we need for this is Inferium gemstones, which is made with Inferium and Prosperity. And these Prosperity gemstones are just made with diamonds and Prosperity shards. Really shouldn't be too bad. We can make 64 already. Let's upgrade those into Inferium gemstones. Placing more in there. Finally, if we can find the recipe. Not that one. Here it is. And we're only doing 64 for now. We'll probably need more. I need to sort of calculate how many we're going to need in a chunk. So what I want to do is kind of get a little bit of a border placed down around this. Each of these side chunks is going to hold a farm, and we'll just start placing our Inferium farmland down and see how many this is actually going to. Okay, we're definitely going to need a lot more than that. I also need to bring in some water as well. All right, and I think that that looks pretty good for now. It's probably not the most efficient layout, but it'll do for now. And now I just want to start getting our seeds in place. And Inferium is actually sort of this mod's basic resource, so we are going to need a lot of this. So for the other resources, we'll probably not need as big of an area, but we will need it for our Inferium. All right, and last up is going to be the growth accelerators. And whoops, I just placed a lot of dirt there. Yeah, the growth accelerators will speed up the growth of the crops, so we need to make sure these are placed directly under the farmlands and nowhere else. All right, and now that we have our growth accelerators in place, everything is definitely growing a lot faster now. So what we need to do now is actually to be able to automatically harvest it. To do this, it's pretty simple. We're just going to need a harvester. We're going to need solium ingots and diamond scythes for this. Now, solium ingots, I don't think are going to be too bad. I believe you get the solium dust from the nether. So if you haven't gotten it yet, just check in the nether. Machine frame is pretty easy as well, as are the diamond scythes. Now, you can actually use the diamond scythes themselves if you're not really ready to automate yet, but we're definitely at the stage where we should always be automating everything. So I'm going to place this actually on the slab here, and the first thing that you'll notice is that we are going to need power, and I'm just going to put the power beneath. I believe that the flux points can be waterlogged. Yep. Just need to fill in the gap there. And we'll do this on all of them. We are going to make 4 of them, I believe. We might actually only need 2. By default, the harvester can only harvest in a 3x3 area. But we do have access to the machine upgrades, and these should actually allow us to increase the radius that the harvesters are able to harvest in. Making the upgrade bases are pretty easy, and we should just need to have these. Now, the Inferium ingots are crafted with the Prosperity ingots and Inferium essence. Really not too bad. That should allow us to upgrade at least to the, if we make the right amount, to the Inferium machine upgrade, which will increase the radius by 1. So the way we're going to actually automatically get all of the Inferium inside of our system is by using Ender chests from the Ender chest mod. These allow you to use a custom, almost a code, in order to actually move items across like dimensions and anywhere that you really need them to go. And yeah, it does look like we will need a pipe for this. So yeah, we'll need that in order to automatically put the items inside the chest. And back within the station, what we're gonna do is actually first off break this facade there. We'll place that there, I suppose. Put the storage bus back down. That, and ooh, I'm not actually sure if these can be in the same area. Okay, they can. Nice. So we have a import bus here on the side of this ender chest, and that'll actually automatically import items into the storage system. And because we have the chest here, this is hooked up to the same 3-digit code that the other chest is on, so any items that get put into the other one automatically get put into this one. And by the way, before I get too far into this, I am going to remember to chunk load this so that this continues to work as we're sort of in other areas. So now that we have this one completed, I'm actually going to go ahead and build 3 more of these, and that should allow this entire field to be harvested. Right, and I just went ahead and let this run for a little bit. I did complete these, but I did realize they only actually harvest on the front side. So that is a little bit unfortunate for us. But I do think once we get our harvesters upgraded a little bit higher, we should really only need 1 per field. Yeah, it is a little unfortunate, so we'll just have to deal with it for now. All right, so in order to actually create the different types of seeds, we're actually going to need an infusion altar. And this is a very simple recipe. We're just going to need some red wool, specifically gold ingots and stone, and that allows us to craft the infusion altar. We're also going to need the pedestals, which will actually surround the altar. And as per usual, I'm out of wool, but hopefully the mod that we're getting into now will actually allow us to have a pretty much infinite amount of that. All right, so now that we have our infusion altar and our pedestals, I want to find a decent place for this. I think doing it somewhere here in the middle is probably going to be best. Because this is a chunk, it's going to be off center. Let's just throw it over here for now and see how that looks. When you place it, it does actually have these sort of phantom blocks, which is pretty nice. I think I want to move it 1 to the left. Or I think they were there. One to the right. Right there. Yeah, that should do. All right, so we can go ahead and place down our pedestals. And here we are. And we're probably not going to use this right away, but what I do want to do now is actually make the infusion crystal. This will allow us to actually upgrade our Inferium into Prudentium. And here we go. So yeah, this will allow us to basically craft our Inferium into the next level. All right, so yeah, let's test this out. If I go ahead and place 4 Inferium there, it will produce 1 Prudentium. Here we go, and we can create a couple stacks of this. Now, we do have a ton of Inferium just from mining, and I think from our mob farm also got us a lot of Inferium as well, but I don't want to use it all right now, just in case we need some Inferium for later. But what I do want to do is make some Prudentium ingots. Let's make sure we have essence in there. And now we can actually take the Inferium machine upgrades that we had already crafted and upgrade those into the next tier. So we'll go ahead and place everything in the terminal and pull these out. So this will actually speed up our harvesting speeds, our usage of our fuel. It'll be a little more efficient, triple the capacity, but the thing I'm looking for is that area +2. That's going to improve everything to basically work as intended, although we will still be missing the ones that are behind here. But in theory, these should start harvesting the ones that are sort of on the outside. It looks like it might not be quite yet. I need to give it a minute. Here we go. Yep, it's doing this line here. So we probably need to upgrade it once more to get to the outside there. And how do we upgrade it once more? Well, we need to make the Prudentium infusion crystal. We need to use our old Inferium infusion crystal, and we can upgrade that. And what this will allow us to do is actually convert our Prudentium into the next tier, which is Tertium. By the way, I'm hoping I'm pronouncing all of these correctly. I'm not really sure where the names come from. I think they're Latin or something. I don't really know. Okay, and we can quickly claim our rewards here. And one thing to note about the upgraded infusion crystals is that they actually can't do the previous craft. The only way to do that is to completely upgrade this, but we're not quite there yet. All right, and once more, we're going to upgrade our machine upgrade to the Tertium tier. And this is 2.5 times operation speed, 6 times fuel usage, 4 times fuel capacity, and +3 area. That should allow us to harvest pretty much everything that we have here. All right, so the last thing that I want to do is to actually apply what we've made so far. Pretty much all we've done so far is just make essence to make more essence. So now what we need to do is actually apply that and create new seeds. And because I've been running out of wool a lot recently, what I want to do is actually make sheep seeds. So what we need for that is actually soul jars. Now these will actually allow us to capture a mob, and then we can use that mob in order to create the essence. So we'll need soul glass and soulium ingots. Really shouldn't be too bad overall. We will need soul dust though, which is a bit of a needlessly complicated recipe as far as I can tell. We'll need soul stone, which can be found pretty much anywhere throughout the nether. And we need to smelt the soul stone into smooth soul stone, and then we can craft that down into the... Alright, so now we just need to make the soul extractor. This will actually allow us to basically convert certain items into essence, which can then be put inside of these soul jars. The soul extractor is pretty easy. We're just going to need soulium daggers, which are just made with soulium ingots, and here we have it. And I guess I'll just place this back over here. It doesn't really matter where we place it, but we will need power for this. And so yeah, here we go. We need to place these soul jars inside of the right side here. Then we'll put raw mutton over here. This will begin to extract the essence of the sheep and put it inside of the soul jar. You'll notice on the right side it does say 1 out of 8. I believe that mutton will fill half of a segment each time. So this is going to be a little bit of a long process. But to save us a little bit of time, we can actually put a machine upgrade inside. And look at that, we already filled up our first soul jar. Next up, we'll need to do 3 more. All right, and that is our last soul jar completely filled up. And now we actually need to use the infusion altar. We're gonna need our 4 soul jars, 4 Prudentium essence, and a soulium seed base. Now this is pretty simple. It's just going to be prosperity seed bases mixed with soulium dust. We haven't actually talked about the prosperity seeds yet, but this is pretty simple as well. It's just 4 prosperity shards mixed with a regular wheat seed. Right, and we now have everything that we need for our first infusion craft. So I'm going to go ahead and place these soul jars in the corners here. Can't remember if it actually requires a specific pattern or if it's a little more loose as long as you have the items inside. There we go, all of our essences in place. And now for the Solium seed base. And one thing I forgot is you do need a redstone signal to get started. So I'm just going to place a redstone block below, and you can see it's already starting and it's already finished. We sort of missed it, but that's all right. Here is our first seed. It's in our inventory here. All right, and I think for now I'm just going to place it down with the rest of the inferium seeds. We'll probably have its own spot for it later, but for now that should do. So the sheep seed will actually produce sheep essence, which can then be used to craft wool. So soon we'll actually have a way to automatically get wool without the need for any sort of really laggy mob farm that uses sheep to get wool. So yeah, this is going to be a lot more efficient. First, we do have these harvester pylons now. Thank you to the commenter who suggested that I use the pylons mod because it does have these harvesters, which are definitely working a lot faster. So I just have these set up, and inside of them we have all the modium hose. The reason I'm using all the modium is it's indestructible, so this will last forever pretty much. And the best part about it is they don't require power. So yeah. Speaking of things that I've done in between episodes, I've gone ahead and overhauled the side seeds that we're using to produce different essences. I created the system here to sort of act as a way to produce all of our sorts of side essences that we're going to need in order to craft new resources in the future. So over here we have our sheep seed, then we also have dye seeds, water seeds, dirt, wood, stone, a couple of redstone plants, some emeralds, and then uranite. And the reason we need uranite is because I also overhauled our power system. So this is the sort of the new area for power. I guess lore-wise, it's sort of a 3D printer of sorts. So yeah, now I'm using these framed secret storages, which are basically barrels that are disguised as different blocks, as well as modular routers. So we're basically using the modular routers to grab items from the secret storages, and those will send them into the energizing orbs. And we have the puller and sender modules configured so that it'll only fill one item of each type at a time. And currently this system can only handle up to 3 items at a time, but we do have the ability to expand in the future if we ever need to. So yeah, there is also this other elevator here that we have in place, and if we go up it, you'll notice that we actually have a reactor here now. This is a reactor from the power mod, and it is upgraded to the spirited tier. That way we're producing a pretty decent amount of energy. The max that we can generate is 100,000. However, we're only producing about 50,000. I'm not entirely sure why we can't produce to the fullest extent of the reactor, but honestly, it's good for now. So the reason that we needed uranite is we actually used the uranite to power the reactor. And so yeah, we just have this framed secret storage here that's filled with uranite, and as we sort of as we need more essence, we can just craft it up and put it inside of here. And just quickly before we move on to our essences that we're producing, I did actually add these warp plates throughout a few different areas in the world. These will, first off, they'll lead back to the command deck, which is our applied energistic system. But yeah, we have these 3 warp plates here that they kind of lead to the places where we're mostly going a lot. So for example, the farming dimension, where we have our mystical agriculture stuff, That's a place that we visit quite often. Then we also have our ore processing and reactor. If you'll recall, in the overworld, that's sort of the nuclear power plant that we made. I can actually go over there really quick. Yeah, it is. It's this building. And by the way, I can't remember if I did this in between like the last few episodes. I'm not entirely sure. Anyway, I did set up a ender chest here. This is sort of an input, or sorry, this is an output from our applied energistic system that is pulling ores out, then sending them back in. Then over here we have our extreme reactors reactor. And so yeah, this one will lead us back to the farming dimension. Sometimes it does take a second to load when you're loading a new dimension, but it's pretty fast, honestly. So I ended up actually leaving my game on overnight last night, just so that we can start producing a ton of these essences, mostly for Inferium, but these ones were also loaded in that time and also had a chance to grow. I also made up to a Supremium water can, and this thing can actually water in a pretty large area. And yeah, I just basically left an object on my mouse overnight and just had it hold down the right click button, and yeah. You might have seen it earlier when I was talking about the Uranite essences, but we do actually have 203,000 Inferium now. That seems like a lot, but honestly with mystical agriculture, it really isn't. But it should be good enough for us to get started with mystical agriculture and sort of craft everything that we need, at least for now. I also went through and made a bunch of these tertium growth accelerators, and yeah, these, I'm pretty sure that they stack. I wasn't entirely sure. I couldn't find anywhere that said if they do or not. From what I could tell, they do. But yeah, so I just put the tertium growth accelerators on top just in case that they don't, and I just moved the Inferium ones down below. And yeah, we're growing really rapidly, so that's pretty nice. And I also remembered finally to craft our singularities, and I left it running overnight as well, and we were actually able to make 22 of these. I think the reason that we needed these was for the inscriber accumulation presses, but I don't actually know if we're going to need this anymore, because I don't know if the 1M or even the 4Ms actually are able to have the sort of storage cells that don't have the different types associated with them. We can make these mega bulk storage components, which I think might be what we're looking for, but I'm not entirely sure. So we'll probably end up crafting one of those eventually, just to kind of test things out. Also overnight, I let our sort of palace system run for a while, and we were actually able to make 22 of the unobtainium allthemodium alloy ingots. And we're actually going to need those for one of the quests that are coming up pretty soon, the casing of the star. We're going to need 28 blocks of allthemodium alloy ingots, so it might take a while. So what I want to do today is finally upgrade our equipment to the alloy version. I think here in the inventory we have everything that we need in order to upgrade our tools. Now for the armor, we actually can't make an alloy version, but we're still only on vibranium. So I think I want to also upgrade to unobtainium while we're sort of making some more upgrades here. So the way that we actually upgrade our tools is pretty simple, honestly. Obviously it is pretty grindy, but all we need is an enchanting apparatus from Ars Nouveau, which we really haven't touched in a while. But we just need 3 of each of the alloys. And I guess it is only a single of each of the non-alloy ingots, and we can craft the allthemodium alloy pick, and I think it's the exact same for the sword as well. Yep. So we're jumping back into the overworld and an area that I have not been in quite a while. This is our sort of Ars Nouveau crafting area. It has been a long time since I've even seen this area. So yeah, let's go ahead and get started. We have the imbuement chamber here currently. So we will need to grab out our enchanting apparatus if we have one. Might need to dig through some old chests or just craft one. Right, and I just decided to craft one because I'm feeling a little bit lazy. So yeah, looking at our current pedestals, we're also going to need to upgrade these as well. Well, mostly we just need to add in a few more. Let's see, I think we need about 6 more. All right, so I'm hoping that this layout will work. I guess there's only one way to find out, really. And so yeah, let's go ahead and get our ingots down. Now, I think I'm going to place them sort of like this. So we have the, these are the vibranium, all the moddedium ingots. And let's just get everything on the bar. So I think we want vibranium here, possibly, in the corner. Then we will do the unobtainium vibranium. Then here we want an unobtainium. Then we want unobtainium, all the moddedium. Finally, in this corner is an all the moddedium ingot. And let's get our pickaxe in there. And it does look like it's working. Hey, there we go. Not too bad. All right, we have the Swift Fortune of Space and Time, which I'm pretty sure is going to be a lot faster. I'm not entirely sure what the upgrade on the pickaxe is exactly, but we can go ahead and test that out in a little bit. What I want to do now is actually upgrade my sword as well. So we'll put the unobtainium vibranium here. See here, then we want the vibranium ingot. Then this is a little bit weird, a little bit complicated, but I think I'm getting the gist of it. So what we want now over here is going to be a regular unobtainium, or all the moddedium, then unobtainium, then missing one. Nope, it should be unobtainium there. Here we go. I'm not actually sure how specific the recipe is, or if we could sort of place everything randomly, but that should be the sword done as well. So wow, this was, I think, 20 something hearts by default. It is now 56 hearts. That is absolutely insane. Let's test this out on some phantoms because these guys are annoying. Yep. One shot. I mean, I guess it was a one shot before. Let's test it out on something a little more difficult. Okay, we can just go ahead and build it over here. Okay. Phantoms, get out of here. Don't want to see you. All right, Mr. Wither, let's see what you got. Okay, that did... What is that, like a quarter of its health? Yeah. That second one was a little more than a quarter. And the third hit just completely killed it. Alright, and just testing this out on stone, it is pretty much instant now. Not quite there yet, but we could probably honestly get a little more, what's the, efficiency. Yeah, we do have efficiency 8 on this thing, but we could probably get higher. And yeah, even the deep slate is really quick now. Ooh, I actually want this. Oh, we can one-shot mobs with our pickaxe too. Nice. All right, now that we have some new tools, I think it's time to upgrade our armor. And the way that we do that is we are going to need an unobtainium ingot, but we're also going to need the smithing template for unobtainium. And if we go back into chapter 1, what we need to do is actually find this somewhere in, I believe it's going to be the end. Oh, it's actually in the other. Locate the dungeon and make your way to the library. Here you'll find loot chests that have a chance to have the template in them. So I guess it's time to do some exploration. Alright, so I'm here at the pyramid. I believe this is what this is called. And I do have my structure compass on me. And of course we get withered right away. Let's, oh, what is it? Right click? Shift right click maybe? Here we go. Let's look for the dungeon. Go. Try to find it. Here we go, we locked on. It's only about 4,000 blocks away. Without the ability to fly, this is gonna take a while. Alright, I think that we're at the dungeon now. Could be wrong, we are lagging a little bit. Cool. Here we go. I would assume that that's it, yeah. So how do we get inside? It looks like through the front here. Okay. So I've never actually been in this place before. Seems like there's a lot of the same with, I believe it was the pyramid. A lot of enemies here. So in the quest it says make your way to the library. I'm not entirely sure what that means. Okay, so I'm not sure if this is the library, but I've definitely found a secret area. So I kind of want to go down and explore. It is very dangerous up here, by the way. Really annoying as well. Might have to turn mob sounds back down. Yeah, we are quickly descending down. Okay. Oh, okay, we got Vexes. This is not going to be fun. Fortunately, I do have all the Modium carrots in my backpack. So I should be pretty much never losing any sort of health. As long as we have those carrots still anyway. We also have like 300 hearts, so... yeah, I don't think we'll ever die, honestly. Okay. We do have some chests here. Ooh, pretty decent enchantments as well. Definitely worth looking at least. Okay. Yeah, I might just take everything and sort through it all later. Man, there's so many pillagers down here. I don't know, I'm not seeing like any books. Well, that was a loud noise. All right. I'm really not seeing any books. I do see these ones here, actually. But I don't think a single bookcase makes a library. Man, I hate blindness so bad. Can you guys just let me do my thing, please? All right, I am, I'm turning down the music. I can't deal with all that. That is so annoying. Way too many backpacks playing music at once. Here we go. Temptation. Yeah, let's just break all of these things at the side. Yeah, we're just gonna take everything if we can and just sort through it all later. We do also have our AE system that we can access, so if our backpack gets full, we can just start putting things in there. I kind of want to take these bookshelves. Ooh, Oh, that's definitely the library. Okay. Nice. I'm definitely glad that I found this secret area down here. But man, there is so many enemies here. I don't even know if I'll be able to get up there, honestly. Able to climb here. There we go. Alright, it's a little more friendly up here. And the game does sound a little bit weird now that there's no sound, so I think I'll put it on like 4%. It's gonna be... That noise is really bad, I hate that. Alright, if I take these, will they just break or will they ooh. Okay, we are taking all of these bookshelves. Because they are, they're from Apotheosis, I believe. And that'll actually allow us to craft higher and higher levels of enchantment. So, okay, that's just a blank book there. Excuse me, fellas. Breaking 5, okay. Okay, come. We really need this thing. Still have not found it yet. Very surprising. So it might not be here then. I mean, this is definitely the library, right? Alright, I've spent probably about 20 minutes down here or so, and I still have not found it. This is a room that I haven't been in, actually. I'll definitely keep looking, but we might eventually have to move on to a new one. Hope that we find it there. This is a library, so a decent chance it's in here. And I hate the blindness effect. And we're lagging a little bit. Yep, nothing down here on the first floor. And the last of the chests up here on the second floor, and nothing. So, unfortunately, yeah, it looks like we might have to probably leave this place or just hope that we find another library here. Alright, I've been here for about another 20 minutes or so. Still haven't really found anything, but I am discovering new locations all the time, so I think I'm just gonna stay in here until I find another library. And yeah, just hope and pray that it spawns. Alright, third library. Let's loot around a little bit and hope that we get lucky again. Or I guess lucky for the first time. Okay, nothing there. Nothing there. Not looking good so far. I'm not actually sure what the odds are of getting it. Very low it seems. Yeah. Still nothing. Alright, and I think this is the fourth library, I want to say. It's been quite a while since the last clip. Still exploring this area. See if we can find a template. If these guys will let me up. Come on now. Alright, and first chest is pretty much empty. Second chest. Third. Fourth, yeah. Man. Oh, and it looks like I broke into another library. We have a lot of villagers on me right now. Alright, let's check. Nothing down here so far. Sounds about right. This is my 5th library. So hopefully we find something good here. Hope. And nope. Alright, and here is library number 6. This is getting a little bit repetitive. I'm hoping this is the last one I have to do. Alright, let's check the chests. Okay, literally just emeralds. Literally just emeralds. Oh, oh, there it is. There we go. We finally got it. That took so long. All right, I have spent way too long in this area. I am definitely ready to return home and finally upgrade my armor. All right, so in order to get more of these, it is similar to every other sort of smithing template where you can duplicate them. We are going to need vibranium and endstone, but honestly, I don't think that's going to be too big of a deal. Let's just have a few extras. Let's make that many more. Here we go. All right, so we have 4. That should be everything that we need to upgrade our armor. All right, and we just need to use the smithing table here. We'll put our templates inside, our armor, and the unobtainium. I'm curious to see if it'll actually... It does look like it keeps our trim. Pretty nice. Okay, that's looking pretty good so far. The helmet looks really nice. And ooh, the chest plate. All right, let's take a look. Oh, nice. I'm still completely filled with arrows right now. This looks so cool. All right, and I just went ahead and added I believe it was vibranium trim. I think it's the eye. I think this armor looks so cool, and I'm definitely glad that I spent the time to upgrade it. All right, so I think the last thing that I want to do in this video is actually upgrade my pickaxe into a legendary version, and I think I found a pretty decent upgrade for this. This is Destructive Fortune of Smashing. This would give us haste 2 for 30 seconds instead of haste 1. The only thing that's different is that the block drops will teleport to you, whereas this one has netherite effectiveness against all blocks. I don't really know if that's worth the trade-off, but this has +2 luck instead of +1.5. It has 23% mining speed instead of 22. It's not that much faster, but that doesn't really matter if we're going to be gaining haste 2. But yeah, I do think that this one is going to be worth it. I've dug around for a little while. I don't think that we're going to get a better one, so let's do it. So in between episodes, I've been doing quite a lot of work on actually rearranging some of our enchantments. And you can see behind me, I used, I believe it's industrial foregoing in order to actually move and replace the enchantments on my armor. So this first machine is the enchantment extractor, and what this will actually do is rip the enchantments off of a tool or even an enchanted book and actually separate it out into individual books. And in fact, I actually did that as well. I went through my storage system and found pretty much every single enchanted book that I had in the system, and I've now extracted and individualized each of the enchantments. So yeah, if we ever need like Lure 4, for example, we now have a book for that. And yeah, this will be a lot easier in order to actually sort of fine-tune our enchantments. By the way, the reason that I even went through this process is I believe it was my leggings had an enchantment that would randomly teleport enemies away from me, and it was getting extremely annoying trying to kill enemies. So yeah, what I did was I just ripped all of the enchantments off of it and then put only the ones that I needed back onto it. Now, because all of my armor used to be netherite, actually I think most of it was diamond that I upgraded into netherite, I still had mending and unbreaking on it, so I actually ripped those enchantments off as well because our armor is unbreakable. So it would be completely useless and kind of a waste of experience to even have those enchantments on it. I also made sure that we had protection 5 on everything, and oh yeah, the soulbound or tombstone soulbound as well. I'm not actually sure the difference, But basically that'll make it so that in the very rare case that we actually do die, we'll keep our armor and even our tools. I also found that I had an extra Vorpal enchantment laying around, so I applied that to my sword. I thought I already had Vorpal, but I might have gotten rid of it, or I might have just thought that I had it. But anyway, so yeah, Vorpal, basically what it does is we have an extremely low chance to do, I don't know what the actual number is, 4 times, 5 times the amount of damage a normal hit would do. It would do that in a normal swing. And I've also noticed that there isn't a lot of enchantments for pickaxes, surprisingly, that we really need. So I just have Fortune 6 on my pick, and then Efficiency, I believe that's 8. Yeah, we're gonna be cooking with this pickaxe. And just briefly talking about the enchantment applicator, I didn't really use this a lot. Because I found that if you do have an enchantment, let's say sharpness 7, which is above the vanilla levels that you can actually put on a sword, if you try to put that on an item, it'll actually revert to the highest vanilla value. So for example, it put sharpness 5 on my sword and wasted a sharpness 8 book. So yeah, I didn't really use this. I think I used it for a few things that were like the Tombstone Soulbound, for example. I thought that was a pretty decent way to do this. I think what the enchantment applicator does is it makes it so that it doesn't require as much XP and doesn't sort of elevate the levels in which your XP gains are used. Like, for example, if you try to put efficiency 8 on a pickaxe, it might cost you, 100 levels. What this does is basically makes it a little bit cheaper. And yeah, in order to make those machines, I did have to get into the industrial foregoing mod. So I built the fluid extractor. What this does is it creates latex if you put a log in front of it. And then the dissolution chamber, which is used to craft the sort of the different machine frames that are in the mod. And I have a second one here. This just had pink slime inside of it. Pink slime is just generated with the mob crusher from industrial foregoing, and yeah, as it sort of kills mobs, it creates pink slime, and then I put that in there, and this made these the second, or I guess the third tier of the machine block for that mod. All right, and just temporarily, I also moved the old bookshelves that we had here and replaced them with the ancient bookshelves that we got in the other inside of the dungeon. So yeah, this setup's probably just temporary, honestly. Eventually, I do want to get into the apotheosis enchantments. I've kind of touched on it, but I haven't actually used the enchantment table from that and got the sort of the min-maxed version of the bookshelves yet. So eventually we will do that, but for now, I think our enchantments are pretty OP anyway, so I'm not even gonna really bother with it. And by the way, I did do a lot of off-camera work in between episodes, so the probably the first half of this episode is gonna be just me talking about what I've done. So in sort of this lobby area where we have our different signs going to the different places, I decided this would probably be a better place to have our old rocket ships from Ad Astra as sort of a central museum display. So now we sort of have this area here. It's a lot cooler, I think, having it down here. And I think each of these sort of areas is pretty nice for having the rockets. I just realized I missed a framed fence there. But yeah, that is this area. Let's go up to the applied energistic system. And if you watched the previous episode, you might notice that the system has gotten a little bit bigger. So what I did in between episodes here was actually go ahead and craft these framed compacting drawers. And I just went with the same sort of design that I went for the regular frame drawers, which is, I believe it's steel blocks and then the tinted black glass or something like that. But yeah, what the compacting drawers does is basically breaks out each of the sort of ingots. and essentially gives you sort of a breakdown of what each value is. So for example, we have 847 vibranium nuggets, which is equivalent to 94 ingots or 10 blocks. Yeah, I just have that for each of the individual ores. I don't think it's everything, but it should be everything that we need in at least in bulk storage. So we have all of the vanilla ores here. Then we have uranium. Then we have all the modium sort of ingots here. And on this side we have sort of the miscellaneous ores that were added in different mods, like aluminum, tin, nickel, zinc, silver, osmium, lead, platinum. And then we have quartz down here and lapis. There's no real reason that we needed these here, but I felt like we're gonna have a lot of these anyway, so it's probably better to have these in drawers rather than in our storage system itself. And speaking of the storage system itself, I did a lot of grinding, and I did actually end up making the 1024 ME disk drive, which is 3 times as large as the previous one that we had, or sorry, 4 times as large, I should say, because the previous version is 256, so this is 1024. Yeah, that's 4 times as large. And by the way, we have 2 of these now. So in total, I think that's going to be, yeah, 2 million items that we can store in the system. We're probably not going to run out of space for a very, very long time. And then down in this bottom drive here, what I did was actually make a portable fluid cell. This is just a 1K and it's just filled with water. I found that while I was crafting, I was running out of water. And it was kind of annoying having to run over to my thing here, open this up, and open up the sink. So yeah, I just have the fluid inside. So now if we ever need to craft a water bucket, for example, let's see, we do have water essence as well now, I guess. I guess we can't craft it that way. Oh, right, but if we just left click on the water, it will pull out a bucket. So yeah, that's a little bit more nice than having to run back and forth to fill up some buckets. And yeah, just sort of talking about this room a little bit more, I did end up decorating this. Up here we still have our ender chests that I can get inside there. These are our import and output chests. I just wanted access to these. There's no particular reason why. Mostly if I need to export something else out, we can sort of update that. We still have these netherite barrels here, which I should probably get rid of eventually. Oh, and I think the reason that one is full of stuff is because the armory cabinet is actually full, or both of them, I should say. So we might need to add a few more armory cabinets to the system. And I believe this is the last thing that I did in between episodes, but I just went through and upgraded our available seeds. A lot of these were actually from quest rewards, so for example, the rabbit seeds, I didn't craft that, I just got them from a quest reward. So yeah, we now have a decent amount of seeds here and essences, and these will be very essential in crafting. And in fact, I do have all of the sort of the earth, air, I believe fire, and water essences that we're going to need in order to craft the awakened essence from mystical agriculture. Oh, and I did also go through and finally craft the last 10 blue hearts that we needed in order to max out our heart amulet. So yeah, we are pretty much at full hearts now. If we put the heart amulet back on, you can see we have sort of the silvery purple color, I think that is, and a little bit of extra blue. And I believe on our armor itself, we can actually get more hearts as well. So we'll probably be doing that eventually as well. But if we look at our stats, I think we're at 211 hearts, or I believe that's 10. Basically 10 health bars. Yeah, we have a lot. And now that we have some pretty overpowered armor, what I want to do in today's episode is to get into the Cataclysm mod. Cataclysm is a mod that adds a ton of different bosses, and most of them are extremely difficult, so we're pretty well prepared for that, I think. So let's go ahead and find the first of the bosses. So if we go ahead and take a look at our quest log here, we can go ahead and accept that. And the way that we actually find the different bosses is by crafting these different eyes. So for example, the Eye of Flame will take you to the Burning Arena to fight the Ignis. I think this could be a pretty good place to start. It does say that there's no particular order in order to fight these different monsters, but I do think that this should be a decent place to start. So let's go ahead and find out how to craft this. And look at that, we have everything that we need. I'm not actually sure if we're going to need multiple of these though. We'll have to find out though. So I'm assuming this is going to be inside of the Nether. I could be wrong though. And in fact, yep, it does look like it works inside of the Nether. Here we go. So let's go ahead and we'll keep on using this. It looks like it's going to be in that direction though. Okay, and very shortly, I think I did find what I was looking for, possibly. Yeah, let's go ahead and Altar of Fire. Maybe we right click that? Eye of Flame? Oh, I mean, it went inside. Okay, so according to the quest log, we need to find some different mobs, and they will drop an item that we can put inside of the altar. We just need to find them first. I do see something on the map here, but not quite sure what we're looking for. Okay, that might be what we're looking for there. This guy's got a decent amount of health, 800. He's in sort of a defensive stance. Here we go. Nice. Oh, we even got the loot pinata for that. That's really nice. So he dropped 21 burning ashes. All right. I'll go ahead and kill the other one as well. I think they want you to put in 2. Okay. You guys are a little bit difficult. They're actually taking a few of my hearts. Here we go. All right, so I think now what we need to do is just place a burning ash there. Here we go. Oh, and I just realized I don't have my backpack. Here we go. Ooh, there's even boss music. Okay. Hello, Ignis. Okay. Oh, wow, you, it's so cool. All right, let's see if we can get some hits in. He's pretty tanky. He is definitely tanky. Here we go. Flying almost feels like cheating. Oof. Wow, that hit hard. Okay, this is definitely a Dark Souls-like boss. Okay, I'm wondering if hitting his shield is probably not the best idea. Go ahead and fight him from behind. Huh. Seems like sometimes he's just randomly immune. Not sure if that's just a read that I'm missing. Okay, he is doing a decent amount of damage to me. Fortunately, we do have these, all the Modium carrots. Okay, immune again. Okay. He's in blue blaze form. Okay. This is terrifying. Come on now. Just die. We need to die. Come on. Music ended. It's back. Okay. Oh yeah, he's done a decent amount of damage to me. Let me heal up a little bit. It's taken away 1 health bar. Okay. Oof. This guy's tanky. I'm not entirely sure how the best what the best way to attack him is. I guess just repeatedly hitting him in areas that is actually taking damage. We're almost done with him though. At about a quarter it looks like. Okay, what is that? Okay. Wow, that's terrifying. Okay, almost done. Okay. Oof. Alright, we're hurting pretty bad. Almost there. I don't want him to be over the lava in case what he drops is falls inside of the lava. Come on now. Hey, there we go. Nice, we got Ignitium. Alright, so we can go ahead and head into the quests here. And we get the Music Disc Symphony. Okay. And the ingots that we got is Ignitium, which looks like we get a few extras, and we can actually craft either the Bulwark of the Flame or the Incinerator. Let's see how to craft this. Actually, that crafting recipe really is not bad. I want to at least make the shield because we don't actually have a shield yet. So let's use you, and here we go. The Bulwark of the Flame. Release while sneaking to charge forward and damage entities in front. If the target hits a wall, it will receive extra damage and be temporarily stunned. Nice. All right, let's put that in our offhand, and that looks so cool. Nice. And so if we hold right click and release, maybe we walk forward. There we go. That's so cool. Awesome. And I might as well craft the Incinerator as well, but we probably won't actually end up using it. Man, that is massive. That is so cool. I'm curious to see how it compares in stats to the base Aldemodium alloy, but yeah, that is really cool looking. Now the next boss that we're looking for is the Netherite Monstrosity. And I actually know where this is. I found this a long time ago, and I don't think I ever talked about it on camera, but this is right next to my Nether Fortress. If I go over here, and I have not been here in a very long time. I believe it's down... I think it's down over here. The world is failing to load a little bit. And yeah, you can see at the top the Netherite Monstrosity's nameplate there, but the world is kind of failing to load right now, so... Alright, and just ahead of us is the Netherite Monstrosity, which, yep, can confirm, looks like a total monstrosity. So let's go ahead and move on in. Okay. What you gonna do? Right. Oh, he spawns lava. Okay. Makes sense. Dang, wow, that hurts. Okay. Oof. Let's pop a carrot. Right. Man, that hurts. I'm not too sure what the best way to counter this is. He just sort of sits there and smashes. I guess we can just back up. Right. Okay. Right. This guy's not too bad. A lot less chaotic so far than the previous boss. Okay, I stood too close on that one. Okay. And if I go too far away, he will start just walking towards me. Okay. Pretty simple pattern so far, actually. I do really like the music in this mod, by the way. I think I might try to see if I can get it. I don't know if it's copyrighted or not. Yeah, he just spawned more lava there. Yeah, if it does end up being copyrighted, then yeah, I might just... This entire part might be muted. And I'll probably put some different music over it, but... Alright, we're almost done. Okay, he's getting pretty generous with those hits. Yeah, it's kind of hard to actually back away when you're in lava. Okay, here we go, final hits. There we go, nice. The Broken Nether's War Machine. Oh, he looks so sad. Sorry. Alright, so we got the Monstrous Horn and the Infernal Forge. Ooh. Alright, and we can go ahead and accept our rewards from that quest. Get the Infernal Forge. And we need to craft the Monstrous Helm. How do we do that? Okay. Ah, I see. It's a netherite helmet with the netherite upgrade and a monstrous horn. Okay. We'll have to do that later on then. I'm sort of in the exploration mood right now. Alright, so the last of the bosses that I want to tackle in today's episode is going to be, I believe it's called the Leviathan, and it's actually in the overworld. And you can find it using the Eye of the Abyss. However, this does require crying obsidian, which ironically, I don't actually have any of. So I'm just using the structure compass, and hopefully that'll lead me to where I need to go. If you want to find it the same way, you just need to find the Cataclysm Sunken City, and yeah, that'll lead you directly to where the boss is. Okay, I think that I've found it. This is a very, very cool looking build. Yep, I'm assuming this is it. Let's try to find the entrance. I'm not really a huge fan of just breaking in. Oh, how do we get inside? Right, well, I don't see any sort of entrance, so fortunately I am gonna have to break in. And here we go. Ooh, this place is very lush. We got some guys spawning over on the sides. And in order to wake up the Leviathan, we're actually going to need to craft the Abyssal Sacrifice. This is crafted with crystallized coral and athame, I think is how you pronounce that, nautilus shell, heart of the sea, and a few other blocks. The way that we get these crystallized coral, I'm not actually quite sure. It does say though that we can find everything here in the sunken temple, so I might just try to kill some of these guys and see what we can obtain. Okay, we did end up getting in a theme, so that's one ingredient down. So the way that you actually get the crystallized coral is actually from these big guys. I think they're, yeah, Corallosis, I think is how you pronounce it. Yeah, you get these crystallized coral fragments. So we just need to find a few more of those guys. All right, so I should have everything that I need now to make the abyssal sacrifice. Here we go, nice. All right, so what we do with this is we take it down to the altar of the abyss and just go ahead and right click that in. And that should spawn the Leviathan. Here we go. Oh man. That thing is very terrifying. Okay. I don't know what he's doing. You can't escape. Yeah, I'm sort of just locked in here. Here we go. Eat a carrot. Okay, this guy can break blocks. Good to know. Okay, almost done. Ooh, that ability kind of hurts. Yeah, if you stand in these for too long, they will do a lot of damage to you. Oh, wow. Okay, that guy can grab me from very far away. Is he dead? Oh, thought he was dead. Oh, he just recovered half his HP. Okay. All right, and he seems to be immune currently. Okay, see if we can attack him now. Here we go. Yeah, he's got that laser beam. That's terrifying. Come on now. Okay. He seems to occasionally get into fights with the other guys. Kind of nice for me. Okay, I can't really see anything during this fight. A little obnoxious. Hello? How do I get out of that? Okay, it seems to be drawing me in, so let's try to get far away from that. Okay. Almost dead once again. Okay. Come on now, let me kill you. He occasionally goes immune, which is a little bit weird. Maybe I'm just too far away, I'm not too sure. Here we go, this should be the last of his HP. There he goes. Nice. Alright, so what did we get from that? We got the Violet Tidal Claw of the Fastwit. Interesting. An Abyssal Egg and Music Disc Endless Storm. Alright, and that is the Leviathan completely killed. Just like that. So I want to start off today by finding the Cursed Pyramid, which is the home of the Ancient Remnant. Okay, and in order to find it, I am going to need to craft the Eye of the Desert, which requires quite a few things, but the one thing that I'm missing is a dead bush. So I'm here in the desert, a little bit to the southwest of my base. And I can actually go ahead and harvest at least a few of these. I don't know if I'm going to need some more in the future or not, but it'll be nice to have some. And I do know that I could use the structure compass, but I kind of want to do things as the mod intends. The only reason in the previous episode why I didn't craft the Eye of the Abyss is it actually requires crying obsidian, which I really don't have any of, and I really didn't feel like going out and finding. All right, so let's go ahead and use the Eye of the Desert and see where it leads us. Looks like it's going a little bit to the south. And not even very far away, I found this giant temple. I'm assuming this might be it. It's gotta be. All right, yep, the the achievement just confirmed it. All right, so let's go ahead and head inside, and already we have some definitely interesting looking enemies. They are Koboltons. Okay. All right, so this place is a total maze, and in fact, I've already found my way back to the beginning. But what we're looking for throughout the dungeon itself, is actually suspicious sand that will be found throughout the dungeon. And if we brush it, we'll actually find a certain, I believe it's going to be a necklace that will actually let us awaken the boss. The hard part is actually finding our way down to where the boss currently is. Oh, and it seems like I found a special shrine to the gods of this pyramid. Definitely a huge shout out to the builders of the arenas for these bosses. They are actually really impressive and yeah, very, very cool. All right, so I think I've made my way down to presumably where the boss is. I'm assuming that's what that is there. I still have yet to find any suspicious sand, so I'm probably gonna have to keep looking around. Hopefully there's some in this area. Oh, and there seems to be some here in these little cubby areas. And we found exactly what we were looking for. Nice. My inventory is a little bit bugged currently. Okay, we can get a second one. For some reason my shift key seems to be held down. So hopefully I can just, yeah, I'm gonna have to refresh. Okay, I think I'm ready to get started with the boss. So I'm assuming what I just need to do is right click onto it. Yep, there we go. Okay. A little bit of a leg spike as it wakes up. Alright, let's start attacking here. It is pretty weak comparatively. The music might be a little bit too loud, I'm not quite sure. I'm kind of stuck in this corner. Here we go. Alright, let's start getting some attacks in here. And I know that the kobolds can actually steal your items, so hopefully it doesn't steal my sword. I am gonna turn down the music really quick, actually. Alright, hopefully that's a little bit better. It was a little bit quiet in the previous episode, so I turned it up a little bit, but yeah, I think it was too loud now. So this should be, yep, the ancient remnant dead. Nice. Okay. Let's see what it dropped. It dropped the remnant skull and the music disc Sands of Dominion. Oh, and we also got a sandstorm in a bottle. Press the not bound to turn into a sandstorm. Okay, we'll have to try that out eventually. So let's take a look at the quests. We can go ahead and get the Sands of Dominion music disc there. Claim the reward from that. We just get a brush, then a potion of slow falling. Nice. All right, and the last of the bosses is gonna be the Harbinger. And in order to get to the Harbinger, we are gonna need the Eye of the Mech. All right, and from our base, it looks like it's going to be to the west. All right, so I think that I've found the location of where it is. Should be directly below me here. So I'm just gonna go ahead and dig straight down. Probably not the best idea, but that's how it goes. All right, so I've finally stumbled across the entrance to this place. It took me probably 20 minutes to actually find it because I had to do a lot of digging around. Fortunately, though, most of the entrance was inside of a cave, or most of it is inside of a cave. So didn't struggle too hard, but yeah, here we go. I am lagging a little bit. Looks like we have these little watchers here. Right. Yeah, this is a sort of a redstone factory, it looks like, and these guys are pretty loud, and there's a lot of explosions going on. We've got these prowlers here. They don't do a lot of damage, but they do have a lot of health. And this place seems to be a little bit laggy for me. Right, and you can see all the way at the end there. I'm pretty sure that that's what we're looking for. Yeah, I'm not sure why this place is causing me so many headaches here. All right, so in order to actually power up the Harbinger, what we're gonna need is a Nether Star. So hopefully I have a spare one. Here we go. And we just, similar to the previous boss, we just right click with it. And that starts the boss. And we always get a little bit of a lag spike there. Really like this music though. Okay. Alright, so I did just a quick little reset of the game. And we're now back in it. I'm not sure why. I think all the exploration that I've been doing has sort of maybe caused a memory leak or something. Or maybe some chunks were still being loaded that weren't supposed to be. I don't really know. Either way though, we're back in it, and here's the boss. Somehow it got behind me. Alright, we're halfway there. Getting pretty close now. These fights are a little bit boring, I will say, when you have really overpowered armor and you have the ability to fly and stuff. So I probably should have done these fights a bit sooner, but I think that's all right. All right, here we go. Nice. All right, it looks like we got the witherite block from that, so that's pretty cool. Let's see what this is actually used for. We can turn it into witherite ingots. Okay. And that's how you make the mechanical fusion anvil. Okay. As well as the meat shredder, the laser gatling, and the wither assault shoulder weapon. Okay. While sneaking, right click to shoot wither howitzers. Okay. That seems pretty interesting. I might actually make that. Right, and we can go ahead and accept the quest rewards from that. And yeah, that is the Harbinger done. We will probably eventually make these as well. But for now, I want to move on to the final of the bosses, the Ruined Citadel, home of the Ender Guardian. And in order to find this boss, we will need the Eye of Void, which we're just going to need some shulker shells for. Eye of Ender, and a few of the purple and endstone bricks. Really not that bad compared to some of the other ones. And yeah, let's go ahead and warp over to the end and find where this is. Also, the name of that mob is a little bit unfortunate. But yeah, let's go over here. Looks like it's to the west. Ooh, it's been a while since I've actually seen a legendary enemy, so I'm actually gonna take that guy out really quick. Let's see what he dropped. Nice, a little shield. Alright, so I think the structure is right here. I did use the structure compass just because I was feeling a little bit lazy. I think I've actually already been to one of these structures before. I don't know if I killed the boss though. Don't think that I did. Alright, so where exactly are we meant to go? Alright, so I think that I found the boss here. This is the Ender Golem. Okay. This might not even be the boss, actually. Yeah, that was not even the boss. Okay. So what I need to find is some sort of altar, I think. Alright, I'm assuming this is what we're looking for, and okay, it just spawns immediately. Alright. So this guy should be the toughest that we've faced so far. We're already doing a decent amount of damage, though. Okay, this guy can make us float. Ooh, wow, that does a lot. That did almost a full health bar. Okay. So we gotta watch out for some of his bigger attacks. Dang, wow. Okay. Still learning his attack patterns. Ooh, okay. Yeah, that does so much. Actually, that's doing way more than one health bar. That's a couple of health bars there. Okay. Wow. Okay. Yeah, maybe I should have brought some sort of range weapon with me. Yeah, that made me fly back. Oh, I think his helmet fell off. Alright, let's see if we can beat this guy. It's probably best just to spam our main attack here. There we go. And yeah, I guess he was a shulker. Alright. So we got the... Ooh, we got a an apotheosis gauntlet of guard. Oh, that's pretty cool. Alright, and we can now go into our quests and accept the rewards from the final boss. The only thing that we have left now is to actually craft some of the items that these mobs have dropped. The first of which is going to be the monstrous helm, which is just using the monstrous horn, a netherite helmet, and a smithing template. You can go ahead and craft that. While worn, if you fall below half health, knock back nearby entities, and it increases defense, knockback resistance, and regeneration. Nice. And it does look a little bit ridiculous. Next up is going to be the laser gatling. And what this is basically a laser gatling from Fallout. And apparently we can use redstone as a sort of as fuel. That's very cool. And next up, we've got the meat shredder. Right-click damages entities in front. And so yeah, this thing basically acts as a saw that we can saw into enemies. And last up is going to be the Wither Assault Shoulder Weapon. And basically this is just a very big rocket launcher. And I just want to give a quick test to some of these weapons. So we'll start out, you know what, we'll start out with the meat shredder. Start a little bit smaller and then move into bigger things. Okay, that does pretty decent damage. Alright, goodbye, Mr. Skellington. And you can see with the meat shredder, it does say that it ignores immunity frames, so you can basically just constantly attack with this thing, which is pretty nice. Next up is the laser gatling. And yep, it's a little bit inaccurate, I've noticed, but it's very cool. And oops, I don't want to start a fire over here. Yeah, it is a little inaccurate, but I definitely like how it fires. All right, and last up is gonna be the Wither Assault Shoulder Weapon. Let's just find something to kill. Goodbye, Mr. Cow. It's like we have to charge it up. Oh, okay. Nice. Then I think it was sneak right click to shoot a howitzer. Ooh, okay. Oh, and that leaves a little bit of a wither effect. Nice. Oh, and I probably should have been a little bit smarter with my materials because we did end up running out of witherite, so we can't actually craft the mechanical fusion anvil quite yet. Alright, so I just went ahead and beat that boss once again, and I should be able to craft the mechanical fusion anvil now. And what this will actually allow us to do is to basically combine some of the different items that are added in this mod. So for example, we can combine the Gauntlet of Guard with, I believe it's the Bulwark of Flame, and that'll give us the Gauntlet of Bulwark. And next up, if we combine the Wither Assault Shoulder Weapon with a Void Core, we get the Void Assault Shoulder Weapon, which is pretty much just an improved version of the previous one. And finally is the Void Forge, which is just an upgraded version of the Infernal Forge which is basically a really good pickaxe. And with that, the Cataclysm mod is pretty much done now. We did miss a few mobs here, the Ender Maptera and the Amethyst Crab. Honestly, I'm not too worried about that, but getting the Void Forge was probably the most important part of this, because it is actually a requirement in order to craft the All the Mods star. We can actually go ahead and claim the reward from that. And with that, it does bring us one step closer to crafting the All the Mods star. And with a few of these items equipped, I'm starting to feel a little bit like Thanos. So I decided a decent way to actually memorialize our completion of the Cataclysm mod was to actually create a new wing of our sort of museum that we have going on. So this hallway is completely dedicated to sort of the different weapons and armor that we got in the Cataclysm mod. So if we start over here, we actually start off with a jukebox, and that's because I have all of the music discs from Cataclysm inside of here. So if I ever want to listen to Endless Storm, we can listen to that there. And yeah, so up here we have the meat shredder. This is one of the weapons that came from the sort of the redstone boss. I don't quite remember what its name was. And opposite of it, we have the laser Gatling that came from the same boss. And over on this side, we have sort of the more nether-themed armor and weapons, I should say. We have the incinerator over there on the left. That is the sort of really cool-looking sword that comes from this mod. Over here on the right, we have the Gauntlet of Bulwark, which was combined using the Bulwark of the Flame as well as the Gauntlet of Guard. And that's actually how we got the Gauntlet of Bulwark. And here in the center, we actually have the Ignitium armor. This is something I didn't craft during the episode, but I did actually go ahead and craft that just between cuts here really quick. I did need to kill Ignis once more, but it did drop as many ingots as we needed to actually craft this armor. And finally, over here, we have the more of the void-themed weapons and armor, I guess you could say. Over on the left, we have the Void Assault Shoulder Weapon. That's the sort of the missile launcher that we got. Over on the right, we have the Tidal Claws, which we got from the Leviathan. And then finally, in the center, we have the Void Forge. And I also put the Monstrous Helm over here. Even though it does technically come from the Netherite Monstrosity, which is a Nether-themed boss. I didn't really have room on the other side, so I just put it over here with the Void Forge, and yeah, it looks pretty cool. And with that, our sort of adventure into the Cataclysm mod is over, at least for now. What I might do in between episodes is actually see if the Cataclysm or any of the other things can really be useful to us. I'll see if Apotheosis can actually modify some of them, and see if we can get some decent sort of side weapons from this. Now, usually I would talk about what I did in between episodes, but unfortunately, I've been pretty busy with real life stuff, so I haven't actually had time to play off camera. So what I'll probably do in between this episode and the next is actually go ahead and work on the things that I did say that I wanted to do, such as testing to see if a lot of the items from Cataclysm can even be sort of relevant by enchanting them and using Apotheosis to make them better. Yeah, unfortunately, I just haven't had time to do that yet. And you might be wondering why we're back on the overworld at our original base, and that's because in today's episode, what I want to do is actually finish up a mod that we started all the way back in episode 3, and that mod is Ars Nouveau. If we go ahead and take a look at the quest log, you can see that we got pretty far into the mod. However, there is a few things here and there that I really haven't actually done or sort of talked about. First, and probably the biggest thing that I haven't done yet, is actually get our tier 3 spellbook, the Archmage book. This is going to require a few things first. One of those things is going to be, we're going to need to craft a ritual brazier. If we look further on into the quest log, you can see that there is almost a whole section here dedicated to the ritual brazier. And let's see how we can go ahead and craft it. All right, we will need an arcane pedestal, as well as a block of source gem. Okay, that does only take 4 source gems, but we don't have a whole lot. But we should be able to have everything that we need to craft the ritual brazier, just like that. Okay, so let's find a decent place for this. I guess right here will do. Whoops, broke the moss block there. I guess that'll do. So what the ritual brazier does is it basically allows you to complete these different rituals that allow you to do an assortment of different things. There's a lot of rituals that we can actually perform. For example, we could actually make the day into day or night. We could make plants grow a little bit faster. But the ritual that we're looking for is actually going to be the Tablet of Summon Wilden, and this is actually how we summon the Wilden Chimera, which is actually a requirement to craft the Archmage spellbook. As you can see, we're gonna need the Wilden tribute, another star, a totem of undying, and a few other bits and pieces here and there. And that's kind of why we haven't actually done this yet. I started Ars Nouveau really early into the series. I took a break so that we could sort of kill the different vanilla bosses. And yeah, I just never got back into Ars Nouveau. So yeah, let's go ahead and see how we can actually summon the Wilden Chimera. So the normal tablet of Summon Wilden will actually just summon a random Wilden monster. But if we augment it with a Wilden Spike, Wilden Horn, and a Wilden Wing, it'll actually summon the Wilden Chimera. And the Wilden Chimera is a pretty tough boss. However, our gear is extremely overpowered, so I don't think we're going to struggle with it too much, but it definitely doesn't hurt to be cautious. So to craft the tablet itself, we are going to need either some Wilden Horns or an iron sword, block of emerald, bow, and block of lapis lazuli. I didn't actually know that there was a split crafting for this. I think this one is actually going to be easier for us, so we'll go ahead and craft that. And then I'll also search for Wilden, and we will get the Wilden Spike, Wilden Wing, and a Wilden Horn. And we should have everything that we need. So I believe we put the Wilden items in first. Let's just use that. Throw these in. Here we go. And if we go ahead and right click it, that will actually activate the ritual, and we should begin to see the Wilden Chimera right here. Here we go. That looks so cool. All right, let's see. Oh yeah, this thing is weak. Now it does actually have different phases. So this one right here, you'll see it'll spit out sort of spikes from it. Just have to sort of dodge and kind of get lucky with that one. And it is in sort of a defensive mode while it's in that stage. And here we go. We didn't even get to talk about the other stages. All right, so we got the Wilden Tribute, a miniature yellow heart, oops, and an epic shader grab bag. Interesting. That's from Immersive Engineering. I believe that just modifies the sort of different weapons or tools that you get from that mod. All right, let's go ahead and go into the quest log and accept our quest rewards. I guess we made the Tablet of Sunrise at some point. Okay. And we should have everything that we need to upgrade our spellbook into the Archmage's spellbook. Nice. And we can claim our rewards from that. And basically what the Archmage's spellbook will do is allow us to craft these tier 3 glyphs and actually use them in spells. So I probably won't actually use a lot of these spells just because our armor is so good that we pretty much don't really need it. However, I do want to go through and craft a few of these. For example, the glyph of summon undead will be pretty nice just to have some extra allies around. I kind of want to see what the glyph of lightning is all about. I'm assuming it just summons a lightning bolt. The glyph of linger, I'm not sure what this does. It looks like it creates a lingering field that applies spells on nearby entities. That's interesting. Okay. All right, so one of the essences that we actually have not talked about or crafted at all is actually the conjuration essence. And it's just going to require a Wilden Horn, a Starbuncle token, which if you haven't gotten any of these yet, basically I believe you need to trade a gold nugget with a Starbuncle and it'll give you the token. And then we also need a book, pretty easy. And then obviously we need the source gem inside. However, we actually need the imbuement chamber inside, I believe. And I guess we have to move our pedestals in. I guess when we make the all the modium alloys, we kind of put these outside. I don't really know why. But anyway, we can just quickly move these inside and get our token and horn back in there. And let's see if this will work this time. Here we go. And nice, there's our conjuration essence. So what we need this for is actually going to be the glyph of summon undead. And so for this, we will need a conjuration essence, a wither skeleton skull, and a bone. This should all be extremely easy to get for us. Wither skeleton skull, bone, and our essence. And we put that, oops, here. We need to, I believe, it has been a while. I think we right click here, go to tier 3, click summon undead, and then we select that. There we go. Yeah, it has been a very long time since we've actually used Ars Nouveau. This should give us what we need. Here we go. And now we just right click that and we can actually craft a spell for that. We'll put this on, I guess, number 8. We'll say underfoot, I suppose. We can see if that'll work. We'll go for the summon undead, and I'm curious if we can amplify that and if it'll summon more. Let's just call this summon undead. Create that, and let's just see what this does initially. So that is 3 normal skeletons. Oh, that's very cool. All right, and let's see what happens if we amplify now. And also, will this overwrite the current skeletons? Okay, they died before I could test it. All right, so that's with an amplify, and it only did, oh, it did do 3. Interesting. So I'm curious to see what the amplify actually does. I'm not too sure. Oh, and by the way, we do get the summoning sickness effect, which I believe makes it so that we can't actually summon any more creatures. So yeah, let's try extend time and let's just pump that and see how long we get that now. Okay, so that summons for a whole minute with 4 extend times. Nice. All right, so now I'm gonna craft the glyph of wither, and I am actually just curious to see if we can summon wither skeletons with this. That would be pretty interesting if we can. All right, let's go ahead and learn that, and we'll see if we can do this. Let's actually extend time there, then apply wither. Okay. It doesn't summon wither skeletons, and it doesn't give us the wither effect. Interesting. All right, it is a little bit unfortunate that we can't actually craft wither skeletons, but I'm perfectly okay with that. So yeah, now that we have the tier 3 spellbook, I'm probably gonna go through, craft all of the glyphs eventually, especially the tier 1 and tier 2s that I haven't gotten yet. But yeah, that is that part of sort of Ars Nouveau completed. What I want to do now is actually go and craft the different various charms from this mod. Alright, so the first and easiest of the charms is going to be the Starbuncle charm. What we're going to need for this, I believe, let me double check. Right, it's 4 gold ingots and 1 Starbuncle token inside of the enchanting apparatus here. So let's get our gold ingots down. Whoops. Here we go, and Starbuncle token goes in the center. And that should start working and create the Starbuncle charm. Nice. So if we take a look inside of our worn notebook, we can actually find the automation tab, and this is where all the charms are going to be. So for example, the Starbuncle charm, what it actually does is it summons a Starbuncle that will pick up nearby items and can move items between inventories such as chests. So these guys are sort of like hoppers. They can sort of sort your inventories and such. And they can also harvest fully grown sourceberry bushes, which is pretty nice. And I did forget one small step here. We do need the Dominion wand just for completing the quests here. So let's go ahead and see how we craft this. Should be pretty easy. Just need a couple source gems, a stick, and a gold ingot inside of the enchanting apparatus. Nice, and here is our Dominion wand, which should allow us to claim our quest rewards here. Next up is the WaffleDefender charm, and this is a pretty complex recipe given what it is. I think we're gonna have everything for this, but it'll probably take me a second to gather up all the materials. Okay, I think I have everything, and nice, here it goes. Here's our WaffleDefender charm. There we go. Second of the 5 charms that we need. Next up, I'll do the Prborg token. All right, and I believe I have everything that I need for the Prborg token. Again, it's not too complex, but there is a lot of seemingly random ingredients for this. Let's see if this works. Here we go. Nice. And we got the Prborg charm. Awesome. Next up is going to be the Wixie charm, which is surprisingly pretty cheap. For the Wixie token, this is something I haven't really talked about so far, but we do need to use Dispel on a witch while it's at less than half health. I think I got this with a quest though. Alright, and that is basically the last of the ones that are going to be decently easy to get. For the Amethyst Golem, it is going to be a little more complex. What we need to do is actually perform the Ritual of Awakening near a bit of budding amethyst. For the Tablet of Awakening, it is pretty simple. We'll just need each of the different Archwood saplings, a bit of Archwood log, and 4 source gems, all of which we already have in the storage system. And now I'm actually going to go ahead and take my Ritual Brazier and find a Amethyst Geode somewhere nearby, hopefully. All right, here we go, found one. And so I should just have to do this inside this area. I don't know how close it needs to be to the budding amethyst, but we can find out. Here we go. Does seem to be working. It's absorbing energy. Here we go. And that actually made an amethyst golem itself. And I believe maybe we use our Dominion wand on that. Oh, right. Yeah, if you kill it, you do get the charm back. I'm sorry, little one. All right, so that is the last of the charms completed. Nice. And I'm not sure if we'll ever actually use any of these guys. I could definitely see the Amethyst Golem being useful, but I'm not really sure about the other ones, but you know, they might make a nice addition to the base. All right, and I am just gonna go ahead and clean up a few of these quests that I've technically completed, but just didn't have the right items at the right time for. So here we go. And the last is going to be the runic chalk of this sort of area here. Really shouldn't be too bad. We might even have everything for this. Ooh, we need the manipulation essence. Okay, that's not a bad one. All right, here's our runic chalk. And sort of talking about the runic chalk a little bit, basically what it does is allows you to inscribe spells onto the ground, and then when an entity sort of walks over the spell, it'll actually cast that spell on them. And yeah, I could see that working. I could see that doing some pretty cool things. But for now, we are just here to complete the quests. All right, and next up, I do want to go ahead and craft the various enchanters tools from Ars Nouveau, such as the shield, the mirror, and the bow. And here we have the bow being crafted up. I did use a bow called Agile Bow that had 20% draw speed. We'll see if that actually stays. It looks like it does. Nice. I'm not sure if that's an apotheosis thing or not. And here's the shield. Looks pretty nice. And finally, we have the enchanter's mirror, which sort of completes this small little section here. Obviously, we still have the sort of the trinkets left, such as the amulets, the jar of light, belt of levitation, and the belt of unstable gifts. So with the belt of unstable gifts finally crafted up, that is all of these quests here. We can go ahead and claim our rewards. By the way, these were all pretty easy to craft. There was a few things here and there that I needed to look up how to craft, but we were able to craft everything pretty easily. And I do think with that, I kind of consider Ars Nouveau completed. There isn't a whole lot that we need to do for this questline. Obviously, it's not going to be marked as complete, but as we sort of finish off crafting all of the glyphs, as well as some of the different source links and ways of generating source, as well as the different tablets, yeah, I think everything will be completed eventually. But for now, I consider this as complete as we can get, at least for now. What I did was a little bit of a grindy process, but I did in fact finally craft a Paxel. And this is of course an all the modium alloy Paxel, and let's go ahead and look how we actually craft this. Basically what I needed to do was craft 4 of the different all the modium alloy tools. We needed the sword, the pickaxe, shovel, and the axe. We also needed, whoops, I should go back here. I also needed an Awakened Supremium Paxel. Now, in order to get this, we do need to use Awakened Supremium, and this is something I haven't actually crafted on camera yet, but I did do it for the first time. So what we need for this is to actually craft the block, and that requires the Awakening Altar, so I went ahead and crafted that up. And this is how we actually craft that. We need 10 of each of the 4 primary essences, as well as 4 cognizant dust and a Supremium block. Now for the cognizant dust, I can barely say that word, sorry. We do need to kill either the Wither or the Ender Dragon with an essence weapon enchanted with Mystical Enlightenment. So basically what I did was just go through and kill the wither probably about 4 times. We were able to get some of that cognizant dust. We have 12 remaining. It does only take, I believe it was 4 for the block, so really not that bad. And so yeah, this is now, as you can see from the name of it, this is now my daily driver. I have Silk Touch, Efficiency, I believe that's 9, and Soulbound on this, as well as all of my gems are plus 35% mining speed. And then overall, this thing does have plus 33 mining speed, 1 luck, which I don't think actually applies with Silk Touch. Same with the block experience. It's going to be pretty quick, and yeah, overall, it's going to be pretty nice. So what I want to do today is actually go over AE to auto crafting, as well as get some of the more basic auto crafts going, such as converting oak logs into planks and auto crafting my essences into things that are more usable. So let's go ahead and jump right in. But first, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe. It's completely free and it helps let me know that you guys are enjoying the content so far. And if you want to go one step further, why not consider becoming a channel member? It's the best way to support me directly, and you get access to all of my videos early. By the way, I am thinking of doing a like goal for the series continuing on forward, so if this video gets 10 likes, I'll release the next one. With all that out of the way, let's jump into the episode. Now, it's been quite a while since I've actually touched AE2's auto crafting, but fortunately all the mods 9 has us covered with this little quest line here. So we can go ahead and get started with the auto crafting order up quest here. And it looks like we're going to need to craft an ME pattern provider, as well as the pattern access terminal. The pattern access terminal actually allows us to see which patterns that we have, as well as sort of manage them and create new ones. So overall, this is going to be a pretty simple recipe. We're just going to need a regular ME terminal, a crafting table, as well as a calculation processor. The only thing I don't have here is a crafting table, ironically, so here we go. There's our crafting terminal. And next up is the ME pattern provider. Pretty simple as well, just going to need a few crafting tables, some iron ingots, a formation core, and an annihilation core. And I did have a little bit of a derp there. I meant to craft the pattern access terminal, which requires the ME pattern provider, an illuminated panel, and an engineering process. For some reason, I crafted the regular crafting terminal. So that should get us what we need for the quest here. We can go ahead and accept our next quest. So this is going to be our crafting storage. Basically what these are used for is crafting a CPU, which is a multi-block structure that requires at least 1 crafting storage block. And this is basically what's used in order to auto craft our items. And since the quest sort of automatically completed, I'm pretty sure that I have this just from a quest reward. So we are going to need to craft a crafting unit. We'll probably need a few of these. For now, I think I'm just gonna go with 1. Now, what we're also going to need is a crafting co-processing unit. Basically, this allows the auto crafts to be sped up a little bit. It will consume our crafting unit, but that is all right with me. We can just go ahead and craft another one. So for the crafting unit itself, basically what we're going to need to do is combine it with one of our storage components. And I think for now, I'm just going to go with a 16K storage component. I'm not really sure how large we're actually going to need to go for this. So we can go ahead and accept our rewards from that. And now finally, we're going to need a crafting monitor. This basically allows you to visualize which items are actually being crafted, as well as the remaining quantity of that item. All right, and combining the ME storage monitor as well as a crafting unit, we can craft our crafting monitor. All right, so where I actually want to set up all of my auto crafting is actually up on this floor. Now, I haven't really done anything with this. You can see I have this green concrete here. This is kind of where I do my thumbnails of my character. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and get some airlocks put down on each of the corners here. These just sort of lead out to the outer rings, so we don't really need oxygen out there, at least for now. So yeah, that should do. And I'm just gonna get my oxygen set up here. It's gonna be the same that I usually go for. I might need 2 of these now that I'm looking at it. This is a pretty large room. What we could also do is just put it here in the center. Yeah, I think that'll probably be best. And yep, it looks like the middle will do. So yeah, we have this in a little bit of a different configuration, but it should be fine. So now we actually need to bring up our cables from our applied energistic system. So I'm thinking probably right there. Ooh, I'm getting flung around. Okay, not good. I might need to reconfigure this. It should be good. I'm not sure what's causing that. Oh, it might be the 2 different gravities that are pulling me around. All right. Anyway, let's go ahead and get our controller back down there. Oh, this is it's kind of fighting with itself. So, I think I want to, yeah, just disable that one for now. We don't really need gravity. We can go ahead and place that there. Get our dense smart cable there. We do need to pull this to the side a little bit. Let's see, if we break that, that'll connect there. We don't want that to happen. I think we have to bring it off to the side like this. I will have to reconfigure a lot of the stuff that we have below this, but it wouldn't be too hard to do. So yeah, we can just pull it off to the side. We don't even really need it here. So yeah, now this floor does have access to our dense smart cables. And I'm not sure exactly where I want this setup to actually go. Probably, yeah, I think I'm gonna just pull it off in this direction. Now I'm moving over to using our regular smart cables because I do want this system to be able to be moved or expanded later on. So we only want to use a few of our channels. I think that's going to be good for now. This is going to look a little bit weird, but once we have actual aesthetics in here, I think it's going to look good. All right, so what I want to do now is actually get our crafting storage, our crafting coprocessor, as well as our crafting monitor down. And I'm not exactly sure how this is going to go. Okay, so I want the storage down there, coprocessor on top, and I think the crafting monitor has to be connected directly to it like that. So this sort of makes its own multi-block structure here. And in fact, if we right click it, we can see which jobs are currently being worked on. But the way we actually start crafting everything is actually with the pattern access terminal. So we can just go ahead and place that down on any sort of cable that's connected to our network. We can see all of our different patterns that are in the system right now. Speaking of patterns, the next thing that we're going to want to craft is the pattern encoding terminal, as well as some blank patterns. The pattern encoding terminal is pretty easy. It's just a crafting terminal and an engineering processor. Not too bad for us. And let's see what the pattern, I believe it was a blank pattern. Here we go. That's super simple as well. Just need some quartz glass, Certus quartz, glowstone, and iron. And let's actually make as many as we can. 16 will do for now. And we can go ahead and get our encoding pattern down here. We'll just put it up here as well. And this is what actually allows us to craft our patterns. And we can go ahead and place our blank patterns here. And let's start off with something pretty basic. What I'm going to do is type in oak, and we will craft oak into 4 logs. Then all we have to do is press encode pattern, and that will actually create a pattern for crafting oak logs. And in order to actually get these patterns working, what we're going to need is a molecular assembler. And here we go. That's pretty simple. So what this does is actually holds our patterns and sort of distributes them to our different processing units. So what I want to do is I might actually just set that right there. And if we go ahead and right click that, we can go ahead and place our crafting pattern inside. But right now, the molecular assembler is only capable of handling a single pattern at a time. So what we're going to need is an ME pattern provider, which we've already crafted, but we did use it in the terminal. So if we go ahead and place this down next to our molecular assembler, we can actually see how many patterns that we have and actually place our crafting pattern inside. So what that'll do is actually hold the different patterns for our recipes, and anytime that we need something crafted in sort of an automatic crafting table sense, like our oak logs here, that'll actually provide the molecular assembler with a pattern to actually craft. Now, whenever we look inside of our terminal, we can see that there's a little plus sign next to the oak planks. If we pull out all of these, we will see that it has a craft sort of symbol under it, and we can click that. And what this will actually do is actually let us select, and what this will do is actually allow us to select a different amount of items that we want to craft. So let's go ahead and craft 100 oak planks, and we can go ahead and click next, and it'll show us how many of the items that we're gonna craft, as well as how many of the ingredients that we have available. And this will show us the CPU that we have, and we can go ahead and click start. You can see that'll start going pretty quickly. It is a little bit slow in comparison to manually crafting it, but in no time it does actually go ahead and craft what we need. Now, if we do actually want to speed up our auto crafting, what we can do is actually put some acceleration cards in. So now that we have 5 acceleration cards in here, let's see how many of these oak logs we can actually craft. All right, let's make 100 again. And let's see how fast this is. Yeah, that is so much faster than it was before. And if we go ahead and look at our crafting storage and our CPU over here, you can see on the crafting monitor that we're crafting, and this kind of shows us our status on what is being crafted. So we can definitely tell that this is actually being used to craft, despite this sort of being where we're automatically crafting things. And taking a look inside of our pattern access terminal, we can see our molecular assembler is listed here, as well as all the patterns that are inside of it. This just sort of gives us a more broad perspective on what is being crafted and what our system is capable of crafting. So I think our next step is actually going to be to convert all of our essences into what they're supposed to be. For example, we can our wood essence, and depending on the pattern that we put it in, it can create different things. So let's just make oak logs for now. If we put 3 here up at the top and encode that in a pattern, we can actually start to craft oak logs. And now that we do have the pattern access terminal here hooked up with our molecular assembler, we can actually just modify our patterns from here. So we don't actually need to go back up and sort of configure things over there. And by the way, if you do want to start crafting items while you still have items in the storage, if you click your middle mouse button, that'll actually allow you to just directly craft them from here. All right, so I've spent just a little bit of time sort of reorganizing things up here and sort of figuring out where I want things in the future. So what I've done is just bring the dense smart cable all the way up and split it off with these smart cables, and having one go that direction and one over here. So over on this side, I want all of my sort of crafting units over here. We'll sort of just line these up in a row and eventually fill this. I do want this area to feel a little bit like a server room almost, where we have these large sort of structures filling the room. And over on the other side is where we're going to have our molecular assemblers and our pattern providers. We'll do pretty much the same thing, just lining these up and eventually filling the rest of the room. But something that'll differ on this side is we are actually going to use our pattern providers to have an adjacent molecular assembler. These ones in the center will be shared by each of the different pattern providers. That way we just have a little bit of extra processing capacity here, because each of these can only craft one item at a time. What I want to do now is actually talk about processing patterns. These are a little bit more complex than regular crafting patterns, as these are meant more for complex machines, such as like running something through a crusher into a furnace, for example. These are meant more for longer processes that might not give an exact amount of items back. So I think an easy way of sort of demonstrating this is actually going to be crafting glass from sand. So if we pull out some sand and place it into our pattern encoding table, you'll notice that it doesn't actually give us a result here. What we're going to need to do is actually manually place in our result and then encode it. So you can see here on the pattern itself, it says that it produces 1 glass with 1 sand. So I have a few extra rooms set up here now. These are going to be for some of our more complex machines that require a few more steps. So over in this area, I do want sort of our basic furnace. Well, it's an unobtainium furnace, but it's a furnace nonetheless. And I will actually just set this up in the corner here. So what we want here is actually going to be a pattern provider. So we want this placed down here on our cable. Now I was going to use a barrel, but I think we can actually put the items directly into the furnace. So I think we'll just do that for now. So we have our, oops, I destroyed that a little bit early there. Here we go. We have our pattern provider, furnace beneath, and some sort of supporting block beneath there. And in fact, actually what I want this to be so that the items end up back inside of our system is going to be an ender chest. And that's just set up with our default input code. So now what we need to do is actually give our pattern to the pattern provider. So we have our glass there, and I want to configure our furnace so it can automatically input items and output items. So I've just gone ahead and actually augmented the unobtainium furnace with a factory upgrade, which basically allows us to use power instead of fuel, which will make this recipe a lot more simple. So let's go ahead and give this a test. I've configured the furnace, so hopefully everything will go right. Let's start off pretty small at first. Let's go with 100 glass. We can go ahead and get started with that. We should see glass going in automatically, and it is pretty much instant. And there we go, nice. And one more way that the processing patterns can be used is for something a little more complex like steel. So because steel requires an iron ingot and 2 coal, what we can do is actually set that up in the pattern encoder to bring out 1 iron ingot and 2 coal and put a steel ingot in there. There we go. And go ahead and encode that. Now I've already gone ahead and ripped out my old steel system. So what we can do is now head upstairs and get this sort of sorted out. All right, so I think I have something functional here. It doesn't look the best, but I think it'll do for now. I wasn't able to get everything in a 1x1, unfortunately. I do have one flex point off to the side, so yeah, we were really close to being able to do it. I guess what I could do is break down this wall here, but yeah. So let's go ahead and give this thing a test. I haven't tested it out yet, so probably not going to work, but let's request, let's just test, request 10 for now. So that should bring out the different items that we need. And it does fill the extras here. That is one thing that we're going to have to fix. The advanced logical transporters, I don't think that they have a round robin mode. And I did have these item pipes from pipes here originally, but I didn't like how they look, but we are going to have to go with them, I believe. So here we go. We're going to need coal in here. Let's just reset this. Can we put those in there? Yep, we can. All right, let's go for one more test. Let's get another 100. We are short on coal, however. All right, I got some coal. Now let's test this out. And it looks like no crafting CPUs are available. Interesting. Okay. And I think our system was a little bit clogged up with our mistakes. So let's see if that's still going. Yep, here we go. We just need 4 more steel. And let's see if it works now. So it's putting the items in here. They're going over to the second one. It is round robining now into the second one. So hopefully that's enough coal for this. Seems to be keeping up. And it's smelting into steel. Let's see if this will actually complete. It looks like we have 4 more. 3, 2, 1. And there we go. Nice. And by the way, if you notice that in the top right hand corner, occasionally it would tell me when my crafting jobs were completed. That's because in my wireless crafting grid, we do have the option to notify about finished crafting jobs check marked. So yeah, I think I'm going to keep that on for now. If it gets a little bit intense, I might have to disable it. All right, and I've just gone ahead and crafted the level emitter, redstone card, toggle bus, and crafting card, because the final thing that I want to talk about today is actually fully automatic crafting. So for our kind of demonstration here, what I'm going to do is actually convert redstone essence into redstone dust. So what I'm going to say for the level emitter here is when we have more than 8 redstone essence, we can go ahead and start our craft. Alright, so I think I pretty much had to scrap all of what I was working on. I did make something that's a little more basic actually, and overall just going to work a little bit better for us. I don't know why I'm putting a barrel down there. Here we go. Oh, interesting. It's not pulling things back in, and I think I see why. Alright, so yeah, here we go. This is a little bit of a weird system. I'm not really sure what I've done that's gone wrong here, but it works for now. If you guys know of a better way to do this, let me know. So basically what we're doing here is exporting redstone using a crafting pattern in the molecular assembler, and we're just filling this up with redstone essence, which is being imported back into the system. So we import the redstone essence from the top. Then once the molecular assembler has sort of crafted everything, it goes back into the system using an import bus. Now, strangely, the export and import buses don't provide power to the molecular assembler, so I just have these smart cables off to the side. The system is a little bit weird. I'm not really sure how I've gone wrong here, but you know what? If it works, it works. This has been a very basic look into applied energistics auto crafting, and I'm sure in the future we'll do even more and expand further on this concept. This has been my journey into all the mods 9 so far. If you've watched up until this point, I applaud you. There will be many more episodes in this series, so I hope you stay tuned. Thank you all so much for watching. I'll catch you next time. Peace.